Mic check, 1 2 1 2. Spin that vortex in the chat if I can be heard. My family. Spin that vortex in the chat if I can be heard. All praises to the ever-present creator, the all in all, that always was, is, and never shall be. Right back at it like I left something. Your little brother. Your brother Malachi Maccabee Megaton Light Bomb. Y'all see the title? Y'all see the title, the Ezra Bible and the compiling of the Torah is Moses, the author. I called the toilet nights out on this. They choose to ignore. I mean, y'all think it should be obvious. I don't think none of these cats want no smoke, man. I was looking at the HOK debate coliseum last night. My brother Cosmon Kyle was in the chat. They just be trying to ignore the gang now. Like, you know what I mean? These cats are arguing remedial topics like, did black folk write the Talmud? I'm like, come on, man. Come on, man. I called the toilet nights out on this topic right here. Like, I mean, if y'all debating, debate if Moses is the author of the Torah. Does everybody want to talk about what we reading through and handling up on? You know what I mean? We let you know who the compiler of what we got going on, but it's Moses. Rabbeinu Moshe. Is Moses the author, the compiler of the Torah that you read today? What's more important than that? If the name of your organization is Torah Nights, or who we call the Toilet Nights, then a topic such as, did Moses write the Torah? Y'all should be jumping at that. But now you rather argue with gravel mouth Dawood about if black folk wrote the Talmud. You feel me? Like, y'all cats rather talk and run your chops about stuff that really ain't, like 12 tribe charts, and are Israelites Canaanites, or is Ruth an Israelite or a Moabite? Like, you know, the yawn topics that'll put you to sleep. Like, man, this has zero to do with spiritual progression, advancement. You know what I mean? Loving your neighbor as yourself. You know, all that good stuff. You know, Etheria, the high raised heavens. None of that. Y'all rather go, you know, you rather chase your tail. You rather spend your tires in the mud arguing if Ruth was a Moabite or an Israelite. If Caleb was an Edomite or an Israelite. This is what you want to talk about. I mean, the gang that came outside and exposed the God as being false. What the hell is y'all doing even talking about if other nations can be saved? Hold on, what? If you should wear your fringes or not? Should a woman wear pants or not? Like, is this what the hell we talking about after the deity just been exposed as false? You niggas want to talk about head coverings? Oh, you want to argue over if the new moon is the full moon, or is the full moon the new moon? Or is the new moon the conjunction moon, or is the first sign of slip? Is this what we arguing about? My brother DK, Dura-Europos, did a presentation exposing the deity as a daemon. Nobody answers. Nobody rebuts. Truth be told, nobody has rebutted or even attempted to rebut anything, especially that came out in that debate that we had a couple months ago. Nobody's attempted to even rebut any of our rounds at all. You know how we do. We slow it down, hit pause. Okay, let's go ahead and expose that. Swing back through, hit pause. You know, slow it down. Let's see what's being said. Ain't none of them did that. It's almost as if it never happened. So now you got them arguing over if Israelites wrote the Talmud, over if Hebrew can be read if it has the nakud, the vowel points. You like, listen to me, man. If y'all don't stop with these low-hanging topics that has nothing to do, you feel me, with spiritual progression or advancement or any of that, it ain't got nothing to do with that, y'all. You feel me? It's getting harder and harder to watch this stuff. It's like, man, what the hell are we talking about? You Feel me? And then we call you cats off for the debate. All right, well, let's debate the creative gang versus the toilet nights. Time, creation, and cosmogony. What's up? Let's do that one. That's what happened. Tap dancing. He dug right on about the topic. No, act like they don't even see you. Like, okay, y'all not really even talking about that. It's obvious we came through and cleared the block. Obvious. Everyone knows. You feel me? So, and all we got to do is keep dropping light, man. But it's obvious that nobody want no smoke. You know what I mean? No, nobody want no smoke, man. Trust and believe that. Shout out to everybody in the chat. What's the word? Who all we got up in here? Bishop X, love, light, and balance to you, big brother. What's the word? What's the word? What's the word? Love, light, and balance. We got my big homie in the building, NehemiYAH. Bon. What's the word, bro? I seen you just called me. Putting together a little something. We'll give you a little brother. We got bezel the oil, like love, light, and balance to you, NehemiYAH. Be your best self today, big dog. Bezel the oil, light in the building. Love, light, balance. My brother that live in that Atlanta area. Elizabeth Weaver. Shalom. Love, light, and balance. I be Yahoo. What's the word, HICKMAN? What's the word, bro? How you be? What's the word? Love, light, and balance, man. Yeah. Interesting trip. Interesting ride. And you know what? This past week been crazy, boy. There's been all type of stuff popping off. Somebody tried to knock Trump noodle off, didn't he, boy? Dang. You got the Democrats telling Sleepy Joe to step on down. It's like, I told y'all, it's all over but the shouting, man. You know what I mean? It's all over but the shouting. Who else we got up in here? My brother Jerry. What's the word, Jerry? Word, HICKMAN. You know what I mean? Yeah. Is Jesus a white boy topic? Like, come on, man. Y'all want to run around like none of this ever happened. You know what I mean? So, yeah. Y'all kick on back. Hey, shout out to the haters, jaw jackers, and naysayers. Yeah. We love y'all too. What would you be without the jaw jackers and naysayers? What would we be? Now, let me share a little something with y'all. We're going to go ahead and get it cracking. But yeah, man, it's been going down in the earth. You feel me? Boy, this election is about to be real interesting. You got Sleepy Joe and you got a reality TV star named Donald J. Trump. It's crazy. You know what I mean? You're fake news. You're dumb. And Trump, boy, almost got his noodle knocked off. Boy, you know what I mean? You really need to be asking who sent dude to shoot him. You don't respect the cat that gets shot. You respect the cat that shot him. More importantly, you respect the one who sent them to handle that problem. You see what I'm saying? Like, that's what everybody need to be asking, because dude missed. Regardless if we call it staged or he was planned or whatever. So somebody died in there. You know what I mean? It ain't like they making that up. Somebody actually died. You did? So you need to be asking who sent dude. Because dude ain't nothing but 20 years old. That means when the last election was around, he was 16. He couldn't even vote. little Matthew Crooks, he couldn't even vote. Couldn't even vote. You know what I mean? He's a registered Republican. That boy is 20. So there's a lot going on, man. Sleepy Joe short circuiting. The Democrats already know he can't make it another term. You feel me? So y'all done mess around and sent the order to take Trump out and missed. Man, he about to win by a landslide. You got everybody out here talking about some fight. I'm like, oh my God. Y'all done took a shot at Trump and missed. Y'all just handed him the presidency. Dang, man. Dang. But hey, it is what it is, man. When you dealing with these forces of darkness, hey, anything's fair game. Believe that, know that. You feel me? Let's get it cracking.
Well, Pat, we had to talk about this. A mysterious boom. That's a lot of people talking around our area.
Some witnesses claim that space rock charted a picture-perfect course right above Lady Liberty's head.
Reports of a loud boom this morning from Staten Island to northern New Jersey. And tonight we're learning new details of what may have actually caused it.
If you felt a shaking or heard a loud boom this afternoon, you were not alone. People across 6 states reported feeling the impacts of what NASA now describes as a meteor.
And I just hear this boom and all of our windows shook.
Cook is confident the approximately 1 foot wide meteor did not cause the sonic booms reported by some.
Yeah, some viewers throughout the area heard the loud boom and they thought that the noise was an earthquake or an explosion and felt their house shake.
There was the initial boom, and then like less than a second after that, there was a tremble of the house. I have a dog, a golden retriever, and a cat, both of which the golden retriever jumped out of her skin and the cat just darted under the sofa.
But NASA says the loud noises and the shaking people heard may have been related to military activity in the area, not the meteor.
Based upon witness reports, the meteor was first sighted at Upper Bay, passed over the Statue of Liberty, and disintegrated 29 miles in the air over Midtown.
You expect to see a meteor at night, not during the day, so this was a rare daylight fireball.
It was long and really fast. Looked like a flaming rod or something, like on fire and flying through the sky. It was a little interesting to me that it was almost horizontal. Like I think of meteors, I think like they're going straight into the ground. And this one looked like it still had some ways to go.
The American Meteor Society got numerous reports from New York, New Jersey, Connecticut, Delaware, Maryland, and Pennsylvania. I heard it. Yes, I did indeed, but I never thought to look up.
A very good morning to you, Rachel. It was very eerie coming into Rome this morning, how dark it was because of all those power outages. We are on West Dominic Street. Take a look at the rubble here.
This is actually video out of the city of Rome, just east of Syracuse, where the governor says it was the worst storm to hit the area in more than 200 years.
Check out this video from New York City as lightning struck One World Trade Center this week. This video shows the bolt hitting the spire as severe storms rolled through the area on Wednesday. Parts of the city saw thunder and winds up to 60 miles an hour. The storms were so bad, the Foo Fighters were forced to delay their concert that same day.
Safety concerns. And so they were in the middle of Everlong. It's a really famous song, and people were calling it Ever Short. And they were actually in the middle of the performance, and they had to stop. And Dave Grohl, the lead singer, he said, "I know this bleeping sucks. We'll be back." And they will be back. So this was the statement that went out. So they're going to go back on Friday to continue the concert. But obviously, it's a frustrating scenario. Apparently, 13 songs. An unlucky 13 songs.
The county executive says that there were no serious injuries here in Rome. Let me show you some more of the damage, some very iconic buildings that were damaged here in the city of Rome, including the St. Mary's Church, the steeple actually gone from that church. The United County executive telling us they've never seen anything like this before in this community.
Going down in this earth, family. It is going down in this earth. All good though, man. Credit got you. You did. Raised up by doing righteous works to others. Love your neighbors yourself, man. And look, put your mind on the outcome that you want. You feel me? Everybody got you focusing on doom and gloom. You it's over and shit. The nuts roasting forever. And, oh my God, the chariots and shit. The Israelite groups are breaking up. And it's like, look, man. Look, if y'all don't sit on back and relax, you feel me? We're going to be doing this a long time. Very, very long time. We'll drop this link in the chat if anybody want to hop on and chop it up with your little brother, man. It's all good. We in OISP, the basis of the Ezra Bible. Ooh, we gonna talk about it today. We is gonna talk about it today. Y'all hop on if y'all wanna hop on. We're gonna go ahead and talk about it since nobody else really, everybody is ducking. Pray the game, the four horsemen, everybody, man. Everybody ducking. They realize, dang, it's a whole force. You feel me? That we ain't even prepared to deal with. How do I pin this? Let me pin this real quick. No, I'm not trying to go to the channel. I'm trying to pin this string, y'all. Like, let me do it. See if I can do it on her. Oh, damn. I'm going to pin the string, y'all, link to the top. So if anybody want to hop on, you can hop on. We can chop it on up. But for some reason, it ain't letting me do it. No. Oh, it's all good. We're going to get it done. All right, it's all good. I see everybody in the building chiming on in. You feel me? Hit them thumbs up, hit them likes. Y'all come on in, man. Chop it up with your little brother for a little taste. Like I say, man, it's been a very, very interesting week. Very, very interesting week, man. Everybody going crazy, getting mad. Oh, my God, the presidential election. You got Israelite groups breaking up the straight way. I'm like, man, what is y'all? Everybody all sad, straight way them broke up and did they thing. Who else you got? You got what's the cat's name? Sakari and them. They breaking up, everybody about ready. This the end of the world. Oh my God. I'm like, man, look, ain't nobody even tripping off none of that. It's way bigger fish to fry than you over there tripping off some Israelite groups that broke up and you about ready to throw your faith on the whole altar of just incense, you know what I mean? Like, so what? What it is the deity been exposed. That's what done happened around here. The deity has been exposed as being false. You know what I mean? So you got all these people starting to break up, starting to go crazy. Hold on, y'all. Yeah, my bad, family. But yeah, man, you got all this, low vibrating news. You like, man, look, ain't nobody tripping off the fact that Israelite groups are breaking up. What you think gonna happen? Once the light is introduced to the situation, look, now or then, you're gonna come on down and submit to the light, man. You either gonna get down sooner than later, but eventually you gotta get on down. That's just it. It ain't nothing to be, So when we look up and see these things happening, look, stop being ready to cast your faith on the altar of incense. Calm down. You feel me? And call this thing for what it is, man. And make sure we all good real quick. And then we about to get it cracking. Y'all see the basis of the Ezra Bible. We in OISP. Headshots. Headshot. OISP. Marvelous read, I might add. Shout out to my brother Dura-Europos. He was in the on the YouTube channel We the People the other day. Very, very powerful build. With the Morris brothers and sisters. Excellent, excellent build. You dig? All right, how we looking? We all good. Let me see if I can pin it. Oh. All right, let's get into this. The basis of the Ezra Bible. I'm doing this because, once again, you know, in an attempt to, not even an attempt, in bringing light to darkness, we got to expose and run through all the lies. You got people out here claiming that Moses is the author of the Torah that you read. You know what I mean? It's just what it is. And you got a group out here called the Toilet Knights or the Torah Pups or the Torah Knights that don't even want to address the topic. You know what I mean? So let's get into it. Let's see what a WASP has to offer. All right. We in the book of Safar, the basis of the Ezra Bible section. So you go to the book of Safar and WASP, look for the section that says the basis of the Ezra Bible. Now look at this. I found this very interesting while I was reading this, man. I was like, good night. Look at it. In the time of Moses, the people of Arabinia worshiped many gods and lords, whose high heavenly captain was who? Osiris. Wow. Wow, not Osiris. Not Osiris. Hold on. Let's go ahead and pull him on up. Since we got him right here, let's pull him on up. Hold on. Let's see if I pull him up real quick. Let's go show this Osiris that it's talking about. Osiris the false, the spandex god. Let's go find him real quick. I got him. All I gotta do is pull him up. I got him in here. Hold on. You think a game? What you think a plan? Hold on. I got him right up in here somewhere. Let me look him on up. Let's see if we can pull him on up. It's always good to get visuals, man. It's always good to get visuals. Still acting like it's one trip. All right, get up off of that right there. Bang. Watch this come on in real quick for y'all. Not your boy. Not your boy. What is it, man? Y'all tripping. Y'all please forgive your brother, man. I got you. Give me a second. I want to show y'all this. Y'all hating on me? Y'all hating on me, kid? All right, we'll pull him up in a minute. I'll pull him up when I get back to it. I gotta find him. But look, in the time of Moses, the people of Arabinia worshiped many gods and lords, whose high heavenly captain was Osiris. Remember that? All right, look at this. 4 chief gods were under him. They were Baal, Ashtaroth, Dagon, and Ashdod. There were 27 other gods also known to mortals. Now, Arabinia is what you know as Africa. Look at it. When the Israelites traveled forth, surrounded by the different tribes, they will be set upon to know what Lord or God they worship, and by what Lord or God they were led forth. Look at this. See, today you just got the Lord, God worship the Lord, worship the Lord. What Lord or God is you talking about? For one, what is a Lord or a God? And then once you understand that, which one are you talking about? See, it's all generic today. It's just all everything up under one umbrella. No, we need to know who you talking. You talking about the Creator? You talking about a Lord? You talking about a God? You talking about a God? Is who you talking about? You see how it said many gods, but the chief captain was Osiris. You see, so in like manner, which God or Lord are you talking about when you say the Lord? Who are you talking about? Look at this. Look at this. The light and wisdom and words came to Moses to say to the nations, alas, his name, whom we worship, man dare not utter. Within the commune families were certain signs and passwords belonging to the different degrees. There were also oral rules of life and worship, but these were kept secret from the multitude. But the commune fathers instructed the families by this method in order to harmonize all the people. So you got, shout out to the Oralites out there, the real Israelites. All right, not the Leviticans. All right, a lot of these teachings y'all were passed down orally. Orally. Look at this. For general behavior, Moses gave 10 commands, which were not only made public, but incumbent on the commune fathers to teach orally to their respective families. You see that? The following are the commandments thus taught, that is to say, I am the I am that brought you out of Egypt. You shall have no gods or lords but the I am. Look at this. Look at this word. Look at this. You should not make any image of the I am. Out of anything that is in heaven above or on the earth beneath or in the waters, because understand this, the creator is ever present. What are you going to draw that's in his image or in his likeness? Ever present means everywhere at once, right? And yet not in the form and figure of any man, woman, angel, or animal. Look at this. You should not bow down before idols, images, or anything having a form of anything in heaven or on the earth or in the waters. Don't forget, it's believed that God is in the heavens, sitting on a throne with Jesus at his right hand. Look at this. You should not speak my name in public. For I will not hold him guiltless who gives it to idolaters and lovers of evil. Remember the sacred days and keep them holy. 6 days you shall labor. 6 days you shall labor. But the 7th day is the Sabbath. So you can get that off your mind that ain't no Sabbaths over there, ain't no commandments, ain't no man. The higher light, you just held to you just responsible for the moves you make. Whatever you find yourself in, charge yourself to be your best self. That's it. Lay it to your eyes like, man. I ain't heard nothing evil yet. Look at this. Honor your father and mother. Absolutely. You should not kill anything, any living thing. So when you read in the commandments in the Bible, thou shalt not kill, that includes not only man, but also, guess what? Animals. You should not kill any living thing. What's wrong with that? Look at this. You should not commit adultery. Absolutely. You should not steal, nor bear false witness, nor covet anything that is another's. In those days, it so happened that one Kepha, an Egyptian woman, a Suez, meaning she was clairvoyant. She could hear and see into the spirit world. You know what I mean? So look at this right here. A Suez went into the lodge at noon, no person being within the lodge except herself. Now, while she was examining the remnants of showbread and the basins and candlestick, a voice spoke to her saying, do not touch these. They are sacred. But the woman, knowing it was a spirit, said, if I tell what I have heard, I will be accursed. Or was it not the multitude of Syrians that brought the plagues on Egypt? Look at this. Look at this. Again, the voice spoke, saying, I will give you the signs and passwords of the high fathers, so that they can also know that you know. Now with that, the spirit told her the secrets, and he likewise said, say to Moses, the I am says, and Moses will wonder at your speech. Behold, these implements are sacred. Hide them by day. For those who have spirit perception, perceiving them, will obtain the signs and passwords. The woman Kepha did as commanded. The woman Kepha did as commanded. And Moses commanded workmen to make a tabernacle, a model or image of a place of worship, a portable temple. For those of us that's familiar with the biblical narrative, don't we know about the tabernacle? That was carried around in the wilderness along with the Ark of the Covenant and all that. And notice what Moses was given to teach was oral. It wasn't even written down. It's oral. Look at it. A portable temple and the sacred implements were kept within the tabernacle. And this was the corporeal or physical base, earthly base of the Ark of Bond. So the Ark of the Covenant that was carried around, the tabernacle that was a portable temple, that was the physical representation, the physical base on earth for the Ark of Bond. The Ark of Bond is a region of light in the heavens that the earth was traveling on or traveling into circa 1553 BC. That's when Moses and all them was on the scene. All right, so as the earth is traveling through this region of light called the Ark of Bond, there's a physical representation of that on the earth. You read the story about the Exodus, and it said a fiery pillar followed the Israelites by night and a cloudy pillar by day. Now you know. Now you know that the time period is 1553 BC. The earth is traveling into this little region of light called the Ark of Bond. This is the very time when Moses and Kepha and all them was on the scene. Right? And the Israelites had a physical representation of this region of light, and it was their tabernacle and the Ark of the Covenant. You know what I mean? So that was Etherian light shining from the highest heavens, leading the Israelites. Now you know it ain't just, a cloud followed them through the wilderness. It was 1553 BC. That's the start of the Ark of Bond. All right, that's the Ark cycle right before the one we in now, which is Cosmos. All right, and there was a physical representation on the earth that represented the Ark of Bond. It was the portable tabernacle, Ark of the Covenant. You feel me? So that light that was leading the Israelites by night and by day was high Etherian light from the Ark of Bond, which is the region of light in the heavens that the earth is traveling through circa 1553 BC. If you understand that, put a 9 up in the chat, man. We explain it all. We'll explain it to you. You feel me? We'll explain it to you. Give you the time periods and all that good stuff. Put a 9 up in the chat. Let me go ahead and show something to y'all real quick. Let me go ahead and show something to y'all real quick. Bing, bing, bing. So now you know what that light was that was leading him. And where it was coming from. And what time period it was. What year it was. You feel me? I didn't put it up right here. Y'all can see the time period. All right. What was the time period, Malaki? Not sure. You playing the game? What you think we playing? We playing? All right. All the way over to the left is the first Ark cycle. The duration of it was 3,000 years. That's that first 3,000 right there. It was from 71,523 BC to 68,523 BC. It was called the Ark of One. The Etherian angel over that Ark cycle is a brother by the name of Sathantes. He was an archangel. What was it? It was the first era of man, Ions or Abel. Right? And y'all, over 70,000 years ago. All right, so let's go down to the Ark of Bond. It's the 24th Ark cycle since mortals were created. It lasted 3,400 years. It started in 1553 BC and it ended 1848 of the Common Era. It's called the Ark of Bond. The angel over that, or the Etherian over that, was a brother by the name of Lika. All right, his rank is a Nirvanian chief. And what men were on the scene during that time? Moses in Arabia, Africa, Chinese over there in China, where I was putting it down, in Kepha in India. So you had these 3 sons of light during this time period called the Ark of Bond, who were at the same time, they were contemporary, never met each other, but at the same time speaking the same thing, you feel me, and shining the same lights to progress man forward. You see, we got the timetables and all that, who was running, who was ruling, who did the creator call to rule, their status and rank, and what was going on. Era of the flood, 5th era, symmetry of man. Yeah, man has progressed. You see? Somebody better tell these young boys that we do this. That we ain't just, winging our answers. That ain't what we doing out here. All right, that ain't what we doing. Now you know. Now you know what that pillar was, that pillar of fire or that light. And the earth was traveling through a region of light called the Ark of Bond, 1553 BC. Yeah. Look at this. It says right here. It says, and this was the corporeal base of the Ark of Bond, a locality. Look what the Ark of Bond is, y'all. Malaki ain't making this up. What is the Ark of Bond? Somebody asked you. A locality in the Ethereal heaven. Yeah, arc. It's an arc cycle. It's time. It's not. It's not a boat. Oh man. So the Ark of Noah actually is a time cycle, a time period, y'all. Noah's Ark is a time period. It's not a boat. But look, Ark of Bond is a locality in the Ethereal heaven by which the light. What is it? By which the light of the second heaven reached the earth to Moses and his people in a what? A pillar of cloud by day and of light by night. So when you read the story, see, YHWH'S is the decoder. You read the story, now you see, because you read about, you know what I mean? You read about in Bible about the pillar of cloud by day and a fiery cloud by night, a fiery pillar. You read about that. Now you know. Oh, okay, the earth was traveling through the Ark of Bond at the same time the Israelites were doing their thing. Yeah. You got the time periods, you got all that. You dig? All right, let's keep going. So now you know what the Ark of Bond is. What is the Ark of Bond? See if anybody paying attention. Open book test, man. All right. Was the corporeal base for the Ark of Bond. That way you know the ark is not a ship. It's a region of light. Arc cycles. Time is measured in arcs. All right. All right, so just some quick homework. All right. What is the Ark of Bond? What is the Ark of Bond? Y'all type y'all answer in the chat. Remember, the name of this section we in is called the basis of the Ezra Bible. Look at this. What is the Ark of Bond? I'm gonna keep reading. Look at this right here. The secret ceremonies commanded a what? Vegetable diet for fathers, which are rabbis, prophets, seers, and winonas, trance subjects. And many of Kohetha's people followed their example. After some years of experience, those who fasted from flesh murmured, saying, what have we gained for our sacrifice? Can't wait to turn up some lemon pepper chicken again. Can't wait to turn that yard bird to smithereens. But notice those that vibrate higher, look what they own, yo. They own a plant-based diet. We talking about 3,500 years ago. The secret ceremonies commanded a what type of diet? A vegetable diet for the fathers, prophets, seers, and trance subjects. That should be no Essene or Nazarene even mad at what a YHWH'S is bringing out, because that's how we rock anyway. Ben put the animal sandwiches down. But if you want to vibrate on a higher level of understanding, you feel me, and receive higher light codes and transmissions, you got to stop chewing. You got to remove the animals out your chops. You know what I mean? You have to remove the animals out your chops. You dig? That's just what it is. To vibrate higher, you'll notice that those who deal with the higher teachings, that deal with the higher light and all that, they not chewing on animals. They're not eating steak every day and, you know what I mean, loin meat. No, there's a reason why the higher teachings, all of them unanimously agree that you're not supposed to be chewing on animals. You know what I mean? Look at this. So they broke their fast by hundreds and thousands. Boy, they couldn't wait to turn that yard bird up. they like, oh no. What you mean we can't chew? We can't go to Wingstop and get that lemon pepper chicken no more. The hell you mean? I can't go to White Castles and give me them fart burgers no more. Hey, I'm telling you, boy, you get them animals up off your chops, boy. And if you don't learn to curb that desire, man, you're gonna ride past a restaurant, boy, that's frying some yard bird one day, boy, and be like, dang, that smell good. Hey, look at this. Look at this. So they broke their fast by hundreds and thousands, and countless birds came by their camps. If anybody's familiar with the biblical narrative, you already know what that means. We've read the story. That's in Numbers, the 11th chapter. We read the story. You know, they was eating on these quails until these quails came out their nostrils. Yeah, they chewing. Look, they was chewing on this yard bird, quail, which everybody is like a cousin to the chicken, supposedly. They was chewing on this yard, and this is according to the Bible, Numbers 11. They was chewing on this yard bird. They lusted so bad, y'all. They ate it, not just till they was full, till it started coming out of their nostrils. What in the hell is going on here? And countless birds came by their camps, and they caught, killed, and ate them freely. But being unaccustomed to such diet, they became fevered and died. More than 60,000 of them, men, women, and children. And the place was called Kibroth Hattaavah, the place of lusters. Learn to curb that animal diet, man. Learn to curb that. Get control over that. In the year 3269, before the Cosmon era, the Israelites began to marry with the Canaanite gods. Oh no, player. Not the Canaanite gods, man. Oh no, man. Look at this. Who were under the control of Baal. There go your Uncle Baal right there. See, so at times the Lord is Baal, at times the Lord is Ashtaroth. Who you talking about? At times the Lord is Yahweh. You just see Lord and think everywhere you read Lord, that gotta be talking about the Most High. Got to. Nah, man, look, you need to look. Always look at character and look at action. You know what I mean? Look at character and look at action, man. The language don't change the behavior and the action of the God. So niggas can kill it or leave all the Hebrew you talking. That's irrelevant if we talking about behavior and character. See, if the character and behavior don't change, you can roll your reshes. Rafino, you can roll your reshes all you ruach, choke on your cats all you want. In your fancy attempt to sound like somebody that you ain't, that you ain't. You can do all that, and at the end of the day, choke on your cats, roll your reshes, and it still don't change the behavior, the character, and the actions or the movements of the God you worship. That's just what it is. So a WASP is the great decoder, is giving you time periods. It's letting you know this what was going on. All right. So if the Cosmon era started in 1848, we put math on it. Nobody playing no games with you. 1848, man. All right. So 1848, that was the beginning of the Cosmon era, right? Minus, what they say, 3269 before the Cosmon era, minus 3269. All right. So we around 1421 BC. Remember, Moses 1553, so we passed the Exodus and all that. Now we up under, now Israel is in the land. The Israelites began to marry with the Canaanites who were under the control of Baal. Look at this. But the little goddess, Ashtaroth, the false goddess, look at this. Ashtaroth, whose dominion extended jointly with Baal over Western and Southern Africa, Arabian, sent spirit emissaries to the handsomest of the women of Canaan. A handsome woman. What the hell? To the handsomest of the women of Canaan, and by impression led them into the camps of the Israelites. See, so all them wide hip women's coming from Canaan that the birds was falling for was under the inspiration of who? Ashtaroth, Ashtoreth, Asherah. Look at that. See that? See, so that's what I'm saying. These women, these wide hip mattress back women that was coming through with that heavy power of seduction on the Israelites back then were up under the inspiration of Ashtaroth, a goddess, a false goddess at that. Led them into the camps of the Israelites to tempt the young men, for the heathen gods decided to use these means to destroy the worshipers of the great unseen. The great unseen is the creator, the great spirit. See, everybody even in the ancient world knew the difference between the Lord, a God, and the creator. The creator is ever present and unseen, not in the form and figure of any man, woman, animal, or angel. If y'all understand that, give me an 8 up in the chat. You know what I mean? Shout out to my brother Cosmo Cal. What up, big homie? Cal in the building. Cal in the building, man. Hey, another easy debate victory for you, my brother. Believe that, know that. I've been meaning to do a swing back through on it. But man, bro, I've been ripping and rapping so busy. It's been crazy. Happy soul day to our YHWH'S, man. Y'all know y'all send our email some soul day blessings, man. Soul day today. Love, light, and cosmon to email. You feel me? Irish Stevens in the house. What up? I just dropped the StreamYard link for anybody that want to hop on. Little taste. It's all good, man. Nothing but love and light over this way. Nothing but love and light over this way. So we see the great unseen. So no, we're not atheists. We talking about, if anything, we done upgraded. We talking about the Father, the all parents, the great unseen of every god or goddess that ever came out your mouth. Every lord or lordess that ever came out your mouth. We talking about the Father of that god or goddess or that Lord. No matter what God you talking about, we talking about the creator of all creation. How you gonna beat that? How you gonna get mad if we call the creator the all? What's his name? The all. The great unseen. But brother, you gotta roll your rushes and choke on your cats, and you gotta pronounce it YAH'KI. Yeah, yawn. Miss me with all that, because pronunciation, language does not change behavior and character. You know what I mean? Look at this right here. So it says right here, to tempt the young men, for the heathen gods decided to use these means to destroy the worshipers of the great unseen. Use what means? Use some beautiful, wide hip, swivel hip, mattress back women's amongst the Canaanites to seduce the Israelite men with the aim of destroying the worshipers of the great spirit, the creator. You still think this ain't spiritual war? Boy, you've been ugly and slap happy your whole life. What this fine woman doing taking interest in you? Be real with yourself. You like, finally the woman of my dream. Boy, you've been an ugly joker your whole life. You dig? I'm gonna keep it real with you. That's like Beyonce or some fine woman taking interest in Malaki. Woman, stop it. Yo, nigga is a billionaire. What the hell you doing taking interest in me? Oh, you must be sent. You just gotta be real with yourself. Stop all that. The woman that came around looking so beautiful, smelling so beautiful, to put you in a trance. You like, yes, my prayers have been answered. You's ugly. Look, you've been an ugly joker your whole life. I'm not even just ugly, just average. You feel me? Or not even ugly or average, just you not the cup of tea that a woman that's married to a billionaire finna stop dealing with her billionaire husband. What, to ride off into the sunset and live happily ever after with you? Man, if y'all don't stop that, Brothers, know when you being played. Know when these women are being sent at you. Here you go, all giddy in the knees. You're thinking with the wrong head. And these women that you think so far, yes, nigga, I got a bag with the. Ain't no woman like that even ever noticed you. Here you go, all happy and you know what I mean, can't control yourself. Butterflies in your stomach. Man, listen to me. If that woman would have never looked your way ever in life, or what's she doing taking interest in you now? She must be sent. Must be sent. A woman like that, if ever hollered at me for what? What do I got to give you? Your husband's a billionaire. What do I have to offer you? You know what I mean? Come on, bro. You know good and well you ain't never bagged nothing like that. And if you have, you know it's in between. Every woman you bag is not going to be on no Beyonce status or no. What I mean, whatever woman you think look just so, you know, mesmerizing. Every woman you bag, be real with yourself. You're average joker. You know, so you should already be knowing when somebody that's out of your league all of a sudden takes so much interest in you. Anyway, who sent you? Who sent you? Because as we see, what we looking at, we looking at the character and emotion of the false gods. What's happening? A false goddess is inspiring the women of Canaan to seduce the men of Israel, right? With the aim of destroying all worshipers of the great spirit, the creator. And to use a woman to do it. Or use a man to do it. You see, we can't be so caught up in the flesh to where we can't separate what's real from what's fake, is all I'm saying. If we slow down and read or watch me, you see, say, oh, okay, that's what happened. Yeah, how you know Ashton Roth ain't sniffed her breasts and sent her here, put this on, put this smell good on. You know what I mean? Huh? Get your mattress back vibration going. Look, you got him hook, line, and sinker. Think it's a game? For the heathen gods decided to use these means to destroy the worshipers of the great unseen. And many of the Israelites' young men were tempted by the beauty of the heathen woman. Look at that. Swivel hip heathen women. Like, dang, she bad. Good Lord. Yeah, bro, I know how it is, boy. You see a beautiful woman, boy. Nigga, for a second, for a brief minute, all your worries go out the window. Now, all your little troubles and trials you got going on, when you see a beautiful woman, all that pause for a couple minutes. You see, you got to be on point. Watch out. And many of the Israelites' young men were tempted by the beauty of the heathen women and thus took them for wives. And these wives brought with them their own familiar spirits, who were slaves to Baal and Ashtaroth. Bag drop, boy. You go marrying the woman of your dream. I found this mesmerizing woman that never gave you the time of day. And look what come with it. They got their own familiar spirits, own demons. STDs, sexually transmitted demons, boy. And these spirits were who? Slaves to either Baal or Ashtaroth. Powerful when it comes to seduction. Look at this. Look at that. All you gotta do is slow down. See, we're gonna keep it real first. You know what I mean? We're gonna keep it real first. If we don't do nothing else, we're gonna be solid with it, right? The Ark of Bond immediately sent Jerub, an Etherian angel, into the Israelites' camp, giving him 2,000 inspiring spirits to counteract the labors of Baal and Ashtaroth. Look at that. So this Etherian angel was sent with a gang of spirits to counteract that. Look at this. Nevertheless, it so happened that when the half-breed children were grown up, Israelite and Canaanite, Having Canaanite mothers, they began to murmur against the peace policy of the Israelites, saying, as other people have kings and emperors, why not here? As other people raise up soldiers, declare war, and go forth, possessing lands and cattle, why do we not do so? Look at this. Look at this. For 397 years after going out of Egypt, the Israelites lived without a physical, corporeal king or other government except the community of fathers. And they attained to 6 million souls, men, women, and children. So no king. If you're familiar with the biblical narrative, you know when Israel started hollering for a king, you feel me? And who was given? Who was given? This. But in the 397 year, the gods Baal and Ashtaroth triumphed. Uh-oh. It is. Through their familiar spirits and caused the Israelites to anoint a king to rule over them. This king was called Shaul or Saul, signifying of the Lord God. Prior to this, the Israelites acknowledged no God or Lord. You heard this? Shout out to the Oralites. Shout out to the real Israelites, the faithists, because that's we the real Israelites, right? The Orthodox are not. You're still up under a Lord or a God. You're still worshiping a Lord or a God. See that? Or the Lord God. Prior to this, the Israelites acknowledged no God or Lord, but covenant with the Great Spirit. E-O-E. E-O-E. That's powerful. The name had been kept secret with the fathers, and the commandments were announced from the Great Spirit. I am. E-O-E. Or you get Jehovah, Jehovah, Yahweh. Right? These are the vowel sounds that the wind utters. Name of the creator in the wind. So now we seeing. See, so we know what year they went out, then take off 397 years. Where you at now? You see? You can walk this thing right on down, man. You can walk it right on down and see what's going on. Look at this. The familiar spirits now inspired Saul to change the words of the commandments of the Lord your God. Oh my God, here it is. Now see what's going on here. So not the Great Spirit or the I am. It's the Lord God. Dang, man, what the hell's going on? All right. So notice it says 397 years. You know what I mean? So now we down to 1156 BC. Watch me give you the time period, man. 1553 is when the Ark of Bond started. Take off 397. Now look at this. The familiar spirits now inspired Saul to change the words of the commandments of the Lord your God as a conciliatory stratagem to please the nations and tribes of people who worship Baal, Dagon, Ashtaroth, Agak, and other gods and lords of the lower heavens. You hear this? Those familiar spirits inspired Saul to change it to the Lord God to get basically pacify. It was a stratagem to pacify the nations and tribes that surrounded Israel, who worship these gods and these lords. And that way, look at this. Here you go talking about the Lord. You serve the Lord. Who are you talking about? And that way, Lord God, land gods. Y'all don't even know where you think you get landlord from and all that. A Lord is a God of land. The Lord actually is the lowest rank of the Creator's Commission gods. The Lord. How the hell you call him a Lord? They call people in the earth a Lord today. How in the hell does a man? Lord Donnelly. Lord Stewart. How in the hell is a man who breath stank in the morning, who still hover over his commode to make a deposit in the toilet? How in the hell is Lord the name of the creator if a mortal man carries that title? There are people in the earth today who are called Lord. You call your landlord Lord. So how in the hell is this a name or a title of the creator of all creation? I'm still trying to make that make sense. How? How does that make sense? In that way, Lord God or land God was substituted for the creator, called sacredly Yahweh, Jehovah, Jehovah. You understand it now how the Lord God got swiped out in the Bible over 7,000 times for the name of Yahweh, Yahuwah. And you're seeing the gods who are inspiring the men who were responsible for it. Yeah, that's a hit from the lower heavens. Change. That's a hit to destroy the worship of the Great Spirit. Take that name up out of there. Take that name up out of there and replace it with Lord God. And it's done over 7,000 times. Over 7,000 times. You think it's a game? Hold on. See, that's one thing we gonna do is prove what we talking about. We gonna always prove what we talking about. All right, never make that mistake like we playing. That's one thing we ain't doing. We not playing no games. All right, now look at this. Look at this right here. I gotta wait for that to load up. And that way, the Lord God was substituted for the Creator. And as prior to this, the Great Spirit had been taught to the Israelites as an inconceivable entity. You heard that? Inconceivable. Whose form and extent no man could attain to know. So was he now transformed and declared to be in the form of a man and having a residence in the firmament of heaven? Thus they made the Great Spirit merely an idol. And so they began to overthrow the holy doctrine of Moses. You heard that? Moses never taught you that the Creator is a Lord or a God, or that the Creator sits on a throne in the form and figure of a man. No. You looking at stratagems by the false gods who have been attempting to overthrow the worship of the Great Spirit in this earth for thousands of years. See, it was a time when the real Israelites understood the difference between a Lord and a God and the Creator, and that the Creator is ever present, invisible. They already knew that. Right? What the Creator gang is telling everybody today is nothing new. It's new to you. It ain't nothing new. In the ancient world, they all knew that the Creator is omnipresent or ever present. They all knew that. All powerful, all knowing, knows all, sees all, within and without, everywhere, within you and outside you. They all knew that. But to destroy the worship of the Great Spirit, the false gods, through their familiar spirits, you dig, swapped out the Lord God swapped out the Creator for the Lord God, and guess what? Attempted to turn the Creator, the Great Spirit, into an idol. You see? Ooh, that began to overthrow the holy doctrine of Moses. Good night, boy. What is we really talking about around here? That still ain't loaded up for me? I guess not. All right, hold on. Let me share my screen a different way then. If y'all getting some understanding, go ahead and spend some sevens up in the chat, family. Spend some sevens up in the chat if we getting some understanding around these parts. All right, let me do it like that. Well, see, it's important to understand the stratagems of these false gods, man. When you go all happy, you got the woman of my dreams. Or an industry woman that came around. Oh my God, that's Megan Good. Oh my God, that's Nia Long. For you sewer hanging Negroes, that's Sexy Red. Oh no, he ain't do it. Thus they made the Great Spirit merely an idol, and so they began to overthrow the holy doctrine of Moses. Good night, boy. Good night, good night, good night. Look at this right here. This stuff is real. Jerub, the Ethiopian angel in command, sought to preserve the old tenets. Oh, snap. The old tenets. And sought out among mortals one Samuel, Shemuel, and inspired him to establish a college of prophets. This was done at Naoeth, and here the inspired congregated, and they established a crescent tablet and made prophecies from Etheria for a period of 70 years. So you got schools of prophets. Why? Because prophesying is a skill that has to be learned. You don't just wake up, you know what I mean, sniff the Folgers, sniff your coffee and just start prophesying. No, the absolute rules govern all things. There are rules to prophesying. There are numbers. You got to know the numbers, the cycles, and all that. You can, and if you do, you can lay down what happened in the past and what's coming, because it's all cyclical. It repeats itself. But if you don't know the numbers, you don't know the timetables of prophecy and all that, then you can't prophesy. What is OWASP showing? OWASP is showing that there were colleges established for prophets, meaning what? Or schools, meaning that's where you go to learn how to sharpen that skill. Absolute rules govern all things. You ain't just waking up sniffing the Folgers, licking your finger and sticking up in the air and prophesying something. No, absolute rules govern all things. All right. And if that wasn't the case, why is Samuel establishing a college of prophets and made prophecies from Etheria for a period of 70 years? After this, the Israelites were two peoples, those of the king and those of creator. Which Israelite are you? I rock with creator. I don't know nothing about the Orthodox. I'm cool. CGG, create a game. You feel me? Or nothing. That's what it is over here. So now you know, either you are Oralite or you are Levitican. Either you letter of the law or spirit. Either you rolling with the king or you rolling with creator. That's what it come down to. See that? After this, the Israelites were two peoples, those of the king and those of EOE, the prophets. This placed the Israelites at a disadvantage before neighboring tribes and nations, having sacrificed the name of the Great Spirit and made him into a man, figure. Y'all see this? That's a problem, ain't it? That's a problem. At least it should be. At least it should be. Look at this verse. The heathen said, what better is their Lord God than our Lord or our God? And they made war against the Israelites on all sides. And the latter, having stooped to a corporeal king, went further and raised armies of soldiers and went to war. See, real Israelites don't war. Real Israelites don't spill blood. You see? Y'all think we not Israelites anymore. Israelite, you lost the light, you telling us we lost the light when all y'all done professed to killing y'all children. If the wind blow a certain way, if you get inspired a certain way, you gonna kill your child. That's what you niggas say, not us. No, we've advanced and moved further into the light. You know what I mean? So realize this: Israel's divided. You either an Oralite or a Levitican. You either roll with the creator or you rolling with an earth king. In the 409th year after the departure out of Egypt. So what year are we in now? 1553. See, look, man. It's walking you right on down. It said 409th in the 409th year, minus 409. We in 1144 BC. See, you really can't do that with your spiritual text. Like, okay, this is the start time of this arc cycle, and you so many years in. Okay, well, that's the year at pinpoint. Now let's go look something up in the earth and see if we can find what was going on and start jumping out at you. Dang, that was going on. That's crazy. In the 409th year after the departure out of Egypt, which is 1144 BC, the entire peace policy and non-resistance of the Mosaical inspiration. You hear that? The Mosaical inspiration was overthrown, and the Israelites became warriors and even warred against one another. See, the holy doctrine of Moses had to do with non-resistance and peace. It had nothing to do with none of that. See, today we got brothers that can't wait for the blood to flow to the horse's bridle. You know what I mean? But again, real Israelites don't go to war. Real Israelites don't spill blood. You know what I mean? This is an excellent point. Look what Cal say. So the people of the Bible are not upholding the law of Moses. They're actually destroying it. The biblical Hebrews are not even Israelites. Let that sink in. Uh-oh. See, Cal, it's so cold. We walking straight down with the dates. So if we ask you, like the one cat put it, he got a timeline. Y'all remember that? That boy said he had a timeline and he put it up, y'all, and he didn't have no dates on it. There were no dates on it. Like, how the hell you got a timeline popping with no dates, son? What is you doing? Let's keep going. Get real, boy. The Israelites not only worshiped the imaginary idol, Lord God in heaven, but built representatives of him in stone and wood and worshiped them also. What's really going on around here? What's really going on? Look at that. And now YAH'KI, a young man from the college of prophets, foretold the coming captivity of the Israelites as a consequence of their what? Their idolatry. In the year 2768, before the Cosmine era, a young man, Elijah, was raised up from the branch of the college of prophets, and under the inspiration of the angel Jeru, went forth preaching among the heathen, not preaching the Lord God, but Creator. So 2768 before the Cosmine era. The Cosmine era started in 1848. Take off 2768. What year we got? We in the year 920 BCE. So this Eliyahu, the real prophet Elijah, was raised up from the branch of the college of prophets. So Elijah used to go to school. He went to school to learn how to prophesy. Ahab, we all know who Noodleback Ahab is, right? The husband of Jezebel, the witch. Ahab, a king and worshiper of Baal, said to Elijah, "What better is one God than another, or more powerful? Are not all gods simply the spirits of men raised up in heaven?" Elijah answered him, saying, "I preach neither Lord nor God, but Jehovah the Creator, who is ever present and potent over all things." So Elijah's like, "Look, let me go ahead and help you out real quick. I don't talk about a Lord or a God. I'm talking about the Creator that's everywhere at one time, unseen and powerful over all." How do you come with a higher light than that? Ahab said, "Then your master has neither eyes nor ears, knowing nothing, like the wind. He is foolish and without intelligent answer to your prayers." Elijah said, look at this. Look at this. Elijah said, "Summon your priests and your high priests who have power through Baal, Asheroth, and Dagon, and they and their gods shall try in a tournament against Creator." Ahab arranged for the tournament to take place, and when the priests and high priests of Baal had spread the sacrifice, they repeated their invocations for a miracle to prove the power of Baal and other gods. But lo and behold, Jerub, the Etherian angel, with 10,000 spirits to assist him, preventing any sign or miracle being accomplished by the familiar spirits of Baal and Ashtaroth. So, you know, the brother Jerub, a high-raised brother, was like, nah, we ain't let none of that crap. We ain't even finna allow that to happen. Look at this. And now Elijah stretched forth his hand to the Creator, saying, if it is your will, O Father, give these people a sign of your power. And Jerub, and notice how Creator works in conjunction with his angels. And Jerub and his Etherian host of angels caused a flame of fire to descend on the altar and consume the sacrifice. The people feared, and many fell down, exclaiming, Jehovah is mighty. Jehovah is mighty. Look at this. So around the 1800s, it say, in this day, there are many spiritualists who have witnessed the production of fire by the spirits. Professor Zollner and Henry Slade had a candle lighted without any mortal contact or assistance. Look at it. When the tournament ended, Elijah went up upon Mount Carmel and prayed for rain. And Jerub with 10,000 times 10,000 angels. 10,000 times 10,000 angels. So you talking about what, millions? Brought the winds from the north and south and east and west, and the moisture in the air above was converted into rain, thus ending the long drought. It is. In the year 2635, before the Cosmine era, the College of Prophecy raised up Jonah, Amos, and Hosea. 2635, before the Cosmine era. 2635, 1848 minus 2635. What we got there? That's 787 BC. You see? We're walking it right on down. Giving you time periods and all that. In the year 2574, before the Cosmine era, the kingdoms of Israel perished, and they became a scattered people and fell into bondage again. What is 2574? 1848 minus 2574. We're looking at 726 BC, or around the time of what? The Assyrian captivity. Now look at this. Get into it. 2439 years before Cosmine, Manasseh, son of Hezekiah, established idol worship and by law abolished the worship of Creator. He caused the prophet Esau or Isaiah to be sawn in two. And the judgment was because he worshiped the Creator. Shout out to the prophet Isaiah, man. 2439, huh? Let's see what year that was. 2439. That's 591 BC. Before the Common Era. And Isaiah was sawn in half because he worshiped Creator. What you mean this book ain't got nothing to do with Israelites? Look, when y'all be saying stupid stuff like that, we already be knowing you ain't read nothing. You couldn't have. You couldn't have. Look at this. For 300 years following that, for 300 years, so take 300 years off there. All right, so for 300 years following that, the only faithists among the Israelites were the prophets and the followers of the prophets who had never affiliated with those of the kingdoms and armies. See, so shout out to the Essenes, man. The faithists amongst the Israelites are the Essenes. That's who they are. Essenes. S, according to WASP, is spirit. So spirit man. Those who live after the unction of the spirit in contradistinction to the flesh. Shout out to the Essenes and Nazarenes, man. We ain't number family. For any of y'all that's still on the fence, come on home, man. You ain't heard nothing evil. We ain't talking about nothing evil. A lot of this stuff you already know or you already agree with. Right? You just don't got the testicular fortitude to stand up and call it for what it is. Like, look, man. We getting played and fiddled with by all these false ass gods. And most of the Nazarenes and the Essenes know that. They just scared to call it for what it is. Hopefully after the day, you won't be scared. And that lets you know But that's not creator that you're dealing with. If you are fearful, what are you afraid of? The stuff the Orthodox Israelites are afraid of, y'all already know. You already know the Bible is tampered with and got problems. You already know you ain't supposed to be chewing on animal flesh. You already know everywhere that's written where it say Lord God ain't talking about creator. You already know this. But because you're afraid to stand with the light, you feel me? Or even stand by yourself with the light. A lot of y'all on the fence or quiet, or you know what I mean? But you really don't want to get down, because if you sit down and have a conversation with one of us about this, we gonna make it make sense to you. Right? As simple as we're doing today. Just read it, slow it down so you can see what's going on. Look at this. The faith is proper were a small minority and scattered in many lands. The rest, who were called Jews, listen, y'all, lived under written laws and ceremonies which were compiled and established by Ezra in Jerusalem. What's the name of this class? The Ezra Bible? And the compiling of the Torah, ain't that what the name of the class is? Notice this ain't got nothing to do with Moses. Moses, the commands that came from creator through Moses were taught orally. They were taught orally. Look at this. The rest, who were called Jews, lived under written laws. Like today, written laws and ceremonies which were compiled. Who compiled the Torah, the Leviticus, the laws and all that, which were compiled and established by Ezra in Jerusalem under the inspiration of who? Luamon, who you know is Lucifer today. Calypto Louis, the same one that inspired Constantine. Yeah, a lot of y'all didn't know he inspired Ezra before that. And look, I'm thoroughly convinced that's the same nigga that appeared to Paul on his proverbial road to Damascus. It's the same nigga. Luamon. A leopard don't change his stripes or spots, whatever they say. It's the same cat, same false god. You know it's Lucifer today. This nigga named Luamon. Yeah, and so the Torah that you had, that's Ezra's Torah, Ezra's Bible. It ain't Moses. Moses ain't writing none of that. It was what? Compiled. Tanakh, y'all. Compiled and established by Ezra in Jerusalem under the inspiration of Luamon. Calypto Louis, there he is. Him downstairs. And y'all, it shouldn't be that hard to understand. Why do you think almost every Israelite we ask if they would kill their child if God told them to, they all say yeah? So why would it be hard to understand that the inspiration that came through to compile and establish Tanakh that you got today, that inspiration is evil? Come on, man. Come on. Damn near all these niggas say yeah, for sure. You better not ask me. Yeah, y'all, because that's written in the Bible. That's a characteristic of the God that's worshipped. Look at this again. The faith is proper. The faith is proper was a small minority and scattered in many lands. The rest who were called Jews. And you got Israelites today, you just call it Yahudi, the Yahudim. You don't even know what the hell what are we even talking about here? Do you even know what you're saying? Do you even know? The faith is proper was a small minority and scattered in many lands. The rest who were called Jews, I'm not no Jew, nigga. The rest who were called Jews lived under written laws and ceremonies, which were compiled and established by Ezra in Jerusalem under the inspiration of Luamon, which combination of books was called the Bible. And was completed in the year what? 2344 before the Cosmide era. Now let's put some math on this. Everybody running their mouth like we don't know what we talking about here. Now look at this. Y'all, 2,344 years before the Cosmine era, y'all, is the year 496 BCE. This is when Torah, this is how far Torah goes back as an established written document. This is how far Tanakh goes back as an established written document. Because remember, title of the class is Ezra's Bible. Did Moses write that? What you reading today, was it written by Rabbeinu Moshe? No, it wasn't. I love to be the bearer of bad news. How you gonna fight against it? You gonna say, "Oh, that ain't true." You gonna give me another timeline, and you gonna give me another year stamped and proved, and with your spiritual text, that when the Bible was compiled and established, you got a year. Because we just gave you a year, 496 BC. And notice it don't go back to Moses; it go back to Ezra. That's Ezra's Bible. If you got all that. Now look at this. From that time forward, from 496 BC, from that time forward, the Jews, the Yahudi, became worshipers of the Lord and the God. But the scattered tribes of the faith is still held to the Great Spirit, Jehovah, keeping their service secret. These latter, the faith is the real Israelites, were without sin, doing no war, nor resistance of evil against evil, but returning good for evil, and loving one another as oneself. What's wrong with that? What's wrong with that? Is that evil? See, the real Israelites don't go to war. You can't wait to Russia launch some nuclear missiles from them silos. World War III, so we can get up out of here. Y'all don't even know what the hell y'all talking about. And if I told you, give me a year this happened, you couldn't do it. See, we don't got next. We got right now. What you mean? All this clarity coming out, and you got the nerve to act like we ain't the ones that's out here showing you, talking to you about Creator. I be hearing cats on Sonnet and I'll say the Creator. I say, wow, you're welcome. You're welcome. Look at this. And if any of my Nazarene Essene family listen. Now I know it's a lot of cats amongst you that run their mouth and act as if, we over here on something wicked. And man, listen to what we talking about. And trip off this. Should nobody be able to manipulate your mind? Go get the experience yourself. Sit down and listen and study yourself and be like, oh, okay, I see what they're saying. Or I don't see, but at least you came and hollered yourself. Don't let no quote unquote supposed Nazarene moray keep you from reading what we talking about. If you really want to know how the gang get down, tap on in with us. We're going to make it make sense for you. See, from the faith this branch sprang the who? The Essenes. Salute, man. Salute. Sprang the Essene Association, cultivating prophecy and purity of spirit. For further light, read of Pharaoh in the lower heavens and the migration of the East Indian gods westward in another part of YHWH'S. Very powerful. That's in the book of Ezra, actually. Very, very powerful. Look at this. The angels of Creator now dwelt with the Essenes. See? Now, any Essene listening, you already know that there are angel or spirit communications that take place in the morning and in the evening. See? Or else be telling you the same thing. It's just more detail. It's the great decoder. The angels of Creator now dwelt with the Essenes, who were the true Israelites. In fact, shout out to the Nazarenes and the Essenes, man. Y'all faith this. Yeah, your oral. We received all our light orally. We wasn't up under no Leviticans and no priests that had the temple smelling like a butcher shop. We ain't up under none of that. No. We lived in our own communities and all that. You did. Learned how to prophesy. Push forward the purity of spirit. Hated warfare. hated spilling blood, whether it was men or animals, any of that. And we challenge each other to live to our highest light. Be your best self today. See, the real Israelites are the Essenes, and the Essenes are faithists. You see, all the written laws, everybody tell them, look, we found out today the 10 Commandments that Moses taught was taught orally. That wasn't even written down. All the written down and the codifying and all that starts with Ezra. And Ezra was a Persian, was part of the Persian court, yeah. Him and Nehemiah, Mordecai, all them. You see? Look at that. The angels of created now dwelt with the Essenes. So look, man, ain't nothing but love over here. Some of y'all, you know, it's a certain individual over there that run his mouth. But whenever I be like, well, look, you know, stop being scared and come on outside and let's go ahead and chop this up in front of everybody. Oh no, I don't debate. Then what is you bumping your chops for then? You feel me? Because you love to paint the hole and you into the Targums. We're going to address some of that today. You love to run your mouth about what you don't know, I see. Love to run your mouth. You feel me? And they got a lot of brothers over that way scared to tap in with CGG. But listen, look, y'all grown men, let your nuts hang. You don't need no man to validate what it is for you. You feel me? Be a man. Go look at the information yourself. The angels of the Creator now dwelt with the Essenes, who were the true Israelites, in fact. Though many of the Jews also profess Creator under the name of God and Lord God. And 350 years after this, after what? I mean, is we still going? What the hell we so dang? And 350 years after this, Creator raised up from the Essenes one Yeshua. Shout out to Yeshua, man. What is we even talking about her? So 350 years after the year 496. If I ain't mistaken. Let's try that. 496 minus 350. We get 146 BC. That means Yeshua lived during the Maccabean period and not the first century. Good night, boy. Somebody mad. Somebody mad. Yeshua the Essene of Nazareth, who y'all talking about? Yeah. That's 146 BC. Died around 110 BC. Here you go getting mad. But don't the Bible give you two different times of birth for Yeshua, Jesus? He either was born during the days of Herod the king, Matthew the 2nd chapter. Herod was still alive. He wanted to order the death of the infants, right? Or he lived during the time of the census in Luke the 2nd chapter, where they had to go back to Bethlehem and register and all that. The only problem is Herod the Great never made it out the BCs. Never made it out. He died, the scholars tell you, he died between 2 and 4 BCE, before the Common Era. Herod the Great, the one who ordered the death of the infants because he was trying to kill baby Messiah. He died 4 BC, 2 to 4 BC. The census that was taken in Luke the 2nd chapter went down at least a whole decade later, around the year 7 CE. So a lot of y'all don't know. When you read in the New Testament about the birth of Jesus, one in Matthew the 2nd chapter, the other in Luke the 2nd chapter, those events are over a decade apart. So even in the Bible, Jesus or Yeshua ain't born at the same time. Right? He either was born during the BC era, before Herod the Great died, because he had to be alive in order to issue the decree to kill all them babies. Well, he died in the year 4 BCE. Herod did, which means Jesus or Yeshua would have been born before the man died, because the man had to issue the decree to kill all the babies. Or you go to Luke 7, when Cyrenius was governor over Syria. And the worldwide census under Augustus Caesar was commanded to be taken. That was an event that happened. Well, that happened in the year 7 CE, over 10 years after the death of Herod. So Yeshua of the Bible was born at 2 different times. Waspi telling you Yeshua, the Essene from Nazareth, was born in the year 146 BC. Didn't live for 33 years, lived for 36 years, died in the year 110 BCE. So he lived during the Maccabean time and not during the 1st century. If y'all understand that, if y'all understand that, go ahead and throw some foes in the chat, man. They got 2 different birth dates for Jesus in the Bible. Right? The Bible's against itself, man. It contradicts itself. And here you go trying to make it make sense. No, it's the truth. All you got to do is go look it up. Pull up your blue letter or your eastward or whatever. Go to Matthew, the 2nd chapter. Herod issues the decree to kill the baby. Look and see when Herod died. Every Bible dictionary tell you Herod died around 4 BC. Okay, well in Luke chapter 2, when Cyrenius was governor over Syria during the time of Augustus Caesar, the entire world had to go back to the town of their birth to get registered. There had to be a census, right? Joseph being of the house of David, took Mary, pregnant Mary, back to Bethlehem. So she still had Jesus in her stomach, right? They couldn't find her where to stay, so they stayed right there in a barn somewhere. And that's when baby Jesus was born in a manger and wrapped in swaddling clothes and placed in a manger. Y'all, that event for the worldwide census went down in the year 7 of the Common Era, 1st century. Jesus born at 2 different times in the Bible. A lot of people don't know that. You see? Well, you got a Waspi come right through and say, okay, well, no, the Joshua or the Yeshua of the Essene order from Nazareth wasn't even born in the 1st century of the Common Era. He was born during the 2nd century before the Common Era in the year 146 BC. And I know that make a lot of folk mad. But all we can do is give it to you raw and uncut. Y'all know how we do. Ain't been sugarcoat nothing. Now we down to the year 146 BC. And 350 years after this, 146 BCE, the Creator raised up from the Essenes one Joshua, and Esau. And Esau was someone who really doesn't have any earthly passions and desires. All right, he wasn't only Esau out here, but Esau is where you get Jesus from, right? That's something. And Esau is like I say, one who's basically neutral, passionless when it comes to like the flesh. You see, one Joshua and Esau in Nazareth. Joshua reestablished Creator and restored many of the lost rites and ceremonies. See that? What lost rites and ceremonies? The very overthrow of Moses' doctrine that Moses was teaching. Yeshua came back and Yeshua, when he was raised up, reestablished the ancient order and teachings of what Moses was teaching. Remember, what Moses taught was horrible. It was the higher light. You know what I mean? Ooh-wee. In the 36th year of Joshua's life, so he was born in 146, right? All right. So let's take 36 years off there. We down to the year 110 before the Common Era. Look how cold the Waspi is. From 1553, now we down to 110. Now we almost in the 1st century before the Common Era. See, Waspi has a timeline that anybody, if you know it's some simple math, you can walk it down and say, dang, okay. All right. In the 36th year of Joshua's life, he was stoned to death in Jerusalem by the Jews who worshiped the heathen gods. He wasn't nailed to a cross and crucified with stone. And that's how them cats got down back then. They'll stone you. All right. 40 years after Joshua's death, let's take 40 off, the 110. So he died in the year 110 at the age of 36. 40 years later, we down to the year 70 before the Common Era. 40 years after Joshua's death, a false god, Luamon, with millions of angel emissaries, obsessed the inhabitants of all those countries and plunged them into war and anarchy. The faithless were scattered to the four ends of the earth. Creator said, nevermore shall my chosen have kings. I heard that? I alone am king. And it is so to this day, flat out. Lo among the false God now changed his name and falsely called himself who? Christ. Good night. Good night, which is the Amic word for knowledge. So really, there's only one who can hold the title of Christ, and that's the Creator. Only the Creator is all knowledge. There's not any man that ever lived or any angel. All right, and we've been taught that Christ means, anointed, same as Messiah and all that. But again, Owaspi gives a different perspective when it comes down to words and history and all that. You know what I mean? That false angel or false god, Luamon, who inspired Ezra, who inspired Constantine, now took on the name Christ. And that's something you still saying to this day. Christ. You know who you talking about. Who you talking about? Because the one everybody talking about, whether you say Messiah or Christ, you talking about was in the 1st century. We just found out Yeshua, the same order, was born in 146 before the Common Era. And he raised up tribes of mortal warriors who called themselves Christians or warriors to this day. So we know who behind all that. Knights, Templars, and all that. The doctrine of these warriors was that knowledge, which implies general education, was the best preventative against crime and misery. Neither did any man understand in those days that the word Christ had any reference to a man or person. Now, from the time of Moses to Ezra, there was an interval of 400 years in which the Jews had no written record. Ball game, boy. The age of the Ezra Bible is not therefore the time of Moses, but from the time of Ezra, 2344 years before the Cosmine era. Good night. 2344 is the year 496 BC. So Waspi is saying that Ezra is the one. That's Ezra's Bible. It ain't Moses. What Moses taught was oral. And from Moses to Ezra, there were no written records. Ezra is the one, the Persian courtier. Ezra is the one that comes out of captivity with this thing called the Torah/Tanakh. You know what I mean? Purportedly written by Moses. You see? We learning a lot today. If you're getting some understanding, go ahead and throw me some threes up in the chat, man. Love, light, and balance to the family. Y'all already know what time it is, man. Love, light, and balance to the family. All right, next spot we're going to go real quick. Next spot we're going to go to is the Ark of Bond. All right, OI speed headshot, Ark of Bond. So we can show that too and get her done. Hold on, y'all. Hold on 1 second. Yeah. The Ark of Bond, y'all. Here we go right here. The Ark of Bond. Let's go to the Ark of Bond. Shout out to my brother Dura-Europos, man. I went to the Ark of Bond the other night, boy. I was like, man, I'm about to get off the phone, man. I'm about to get off. That deal was tight. Where am I going? I'm tripping. Y'all put the pen. Back to that. Yeah, that basis of that Ezra Bible is off the chain, man. It's off the chain. Here we go. I'm finna say, man, what is going on? What is going on? Hold on 1 second, y'all. Chapter 20. Here he is right here. The ark of bond. Bang, 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 bang. We're going to jump down to verse 17. More about Ezra. More about Ezra. All right, here we go. Hold on 1 second. Yep, and that's when Rome under Pompey, Carol, 70 BC started the Judean revolt, bro. Oh, Louis was a tricky dude. Yeah, see, a lot of people talk about 70 AD with Rome, but all this stuff with Rome really kicked off around between 63 and 70 BCE when you're dealing with General Pompey and them. You dig? They ran up in Jerusalem too. So that right there was 40 years after Yeshua's death. That was wild to me, because trip off the flip side of it, right? They say Yeshua died around the 30s of the Common Era, and 40 years later was the destruction of Jerusalem. But we never trip off of taking it back to the before the Common Era. You know what I mean? That died in 110, and 40 years after his death, Jerusalem is surrounded by the Romans. 70 BC under General Pompey. Good night, boy. Man, that's crazy, man. Like how they can mirror history like that. You know what I mean? So let's get back into it. The Ezra Bible and the compiling of the Torah. Is Moses the author? What we finding out right now is no. Moses is not the author. It's all Ezra. It's straight Ezra. Look at this. Pharaoh's scribes and recorders assembled in Kaona, and they appointed Phayah, an Egyptian. Look at it. To write the departure of the Israelites out of Egypt. And Phayah wrote the account and called it the Exodus of the Hebrews. Hold on, the book of Exodus. And it was recorded in the king's house of records. And copies of it were sent to the large cities, and there recorded also. For such was the law of Egypt. Phayah's record, look at this, y'all. Phayah's record was afterward accepted by who? By who? Ezra. Ezra. Ain't got nothing to do with Moses. What Moses taught was oral. The higher light he taught was oral. And Yeshua was the one that was raised up hundreds of years later to reestablish that. To reestablish the light. You know what I mean? Today, you got everybody talking crazy. You know what I mean? Brother, the law. What? As it is written, the law. You sound like Judge Dredd around here. The law. You don't even know what you got. Look, even Bible tell you Ezra is the one that came out of Babylon with the Tanakh. It was Ezra. That means if he had to come out of Babylon with a refurbished Torah / Tanakh, then that means you ain't got what Moses wrote. If Moses wrote any of it. Wasby is a decoder, man. Ball game, boy. Ball game. Afterward accepted by Ezra, and is that which is known to this day as the first book of Exodus. Good night, man. Dang, look at this. So that's it. So Ezra accepting an Egyptian record of the departure of the Israelites out of Egypt. That's what you have in Bible. Look at this. The book of Genesis, as it stood in the Egyptian records, were written by Akaboth and Dura and Hazed, and was the substance from which Ezra copied it through his scribes, even as it is to this day. Hold on. So now you got the actual scribes. Remember Jeremiah 8:8, the false pen of the scribes? And you heard people today say, well, you can't name the scribes, though. You can't name them. That's why we keep telling y'all, man, get y'all on the Wasp, man, crack it open. Now you don't only know that they're false scribes. We even got the name of them. We even got the name of the false scribes, man. That's cold. You feel me? Couldn't have made that up. The book of Genesis, as it stood in the Egyptian records, was written by Akaboth and Dura-Europos and was the substance from which Ezra copied it through his scribes, even as it is to this day. The inspiration of Genesis was from the god Osiris. Leave us alone, man. Was from the god Osiris the False and his emissaries, chief of whom were Yotaba and Egypt. You mean to tell me Egypt is an angel emissary of Osiris before it's a country? Before they even named it Egypt? The Greeks? Nigga, that's the name of an angel. One of Osiris' little homies. It ain't looking too good, man. It ain't looking too good, man. Who were angel servants to Osiris. And so far as the records now stand, the spirit of both books, Genesis and Exodus, y'all, the spirit of both books was the Egyptian version of the whole subject. Ball game. I know. You dig? But trip off this. I love to be the bird of bad news. Whatever. We're going to get some understanding. That's what we going to do. All right? We don't do nothing else. We're going to get understanding. Look at this. And behold, it came to pass that the records were who? Worthless. And to make matters worse, the records were so voluminous, so large, being more than 6,000 books, that the scribes of Ezra could make neither head nor tail of them. Nevertheless, they were all written in the first place, not by the Israelites, but by their enemies. Good night, man. Where even so, the testimony of the miracles is none the weaker. Where even so, the testimony of the miracles is none the weaker. Now look at that, y'all. We got Ezra. We got his scribes, the name of the Egyptian scribes, saying Ezra, his scribes couldn't make head or tail. That's how large these records were. But they weren't even written by Israelites. It was written by Egyptians, man. And you wonder why Israelites argue with each other and, you know what I mean, over doctrine and all that. Y'all don't even know who wrote what you talking about. Your enemies wrote your records. Y'all, we getting dates. We getting names. Even if you didn't believe it, you still have to be like, well, you know what? Like, look, somebody came and proved a point. Somebody did. Somebody came and proved a point. And somebody didn't prove a point. Let's look at this. All right. Who know? If y'all get some understanding, go ahead and throw a 2 up in the chat. Who know about Dura-Europos synagogue? Who know about the Dura-Europos synagogue? You have to crush some of these lies real quick. Yeah, throw some 2s up in the chat if y'all get some understanding, man. Hey, Cal. Yeah, it may be time to drop that. Y'all know Cal got a whole lesson he been had ready. It's just timing. He ain't dropped it yet. But what is it, Cal? 10 ways? 10 ways to prove you're not an Israelite. Good night, boy. Yeah, I heard some of the small stuff I've been saying today, like real Israelites don't shed blood and go to war. And, you know what I mean? Ain't chewing on no chops. And you feel me? They believe in love, life, and liberty to all without the sacrifice, murder, and death of anyone or anything. You see? How many of y'all know about Dura-Europos synagogue? Dura-Europos synagogue. So right here, we got the Dura-Europos, right? So let's look at some of this. Let's look at some of this. All right, there go the picture of it right there. Courtyard, Western Porch, and Prairie Hall. This is off Wikipedia. Some of y'all don't deal with it, but just a quick look up. I want to show y'all this, right? It says right here, the Dura-Europos synagogue was an ancient synagogue uncovered at Dura-Europos, Syria. And when? 1932. Remember that. Oh. All right. So it had been buried since ancient times and uncovered in 1932. All right. Knows what it says. Knows what it says right here. It says the synagogue contains a forecourt and house of assembly with painted walls depicting people and animals, and a Torah shrine in the western wall facing Jerusalem. It was built backing on to the city wall, which was important in its survival. The last phase of construction was dated by an Aramaic inscription to 244 CE. So the 3rd century or the Common Era is the last phase of construction. The last time they built on Dura-Europos in Syria, this ancient, really the oldest synagogue in the world, was 244, the Common Era. If y'all understand that, put a 1 up in the chat. And look, the reason why we giving these dates is so when we show y'all something, you can be like, oh, okay. Oh, okay. Look at this. So the last phase of construction was dated by an Aramaic inscription to 244 CE, right? Making it one of the oldest synagogues in the world. One of the oldest. Not necessarily the oldest, but one of the oldest is the Dura-Europos synagogue in Syria. The last bit of construction was done on it in the 3rd century of the Common Era, okay? Remember that. So what is that, 1,700 years ago? It was unique among the many ancient synagogues that have emerged from archaeological excavations, as the structure was preserved virtually intact and it had extensive figurative wall paintings, which came as a considerable surprise to scholars. These paintings are now displayed in the National Museum of Damascus. So you can go, these things are actually historical. Look at this. Dura-Europos was a small garrison and trading city on the river Euphrates, and usually on the frontier between the Eastern Roman Empire and the Parthian, and finally the Sassanid empires of Persia. It changed hands at various points, but was Roman from 165 AD. Before the final Persian destruction of the town in 256 to 257 AD, parts of the synagogue, which abutted the main city wall, were apparently requisitioned and filled with sand as a defensive measure. The city was abandoned after its fall and never resettled, and the lower walls of the rooms remained buried and largely intact until excavated. The short measure of time during which it was used ensured that it would have limited impact upon Jewish or Christian art. The excavations also discovered very important wall paintings, from places of worship of Christianity at the Dura-Europos church. In addition, there were wall paintings edifying Mithraism and fragmentary Christian texts in Hebrew. Now watch this. Watch this. I want to show y'all something. All right, here go a map of all that. You kind of see Jewish community of Dura-Europos, right? So we got architecture of the synagogue. All right, that's the layout of it. One of the oldest ones in the world, right? Watch this. There go your Torah shrine. There go your Torah shrine. All right. Let's keep scrolling. What else we got? What else we got? Remember, the last bit of construction that was done on it is 244 of the Common Era. We got wall paintings, and then we got iconography. You know what I mean? The painting, the icons or the images. All right. Right. What kind of images or icons were on the walls in Dura-Europos, right? Yeah, it says one of the oldest. It ain't the oldest, but one of the oldest. But look. Okay, it says scholars cannot agree on the subjects of some scenes because of damage or the lack of comparative examples. The scenes depicted are drawn from the Hebrew Bible. Watch this. What's this? And include many narrative scenes and some single-figure portraits. 58 scenes in total, probably represent about 60% of the original number. They include the binding of Isaac and other Genesis stories. Moses receiving the tablets of the law, Moses leading the Hebrews out of Egypt, Moses at the burning bush, the visions of Ezekiel, a figure of Enoch or possibly Abraham, the water miracle in the desert, the return of the ark from the temple of Dagon, Ezra with the scrolls, and many others. Hold on. Ezra was an important Jewish scribe, a sophir, and priest Kohen in the early Second Temple period. In the Greek Septuagint, the name is rendered as Esdras, like in the Apocrypha, from which the Latin name Esdras comes. His name is probably a shortened Aramaic translation of the Hebrew name YAHWH, meaning Yah, something else. Right now, look, let's click on this. Let's click on Ezra. All right. This right here is the actual depiction on this one of the oldest synagogues in the world, Dura-Europos of Ezra. Okay. That's Ezra right there. With a Torah scroll. I'm gonna let you decide on if them your people or not. But look what this painting is dated to. Painting of Ezra on wood panel from the Dura-Europos synagogue, 3rd century before the Common Era. Look at that. That's how old that painting is. That painting goes back to the 3rd century. And look at Ezra. Where ain't trip about this? With a scroll, with a Torah scroll. Now, you decide them your people or not. And look at this. For anybody to be like, well, it wasn't no pale Jews into the 8th century's Common Era. This picture is from the 3rd century before the Common Era. A picture of Ezra on a wall of one of the oldest synagogues in the world. Ezra. On the wall in Dura-Europos synagogue, which is one of the oldest synagogues in the world. They got Ezra depicted as pale. And that drawing goes back to the 3rd century of the Common Era. So if you understand that there is a depiction of Ezra on the wall of Dura-Europos, which is one of the oldest synagogues in the world, and Ezra is not one of you niggas. If you understand that, throw a 9 up in the chat. Now, some of y'all may say, no, Mally, we don't believe that. You feel me? That's internet stuff. You know what I mean? That's internet stuff, man. That's fake. I'll be hearing all of it. When I first seen that, when I seen the picture, shout out to my brother, SHALOM. He brought that picture out. And when he brought it out, I was like, bro, I haven't seen that. I've seen that picture before. I got a book with that picture in it. All right? Look at this right here. I got a book with that picture in it. What they talking about? Dang. What that say? They say ancient Jewish art. Now, I had this book for about 20 years. By Gabriel said Regina. Ancient Jewish art. All right. So when bruh brought that out, when he brought that out, I was like, man, I know what that is. I haven't seen that picture before. I got that picture. All right. Man. Matter of fact, think of the game? What you think you playing? Show this too. I think we playing around here. Gang ain't playing. Take this cover page off here. Stuff is in our way. Move that out the way. All right, where we need to go? Right here. Right here. So you can see what's going on. The Orient, the Genesis of symbols, narrative symbols, the image of the world, the West, styles of the diaspora, ceremonial art. Yeah, Nehemiah, I know you remember. Now look at this. Who is this? Hold on, cuz. Big Obi. Who in the hell is that? That's the same picture. That's that same picture. That's that same picture. And if you look right here, the underlined part, it says Ezra reading the law, Nehemiah 8, West Wall, portraits framing the central panel. West Wall, Dura-Europos. Now, the wall that is on is the oldest synagogue, or one of the oldest synagogues in the world, called the Dura-Europos Synagogue. And they had this book like 20 years, man. So before you be like, man, that's Wikipedia, we don't believe that. That's that same picture. And in this book, it tells you that's Ezra. And this picture was drawn in the 3rd century before the Common Era. That ain't no Bantu nigga from the Congo. It's not. That's a Sephardic Jew look like today. Spanish Jew. Once again, ancient Jewish art. Ancient Jewish art. Like Gabriel said, Regina. I don't know how much it costs now, but they got all type of stuff in there. All type of stuff. This right here is supposed to be the tomb of Absalom in the Kidron Valley. Show y'all some of this stuff. Dang. That's supposed to be that King David's son Absalom. That's supposed to be his tomb. The Kidron Valley. That's crazy, man. Yeah, that's right. Abriyase. That's right here. And they can go to any university library and find those books. Exactly. Bang, bang, bang. Hey man, somebody gonna be bad, ain't that right? But nah, man, that picture on Wikipedia of Ezra is not a false picture. You know what I mean? I actually got that picture. Not just downloaded offline, but in the book I got right there. You see? And again, look at this. Look at that. That's from the 3rd century BC. And that's before any so-called Khazarian conversion. And that goes with the one cat that was trying to say the Israelites wrote the Talmud. There wasn't no conversion, wasn't no white Jews until, nah, that ain't true. Who is this? This is Ezra, and that go back to before the Common Era. You know what I mean? What you thought you knew, you really don't know. You feel me? What you thought you knew, you really don't know. Brought this out a while back. Malachi Maccabee presents Moses not the author of the Torah. The documentary hypothesis and the compiling of the Torah. You feel me? So we got our scholastic works behind it. We ain't just, cutting and pasting. We got our work before us, you know what I mean? We got this stuff for days, ready. You know what I mean? What you saying, Nehemiah? That shows that Selah did his homework. Yeah. Absolutely. Absolutely. Y'all like, subscribe, share, tap in with the big homie Nehemiah, his channel as well. Say Selah Mally been had that book. Yeah, I've been had that. When you brought that out, I was like, man, I got that somewhere. Let me go check that out. You know what I mean? Let me go see what's going on. And then I sure enough, I found it. Let's read some of this right here. Let's read some of this. Everybody think we playing around here. It's the game. What you think you playing? Waspy already came out and told you that, look, that's Ezra. That ain't got nothing to do with Moses. What Moses taught was oral. Waspy come out and tell you that's Ezra, and really his scribes copied it from the Egyptians. Gave you the time and date, all that, even down to Yeshua was born, when he died. They walked it on down. They walked it on down to the first Roman occupation of Jerusalem under Pompey, around 70 BCE, before the Common Era. Learning a lot, man. You know what I mean? All you gotta do is just slow down and not be afraid to question what it is you're looking at, right? How many of y'all knew that Jesus or Yeshua in the Bible was born at 2 different times, a decade apart, at least? I mean, y'all knew that. Either he was living during the days of Herod, or he was living during the times when Cyrenius was governor over Syria, and Augustus had the entire world taxed. Not just taxed, but had to take a census and registry. Well, those 2 events happened over a decade apart. Herod the Great never made it to the Common Era. That census took place. So either Jebus was born twice. Or guess what? The story of his birth has contradictions between Matthew, the 2nd chapter, and Luke, the 2nd chapter. You know what I mean? You just got to be willing to be real with yourself. All right? The documentary hypothesis and the compiling of the Torah. All praise to the ever-present creator of all creation, that always was, is, and never shall be, the mighty and great I am. Many have wondered and asked themselves about how the Torah was compiled. Was Moses the author, or was it compiled, edited, and redacted centuries later by several scribes? Dang, we named the scribes off today. In this presentation, I will dive into several sources that prove beyond any shadow of a doubt that Moses is not the author of the Torah. The Torah we have today is the byproduct of several scribes and authors from different time periods, perspectives, and authorities. Take notes, class in session. Documentary hypothesis. All right, Julius Wellhausen, Wikipedia, you know what I mean? You can go through, look dude up. Came up with the JEPD documents and all that. The J for the Yahweh source, the P for the priestly source, the E for the Elohist, and D for Deuteronomy. All right. Let's look at some of this. See where we're going next. All right, so what is the documentary hypothesis? Duplication and repetition of material. Variation in the ways of referring to God. Contrasting author perspectives, variation of vocabulary and literary style, evidence of editorial activity. All right, writing of the Torah. Or the Pentateuch, Genesis, Exodus, Leviticus, Numbers, and Deuteronomy. All right, the J source or the Yahweh source, Northern tradition, written. And this, and when it says source, it's talking about the Yahweh part of the J part of the Torah. But look when it was written. If Moses is back here, let's zoom in. Moses is back here. They got 1400 BC. A Waspy tell you 1553 BC. All right. Notice. So look, notice what it says on here. Oral. So well, this chart would agree with Waspy. This is what Moses taught was oral. But notice this oral from around the 1500s all the way up to when. Nothing's written down until when? After 1,000, so over 400 years later. 500 years later is when you first get the written aspects of Torah. Before that, it was all oral. You see? So you got the Yahweh portion or the J portion of the Torah written first around what, y'all? What is this right here? The 900s? 900 BC. Dang. All right, you got the E, the Elohist, and then combined with the J source, right? Written around what time, y'all? Around the 700s. And so this means Moses didn't write none of this. This stuff is written hundreds of centuries later. Several centuries later is when this thing's starting to get written. All right? Then you got the P source, which is like Leviticus and all that. That was the last one to get added. That's around what? Around the 500s? Around Ezra time. Wasn't Ezra a priest? And then you got the Deuteronomy portion of the Torah, which was around the 600s. All right, and that's why you get the JEPD or JEDP. J is for Jehovah, Yahweh. E is for Elois or Elohim. D is Deuteronomy, and P is priest. All right, notice the last portion that was added to the Torah, y'all, just so happened to be Leviticus. The priestly sources, the sacrifices, the offerings. Look at this. So when we ask you, is Moses the author? Y'all listen to me. No, Moses is not the author of the Torah that you read on. No. No. Not when you get down to it. No, we got a WASP saying it, right? But we don't have any proof that Julius Wellhausen even read a WASP. Don't know nothing about it. Just through his own research, he realized Moses couldn't have wrote the Torah based off the research. You see what I'm saying? Look at that, y'all. There go Moses. A little bit before the 1400s. It's saying that everything, the whole tradition of Israel was oral for a good 500 years. And the first thing didn't get written down. First portion of the Torah didn't get written down till around the 900s. Good night, man. And you got the Elois source around the 700s. The Deuteronomy source, part of the Torah, around the 600s. And you got the priestly source, which was the last portion of the Torah, around the 500s, man. I don't know how you can get around it. The documentary hypothesis is a theory that challenges the authorship of the Pentateuch or the Torah by Moses. I told one of them toilet nightcasts, like, let's debate if Moses wrote the Torah. He ducked. Judah Nasty ducked live. I put it right in his chat. He addressed me and ducked. No, sir, I'm not about to be doing all the work. There's no way you can prove he did. I said, I can prove he didn't write it. What you mean? No, you can't. If it wasn't him, it was his understudy Joshua, sir. No, I'm not interested. I said, you see that? I told Sinetta, you see that? Them boys ducking us. Them boys ducking. The documentary hypothesis is a theory that challenges the authorship of the Torah by Moses. It asserts many authors wrote the first 5 books of the Bible and did so many years after the events took place. The theory was first asserted by a priest named H.B. Witter, who noticed that 2 distinct names for God, Elohim and Yahweh, were used throughout the book of Genesis. A French physician named Jean Astruc published a work on the same theory, but the one who provided the most force to the theory was Julius Wellhausen, who divided the Torah up into 4 distinct sections, JEDP. All right, so it ain't the gang. Credit gang ain't making none of this up. Your crew called the Toilet Knights. Won't you accept the fade? See, we ain't talking. This ain't lick your finger scholarship. Right? This right here is a 40-some page document. All right? YAH'S, or the J source of the Torah. The creator is called Lord God. Look at that. Translated as YHWH'S. This source focuses on the relationship of God and man. The P source, or the priestly source. The creator is called El Shaddai. And this source is focused on the law, genealogies, and rituals. Elois, the creator, is called Elohim. And this source focuses on the grandeur and omnipotence of God. The Deuteronomic redactor, thought to have been composed during the what? The exile. This source recapitulates the teachings and traditions of Moses. Child, I was on there when you pressed them. They ducking, man. Don't nobody want no smoke, man. That's what they saying. They like, look, y'all just do what y'all do. We cool. Documentary hypothesis applies only to the Torah. JEPD, separate sources combined by editors or who redactors. All right, J is Jawish, Genesis 1, early simple style. E is Elohish, Genesis 2-3, late high style. D is Deuteronomy, focus on law. P is priestly source, Leviticus, focus on ritual. All right, Yahweh's, called J because Yahweh is spelled with J in German. This source calls God Yahweh. Believe the date to the end of David's reign or the period of Solomon. Dang, well, hold on. The earliest written record you got is then? Well, that means Moses, because Moses and King David and King Solomon did not live during the same period. Not with them. They were what, 4 or 5 centuries apart. The documentary I was posted, the J document, written about 850 BC by an unknown writer. Hold on. By an unknown writer in the southern kingdom of Judah, uses Yahweh for God, often refers to God anthropomorphically, makes up about a half of Genesis, the first half of Exodus, and some parts of Number, the J document. Documentary hypothesis, Elohim is called E because this source calls God Elohim, believe the date to the reign of Omri and Ahab. Documentary hypothesis, the E document, written about when, y'all? 750. Blow this up so y'all can see this. Listen to the dates because the dates prove Moses didn't write none of it. The dates prove Moses didn't write. This ain't even OWASP. This ain't OWASP. This is a document that we, or a debate document that we have, or a presentation document that we had to prove what we're talking about. We don't got to get ready to have a debate like this. We already ready. We already ready. Right? You dealing with brothers that do this. Like, I talk with them brothers every day almost. You dig? So you talking to brothers that, for one, know each other, and two, that really do this whole body. Like, you ain't got enough. Look, if you ain't on it as much as us, you can't never expect to even get out. You ain't on it enough. All right. So the E part of the Torah, the Elohim part of the Torah, was written about 750 BC by an unknown writer in the northern kingdom of Israel. Dwells on concrete particulars. That's good. Is interested in ritual, worship, God, communicates through dreams rather than walking and talking with man. Uses Elohim for God up to Exodus 3 and 15. Makes up about a third of Genesis, half of Exodus, some portions of Numbers. See that? You ain't making none of this stuff up, man. That's that type of stuff they ignoring. See, you ignoring. See, and that's why we always let you know, like, look, once we drag the deity, once we drag the God, everything else you talking about is irrelevant. And that's why the topics is like, debate if Israelites wrote the Talmud. How the hell? Look, why are y'all even talking about that? And ain't none of y'all replied to Dura-Europos yet. He came out and laid a charge to say the biblical God is a damn demon. He came out and leveled a charge against the God, and you niggas want to argue over if women can wear pants. If Ruth was an Israelite or a Moabite. Like, what the hell are we even talking about here? If Israelites wrote the Talmud, what is we even talking about here? Well, we gonna act like that bomb didn't go off? We gonna act? Nobody's going to address him. Nobody's going to address any of the rounds Creator Gang had in that debate with Elder Tiny Gun and his crew. They failed horribly. But ain't none of y'all gonna respond. Ain't none of y'all gonna take each one of our rounds, slow it down, pause it, and show the folly in it. Nobody? No. You rather talk about if Hispanics are Israelites. Who the hell cares? Yesterday, My brother Cal got on there and was like, hey, create a gang, 4 horsemen against y'all best folk. We're gonna talk about cosmogony, creation, and time. What's up? What's good? Silence. Silence. Documentary hypothesis. Priestly writer called P because this source is influenced by priestly concerns. The leader date to 550 before the Common Era during the middle of the Babylonian exile. Who in the hell was in the Babylonian exile? Yo? Ezra. And Ezra claimed to be a priest. Yeah, boy, it don't went left field. It don't went sideways. All right, the P document. Look at this. Composed in various stages all the way from Ezekiel with his holiness code, Leviticus 17 through 26, circa 570, to Ezra. There go Ezra. See, the real scholars know Moses ain't write the Torah. Ain't hard. All you gotta do, look, the Bible tell you he ain't right. If you just read it objectively, you be like, hold on, the hell, he right there if that's saying that. Huh? But as long as you got that understanding, like the Bible is flawless, ain't nothing wrong with it, then you ain't gonna be able to see what we're talking about. Until you can be real with yourself and say, nah, that does say something different. Only then will more light be able to, reveal to you, like, yeah, okay, yeah, we tripping. Look at this. P is concerned with a systematic account of the origins and institutions of the Israelite theocracy. It shows a particular interest in origins and genealogical lists and details of sacrifice and ritual. Makes up a fifth of Genesis, large portions of Exodus and Numbers, and nearly all of Leviticus. All of Leviticus uses Elohim for God up to Exodus 6, 2 through 3. A head drop, boy. Documentary hypothesis. Deuteronomy is called deep because this source is characterized by the language and style of the book of Deuteronomy, but lead a date to the reign of Josiah and later. The scroll found in the temple was read. All right, now look at it. The documentary hypothesis, the D document, composed possibly under the direction of the high priest HICKMAN as an official program for the Party of Reform sponsored by King Josiah in the revival of 621 BC. It was done to force people to stop worshiping the high places and worship only in Jerusalem. It contains almost all of Deuteronomy and also Joshua, Judges, Samuel, and Kings. So this ain't just Torah, Tanakh too. Uses Yahweh for God. All right, so these is the time period supposing when it was written. The J part of the Torah, 9th century BC. The E or the Elohist part, 8th century BC. The Deuteronomy source or part of the Torah, 7th to 6th century BCE. And Leviticus, the priestly code, 6th to 5th century BC. Ezra, according to Owaspi, was 496 BC, which is what? The 5th century. Before the Common Era. All right. Simply put, the documentary hypothesis claims that the Torah has several authors and scribes, which is in contrast to the traditional view of Moses being a sole author under divine unction. Wait, let me see what this video. How long is the video? It's 2 minutes. Yeah, let's watch that real quick, man. Let's watch that. Let's get an understanding.
The 4 traditions within the Pentateuch, Mosaic tradition. The origin of the Torah's foundations from Moses can be seen in the essential unity of both the Torah's narrative and legislative parts. Yet, in the particulars, in style, and in ways of elaborating on a theme within the Pentateuch, several variations can be traced. For example, A. The stories about the creation in Genesis chapters 1 through 2, while united in spirit, are quite different in character.
Fair use. Fair use. Fair use. What you say, bro? Hey, Bowling Bill say, hey, man, package this and sell it as a PDF. Matter of fact, that's an excellent idea. We probably should start doing that. A lot of these documents that we draw up like 100 pages. You dig? If y'all getting some understanding, throw some foes up in the chat, man. You see, I can't get no Christian, Israelite, or Jew except to address the Pope Leo the 10th issue. And he said Jesus never existed. Also, Pope Paul III. Ooh-wee. Ooh-wee. Somebody big mad, huh? All right, we get some understanding. Now look at this right here. I see why the toilet knights don't want to take that any topic that we talking about. Right? Your organization is called the Torah Knights. All right? You claim you got a problem with the gang and how we been coming forth. Right? And how YHWH's came forth, but when we call you to the flow about how the Torah was compiled, you duck all that smoke. Like, no, I'm cool. I bet. Watch this.
Character. So, for instance, in Genesis chapter 1, plants and animals are created first and man last. According to Genesis chapter 2, though, when man came about, there had not been plants yet, and the animals were created after man was. B. Genesis chapter 4, verses 25 through 26 is a narrative about the birth of Seth, but Genesis chapter 5, verse 3 speaks about the birth of Seth for the first time, as it were. C. As it follows from Genesis chapter 4, verse 17, Enoch is the son of Cain, but in Genesis chapter 5, verse 18, Enoch is said to be the son of Jared, which makes him the 10th generation after Adam. D. Genesis chapter 7, verse 17 tells us that the flood took place for 40 days, but in Genesis chapter 7, verse 24, 150 days. Such variations, which appear throughout the Torah, have made it possible to single out 4 trends which are intertwined together to form a single whole within the sacred narrative. The popular name for understanding the collection of these trends is the documentary hypothesis. Julius Wellhausen, a 19th century German scholar, is considered to be an important progenitor of this documentary hypothesis. His theory assumed that in the Pentateuch, there initially had been 4 separate coherent narratives that emerged at different times and in different circles. Wellhausen believed these narratives were the processing of a single tradition of the Old Testament community of the faithful that traced back to Moses and pre-Mosaic times. Theologically, such a collective structure of the Pentateuch may have to do with the tendency towards an all-round revealing of a God-inspired truth.
Oh, wait. So I ain't just, you know what I mean? I ain't talking crazy in there now. Not gonna be ain't talking crazy, is he? Can't be. Can't be. Look at this. Look what the prophet Jeremiah uttered. Same truths. Jeremiah 8:8. How do you say we are wise in the law, or the Torah of Yah is with us? Lo, certainly in vain made he it. The pen of the scribes is in vain. Same verse in the New and Living Translation. How can you say we are wise because we have the Torah of Yah, when your teachers have twisted it by writing lies? The scribes are the teachers, and lies are written in the Torah. How can you say we are wise? We have the Torah of Yahweh. The truth is, those who teach it have used their writings to make it say what it does not really mean. Jeremiah 8:8. Several different versions. That one right there was the most powerful one to me, because you just read in English in the KJV. Look what it says. Like, you really can't grasp it all the way. You feel me? Until you look at it in a different translation. It says in the KJV, how do you say we are wise and the law of the Lord is with us? Lo, certainly in vain made he it. The pen of the scribes is in vain. Look at this last one down here, though. Look at this one. This one, boy. How can you say we are wise? We have the Torah of Yahweh. The truth is, those who teach it, teach what? Teach the Torah, have used their writings to make the Torah say what it does not really mean. As we see, the prophet Jeremiah admitted that the scribes who wrote out the Torah, law of biblical God, interjected lies into it. Whenever we bring out this obvious truth, most people fall into denial mode and start asking, who are these false scribes? Take notes, classes in session. We just went over that. OISP. Headshot. Didn't we just go over that? Let's read it again. It ain't gonna hurt nothing. The Ark of Bond, chapter 20, 17 through 18 and 21. It ain't gonna hurt nobody to read it. OISP, headshot. Pharaoh's scribes and recorders assembled in Kaona, and they appointed Phayah, an Egyptian, to write the departure of the Israelites out of Egypt. And Phayah wrote the account and called it the Exodus of the Hebrews. And it was recorded in the king's house of records. And copies of it were sent to the large cities, and there recorded also. For such was the law of Egypt. Phayah's record was afterward accepted by who? Ezra. And is that which is known to this day as the first book of Exodus. Everything that we showing today shows that Ezra and all them, and when the priestly source came about during the captivity. Now in Babylon. You see that? So look at this right here. The book of Genesis, as it stood in the Egyptian records, was written by Akaboth. These are the scribes. Well, who are the scribes? Y'all don't know. You don't know. See, all you gotta do is keep listening. Right? OISP don't just tell you that the scribes of the Torah interjected lies into it. It names them. Now you know the names. You know what I mean? Look at this. The book of Genesis, as it stood in the Egyptian records, was written by Akaboth, the pen of the scribes. Was written by Akaboth and Duram and Azed, and was the substance from which Ezra copied it through his scribes, even as it is to this day. The inspiration of Genesis was from the god Osiris the False and his emissaries, chief of whom were Yoruba and Egypt, who were angel servants to Osiris. And so far as the records now stand, the spirit of both books was the Egyptian version of the whole subject. And behold, it came to pass that the records were worthless. Good night. And to make matters worse, the records were so voluminous, so large, being more than 6,000 books, that the scribes of Ezra could neither make head nor tail of them. Nevertheless, they were all written in the first place, not by the Israelites, not by the Israelites, but by their enemies. Whew. Man. Good night, boy. Bag drop, headshot. Now look at this. Now let's go to a different source. And this ain't no WASP we going to. Now let's look at the Nazarene Acts of the Apostles. Did the disciples of Yeshua think and believe the Torah that they had was authored by Moses or someone else? Source, Nazarene Acts of the Apostles. Order Recognitions of Clement. Page 271, homily 2, chapter 38, corruption of the Torah. Not the corruption of the Torah. If y'all get some understanding, spin that vortex up in the chat, man. But wait till y'all see how we gonna end this thing. Wait till you see how we gonna end this thing, man. Y'all gonna be like, man, stop it. Stop it. Wait till y'all see how we gonna end this thing, man. All right, so this is allegedly Peter, a disciple, or Kepha, Shimon Kepha, disciple of Yeshua. Right, he got a part in this Nazarene scene literature called the corruption of the Torah. Look what Peter is saying 2,000 years ago. It says, for the scriptures, and in his day, the scriptures is the Tanakh, it's the Torah and the prophets. For the scriptures have had joined in them many falsehoods against Elohim on this account. The prophet Moses, by order of Elohim, delivered the Torah with the explanations to 70 chosen men, in order that they also might instruct such of the people as they chose. After some time, the written Torah had added to it certain falsehoods, contrary to the Torah of Elohim, who made the heaven and the earth and all things in them. The evil one having dared to work this for his evil purpose. This took place. Look at this. This took place in reason and judgment, that those who might be convicted. This took place in reason and judgment, that those might be convicted who should dare to listen to the things written against Elohim. So if you think Elohim is creator, and you hear somebody saying, well, if creator told you to kill your children, would you do it? And you say, yeah, then that's the test for you. The test is, how dare you believe anything wicked about your maker? How dare you believe your maker would even charge you to kill your child or anything that's breathing? He said this took place in reason and judgment. Those might be convicted who should dare listen to the things written against Elohim. And those who through love towards them should not only disbelieve the things spoken against him, but should not even endure to hurt them at all. Even if they should happen to be true, judging it much safer to incur danger with respect to religious faith than to live with an evil conscience on account of blasphemous words. He like, look, even if that shit was true, I'm not believing it. You know what I mean? Look at this. Foreknowledge of Moses. Nazarene Acts of the Apostles. Then said Kepha, the Torah Elohim was given by Moses without writing. It's oral, y'all. Oral. So if it was given to Moses without writing, orally, then Moses didn't write the Torah that you read on. The Torah of Elohim was given by Moses without writing to 70 wise men to be handed down so that the government might be carried on by succession. But after that Moses was taken up, it was written by someone, but not by Moses. You hear this? Huh? Come on, man. We ain't making none of this up. You think it's a game? What you think we playing? We ain't making none of this up, man. That's why these guys don't want to debate us. Better not. You better tread lightly. You better act like you know what's going on, boy. We'll walk you boys down, park you, just like we did. Park you right handicapped. You better not take no debate against creator gang. Y'all saw what happened. It's just what it is, man. It's just what it is. And the crazy part about it, a WASPy saying it's enough. We all over. We ain't even just in a WASPy. We going through the research, the documentary hypothesis. Now we in the Nazarene and the same literature. And it's all saying the same thing. No, you don't know who wrote the Torah. You don't know if somebody that like laying with greased up midgets wrote it. You don't know if a pedophile wrote it. You don't know. A murderer, a racist, a slave owner. You don't know. How you know the scribe or scribes that wrote out Torah or Tanakh didn't like laying with greased up midgets? If Moses is not the author, then who the hell is? Wow. Wow. Okay. 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 Let's keep reading. All right. So the Torah of Elohim was given by Moses without writing. Without writing. The 70 wise men to be handed down so that the government might be carried on by succession. But after that Moses was taken up, it was written by someone, but not by Moses. For in the Torah itself, it is written, and Moses died, and they buried him near the house of Phagor. And to this day, no one knows where he is buried. But how could Moses write that Moses died? That right there is one of the biggest tip-offs right there that Moses didn't write the Torah. How the hell is he saying, and the man Moses died? When he be writing and say, hey, I'm about to die. You can't write about your own death. And where you buried at, you already dead. Who writing that? Or what about when it says, and the man Moses was the most humble and meekest man on all the earth, in all the earth? Is that him writing about himself? Or is that someone else writing about him? When it says in Torah that the man Moses died and this where he was buried, how the hell did Moses write that? How? If he died and was buried, how is he writing where he buried at? He died. But how could Moses write that Moses died? And whereas in the time after Moses, about 500 years or thereabouts, so now we're down to the time of David and Solomon, right? It is found lying in the temple, which was built. And after about 500 years more, it is carried away and being burnt, Torah, and being burnt in the time of Nebuchadnezzar, it is destroyed. And thus being written after Moses, Judah nasty, and thus being written after Moses, and often lost several times. Even this shows the foreknowledge of Moses, because he, foreseeing his disappearance, did not write it. But those who wrote it, being convicted of ignorance through their not foreseeing his disappearance, were not prophets. Those who wrote the Torah and Tanakh were not prophets. If they were real prophets, they would have knew that I'm writing in vain. It's going to disappear anyway. It's going to be burnt so many times. What the hell am I writing for? So it's saying those who wrote Torah were not prophets. And we talking about the time of Nebuchadnezzar and being burnt in the time of Nebuchadnezzar. Y'all, that's the Babylonian captivity. Torah was burnt. That's why Ezra had to refurbish and come out with it with his Torah. Because whatever was written down attributed to Moses, even though Moses never wrote it, had been burnt and destroyed several times by the time the kingdom of Judah got to Babylon. So what the kingdom of Judah came out of Babylon with was not nothing that Moses wrote himself. Moses is not the author nor compiler of Torah. Look at this. Nazarene Acts of the Apostles, Yeshua's teachings concerning the Torah. Then Kepha's Peter. Look at this. Look what Peter say that they were taught by Yeshua about the Torah that they had in their day. Look at this. Then Kepha, this is what he taught. This is what Yeshua taught concerning the Torah that they had. He taught that it is the mixture of truth with falsehood. Good night. You mean to tell me the Messiah taught his disciples that the Torah that they had, which was Ezra's Torah, right, was a mixture of truth with falsehood? And you mad at us for what? What are you mad at us for? You hear us say, yes, it's tampered with. Yes. Everything you read is not right. Yes. You say that, you ready to spill your coffee, ready to have an aneurysm. You about ready to go crash out. He taught that it is the mixture of truth with falsehood. I remember that on one occasion, he finding fault with the Sadducees, who's supposed to be the priests, who's supposed to be the Zadokites, the priests, the sons of Zadok in them. Sadducee is a Greek way to say Zadok, Zadok. But at this time, they were Roman appointed Zadokites. They weren't even Israelites at that time. Rome and Herod and them was all cool. So they was appointing Herodian priests and all type of stuff. It was crazy. I remember on one occasion, he finding fault with the Sadducees, said, so you are in error, not knowing the true things of the scriptures. And on this account, you are ignorant of the power of Elohim. But if he laid it on them that they knew not the true things of the scriptures, it is obvious. It is obvious that there are false things in them. All game. When Yeshua told them, you err not knowing the truth nor the power of God. Well, if he's telling them that you don't know the true things of the scriptures, then that means there are false things in them as well. Slow down. All right. And also, in as much as he said, be prudent money changers, it is because there are genuine and spurious words. There are true words in the Torah and there are false words. And so he said, how do you not perceive that which is reasonable in the scriptures? He makes the understanding of him stronger who voluntarily judges soundly. So to be a money changer is a banker, right? Now, if you accepted money all day, you have to develop the skill to spot out real currency versus counterfeit currency. So what the disciples were taught by the real Yeshua, the Essene or the Nazarene, was when you read Torah, you got to be a money changer. You got to be a banker. What do you mean? Because there are true things in Torah and false things. And just like a banker has to be able to tell the difference between real currency and fake currency, you got to be able to tell the difference between what's of the Creator and what's not if you read the Bible. You see? Not hard to understand. Look at this. More teachings from Yeshua that is saying about Torah. The Torah, everybody ready to fight over today and die over. You don't even know what's really going on out here, do you? Out here looking foolish. Out here looking foolish. All right, look at this. His teaching concerning Torah, his word to the scribes and teachers of existing scriptures, as to those who knew the true things of the Torah, that then was is well known. And also that he said, I am not come to destroy the Torah, and yet that he appeared to be destroying it, is the part of one intimating that the things that he destroyed did not belong to the Torah. You love to quote that today, you know what I mean? Now, one jot of tittle will pass from the law until all be fulfilled, and all ain't been fulfilled yet. Well, whatever got destroyed or took away didn't belong in the first place. See, it's always a flip side to the coin. It's always a flip side to the explanation you come with. All right? Well, ain't nothing been destroyed. Actually, it has. Temple been destroyed. Your priesthood been disbanded. Your altar's been destroyed. What do you mean? So if it's been destroyed, if you no longer are bound to that, if it's not applicable to you, then guess what? It didn't belong in the first place. And it's a gang of stuff that when you read through the Torah that you're not applying today. There's a gang of stuff in Torah that you're not applying today. You feel me? So if it's not applicable, right, or it has been destroyed, such as your temples and your altars and your tabernacles and your blood sacrifices and all that, then guess what? It was only temporary. It didn't belong in the first place. And his saying, the heaven and earth will pass away, but not one least letter or punctuation will pass from the Torah, intimated that the things which pass away before the heaven and the earth do so do not belong to the Torah in the first place. We got more things right here. Now let's compare and contrast some of the stories of the Torah and show different authorship. You know what I mean? It's so much, y'all. You know what I mean? Easy work. Matter of fact, I might just go over one of them real quick. Or the sequence of creation. All right, so let's blow this up a little bit so you can see. All right. Genesis 1:1 through 2 and 3, Genesis 2 and 4, bottom of the verse through Genesis 2 and 25. Duration of creation, 6 days, Genesis 1. Through Genesis 2 and 3, right? 1 day of creation implied in Genesis 2 and 4, bottom of the verse. Primordial scenario, dark, watery chaos. Genesis 2, desert-like oasis. Sequence of creation. This one right here is really what's going to blow it open for you. Because in Genesis 1, the order of creation is totally different than Genesis 2. So Genesis 2 is not a summary of Genesis 1. All right. Look at this. Order of creation. Light, non-solar, sky dome, solid, firmament, dry land, plants, light set in the sky dome, sea and sky creatures, land animals, then humans. That's Genesis 1. Man is the last thing made in Genesis 1. Now, when you get into Genesis 2, man is made first. Then, trip off this, garden with trees and river. Now hold on. The trees and all that were made before humans were made, Genesis 1. How was man on the scene and then the gardens with trees and rivers and all that being made when all that was made before man breathed oxygen in Genesis, the first chapter? Could it be two different scribes are writing about creation from their perspective at different time periods? And both perspectives are in the Bible? Because the order of creation is totally different. Humans are the last thing made, Genesis 1. Let us make man in our image after our likeness. Man is made after the plants and the trees and the animals and all that in Genesis 1. But in Genesis 2, man is made, then the garden with trees and rivers and all that. Then the animals, land animals and birds. And then the woman is made. They're made at the man and woman is made at the same time in Genesis 1. They're made at different times in Genesis 2. All right. The land, the animals, the trees, all that is made before humans in Genesis 1, but in Genesis 2, man is made, then comes the garden with trees and river and all that extra stuff. You see what I'm saying? Right? Contradiction. It don't line up. Instead of you trying to make it line up, be real with yourself. But no, they don't say the same thing. There's two different stories. Method of creation. God speaks, separates, names, and blesses. Yahweh God forms, breathes, plants, puts to sleep, and builds. All right. Let's give an example just real quick. Genesis 1 and 20. Right here. It says, most believe that Genesis chapter 1 and Genesis chapter 2 are the same story. Just one summarizes the other. However, under closer scrutiny, it has been revealed that both accounts are by two different authors. Let's look at it. Genesis 1 and 20. And God, or Elohim, said, let the waters bring forth abundantly the moving creature that have life, and fowl that may fly above the earth in the open firmament of heaven. So Genesis 1 and 20, as we can see, the author of Genesis chapter 1 wrote that the birds or fowls that fly above the earth in the open firmament were created out of the waters. Ain't that what it just said? And God said, let the waters bring forth abundantly the moving creature that have life, and fowl that may fly above the earth in the open firmament of heaven. So according to Genesis 1 and 20, the birds that fly in the heavens or in the air above your head were created out of the water. If y'all understand that, give me a 2 up in the chat. According to Genesis 1 and 20, the birds were created and made out of the waters. The birds that to this day fly in the sky above your head were made out of the waters. That's what Genesis 1 and 20 is saying. If y'all understand that, give me a 2 up in the chat. We ain't making that up. That's what it says. Also, the deity or deities is called Elohim. What does chapter 2 say about the same birds? Well, they created out of the waters. Let's go to Genesis 2 and 19. And out of the ground, the Lord God, Yahweh Elohim, formed every beast of the field and every fowl of the earth. Out of the ground. Genesis 1, it says out of the waters. The fowls that fly in the open firmament above your head will create out of the waters. In Genesis 2, supposedly the same creation story, every bird or fowl of the earth was made out of the ground. And out of the ground the Lord God formed every beast of the field and every fowl of the earth and brought them unto Adam to see what he would call them. And whatsoever Adam called every living creature, that was the name thereof. If Moses is the author of the first 2 chapters of Genesis, then he's clearly confused about creation. The only logical explanation is that both accounts were written by 2 different authors at different time periods from different perspectives. Either the fowls that fly in the air were created out of the waters or the ground. Which one is it? Let's look at some more examples of multiple authors in the Torah. You ever heard of Noah's Ark? Uh-oh. Let's look at this one and then we're going to read something else. All right. I'm going to read something else. All right. So before we even go there, all right, if you understand that Genesis chapter 1 claims that the birds that fly in the air above your head were created out of the waters, right? And Genesis chapter 2 say every fowl that of the earth was made out the ground. If you understand that those two accounts are a contradiction, put a 1 up in the chat. If you feel those two accounts harmonize, put a 2 up in the chat, and please explain how it harmonizes. How are the birds that fly in the air above your head made out of the waters in Genesis 1, but out of the ground in Genesis 2? So give me a 1 if it's a contradiction. Give me a 2 if it harmonizes. If you drop a 2, explain. You got to explain how the birds that fly in the air above your head were created out of the waters and the earth and the ground. Just being real, man. I mean, gotta slow that down. Gotta slow it down. Wait. Look in there. Look at this shine LaFay. Look at my sister. What's up, sis? All right. You ever heard of Noah's Ark? Now let's go read this account. And then I got something for y'all. We gonna end it with a bang, baby. We gonna end it with a bang. I bet y'all can't even guess where I'm going after this. I bet y'all can't even guess, man. Yeah, but believe me, your mind gonna be blown. All right. Genesis 6:19-20. And of every living thing of all flesh, 2 of every sort shall you bring into the ark. Of every living thing of all flesh, 2 of every sort shall you bring into the ark, to keep them alive with thee. They shall be male and female. Of fowls after their kind, and of cattle after their kind, and of every creeping thing of the earth after his kind. 2 of every sort shall come unto thee, to keep them alive. Now see that? So this is saying 2 pairs, right? 2 of every sort shall you bring into the ark, male and female, of every living thing of all flesh. It ain't saying some of these or trying to separate the clean from the unclean. It don't say that. It don't say that. It says, and of every living thing of all flesh, 2 of every sort shall you bring into the ark, to keep them alive with thee. They shall be what? Male and female. Of all flesh, all the animals was supposed to be a male part and a female part on the ark. All right, for the purpose of keeping them alive. Watch this. Notice in Genesis chapter 6:19-20, Noah was commanded to bring 2 of every animal that has the breath of life into the ark, male and female. This includes every fowl, every cattle, and every creeping thing upon the face of the earth. The key word is every. Don't forget that. Let's take a look at Genesis chapter 7. Remember, those who are mentally short believe Moses wrote the Torah. If this is the case, then Moses is confused about his own story. Pay attention. Genesis 7:1-3. And the Lord said unto Noah, come thou and all thy house into the ark, for thee have I seen righteous before me in this congregation, or in this generation. Of every clean beast you shall take to thee by 7s, the male and his female. And of beasts that are not clean by 2, the male and his female. Of fowls also of the earth by 7s, the male and the female, to keep seed alive upon the face of the earth. In Genesis 7:1-3, Yahweh changes his mind about the animals that are to enter the ark. 7 pairs, male and female, of so-called clean animals are to enter, and only 2 pairs of the so-called unclean animals are to enter the ark. So which one is it? Pairs of 2 of every fowl, cattle, and creeping thing, or 7 pairs of clean and 2 pairs of the unclean animals? If Moses wrote this, he is clearly confused about the animal count on Noah's ark. Let's read further into Genesis chapter 7. Genesis 7:7-9. And Noah went in, and his sons and his wife and his sons' wives with him, into the ark, because of the waters of the flood, of clean beasts, and of beasts that are not clean, and of fowls, and of everything that creepeth upon the earth. There went in 2 and 2 unto Noah into the ark, the male and the female, as God had commanded Noah. Hold on. Right here in verse 7 through 9, the clean and unclean are still going in by twos. Twos. It ain't no 7. Right? Why the switch up? What's happening? Look at this, verse 13 to 15. And the self-same day entered Noah and Shem, Ham, and Japheth, the sons of Noah, and Noah's wife, and the 3 wives of his sons with them into the ark. They and every beast after his kind, and all the cattle after their kind, and every creeping thing that creepeth upon the earth after his kind, and every fowl after his kind, every bird of every sort. And they went in unto Noah into the ark, 2 and 2 of all flesh, wherein the breath of life, wherein is the breath of life. Notice in Genesis 7, 9 through 15, every fowl, every cattle, every creeping thing, clean or unclean, male and female, enter the ark by twos and not pairs of 7. The only logical explanation is that there are multiple authors of the Torah, and none of them are Moses. If y'all see that Moses can't even get the animal count right, man. All right, which one is it? Is it 2 of every creature that breathes the breath of life, male and female? Or is it 7 pairs of clean and just 2 and 2 of the unclean? Right? You see how in Genesis 6, every creature is 2, male and female. They don't even make a distinction between clean and unclean. You get into chapter 7, clean and unclean. 7 pairs of clean, only 2, male and female, to unclean. Then you get further into chapter 7, it jumps back. It still has the clean and unclean animals, but it's back on the 2, male and female. And then when you end it off with verses 13 through 15, it's 2 and 2, male and female, of every creature that breathes life. So we got another contradiction. The animal count. The animal count. Noah's Ark. Did every animal go up in there, male and female, 2 by 2? Or was it 7 pairs of clean animals and a male and female of the unclean animals? You see, we got a contradiction. That's what we got going on. We got 2 competing traditions within the same Bible. See? A lot of people can't handle that, though. And be like, oh, no, Jack, you over here tripping. What you over there talking about? What you over there talking about? I want to share something with y'all real quick. All right. This is where we going to go. This is how we going to end this. This is how we going to end this. Now, we don't went in no WASPy. We don't went in Bible. We went over the documentary hypothesis. We done went to the Dura-Europos synagogue, showed Ezra. They all saying Moses didn't write that. We went to the Nazarene, Acts of the Apostles, dealing with the Nazarene and Scene literature. They saying Moses ain't write the Torah, that the Torah is corrupted. What do we have here? What do we have here? Y'all ever heard of Antiquity Unveiled? Ancient voices from the spirit realms. See, Mally, I was with you, man. Here you go getting all weird on us, man. What is you doing? Look at this. Ancient voices from the spirit realms, the close of most startling revelations, proving Christianity to be of heathen origin. Truth Crushed by Priest shall rise again, 3rd edition, Philadelphia Oriental Publishing Company. When? 1912. Oh, this book was written over 100 years ago. But was written after WASPy. No? And guess what? He had some spiritual communications with a lot of important figures that had to do with forming Judaism and Christianity after they died. These spirits came through a medium and gave their testimony to this cat right here. John M. Roberts, dude was a lawyer. Now, you can read this and be like, yeah, whatever. That was, I ain't even into none of that. I mean, it's understandable. Trust me, I understand. But look at some of these table of contents, boy. Apollonius the Nazarene, good night. The Jesus of the Christians, Apollonius of Tyana the Nazarene, born AD 2, died AD 99. His history and teachings appropriated to formulate Christianity. The original Gospels of the New Testament brought from India. Ooh, this is just a table of contents. Pope Gregory VII. Somebody brought up a pope earlier. Pope Gregory VII. His reason for destroying the library of the Palatine Apollo. The manuscripts contained therein will prove the non-existence of Jesus Christ. Because y'all know they made up a God, man. Straight made a God up. You know what I mean? Who we got here? We got Vespasian. We got Vespasian. Vespasian, Titus' father, the nigga that destroyed Jerusalem in 70 AD. Herod Agrippa II. We're going to start there. Because remember, we talking about what? What's the topic of the class? The Ezra Bible and the compiling of the Torah. Now let's see if we can go get testimony from the spirit of men who have been long dead. By the time this book was written, the men have been dead 1700 years. And I know some of this may be spooky to some of y'all, but look, until you read it and then go into the history behind it, because after you read the communication in here, there's a whole history behind the person when they was living, and see if you can validate that history. And then once you do that, then you'll be like, whoa, hold on. It may be some truth to what this is saying. All right, let's go down to Herod Agrippa. What page is that? 82. Let's go down to Herod Agrippa, man. All right, let's read some of this. I think it's in the 90s, though. Let's get on down here. Let's see, and let's trip off what dude said. That's Vespasian. That's a good one. Let's read about Herod Agrippa II. Let's see if they're saying in spirit if Moses wrote Torah, or if the history of the Jewish people at their time went all the way back to Moses. Let's see. If y'all get some understanding, man, throw some foes up in that chat, man. Love, light, and cosmons of the family. Just me. What's up with the elder? Just me. He said I had that book and it's very interesting to read. It is. It is. I read some of this with the brother Hezekiah Judah the other day, boy. We was on the phone about a couple hours. He was like, boy, that say what? Like, man, yeah. He's like, send that to me right now, player, partner. Let's read this. Herod Agrippa, the second king of Judea. I will salute you, sir, by saying those who would obstruct these communications confirm the saying. Fools rush in where angels fear to tread. I was born into the mortal life about AD 30 and departed to the spirit life about AD 85. I lived at the time of the great triumphs and renowned career of Apollonius of Tyana, a man and a medium who, if people must have a God and a savior, ought to be the leading character in the direction today. I most positively assert that under the name of Paulinius or Paulinus or Apollonius was brought before me for disturbing the peace of the country. But nothing could be proven against him except that he knew more about the Jewish religion than my own people did. In those days, the Jews gladly killed any Gentile who knew more of their religion and who could expound it better than their learned rabbis. As I could find no harm in the man except what I have stated, he was discharged. He was brought before me a second time about the time of the downfall of the Jewish state, which was about AD 67 or 68, when he was again charged with disturbing the country by advancing ideas that were derogatory to the Jewish Jehovah. But again, his accusers failed to prove their point. Apollonius was in fact a disciple and initiated member of the school of Gamaliel. And so well did he argue with his accusers. That they failed in all their attempts to prove anything against him. That Apollonius was the Saint Paul of the present Christian religion is plainly proven. Well, this nigga Apollonius of Tyana is the Jesus Christ and Paul character of the Bible. Good night. By reading the various epistles attributed to him. Those epistles will show to any candid inquirer or thinker that Paul was not a Jew. Well, I've been said that. We've been told you that boy was a Herodian. You got Herod in spirit telling you, like who they call him Paul was not no Jew. He wasn't that at all. Everything therein goes to show that he must have been a person well versed in Greek and just such a writer and thinker as was the great Cappadocian sage Apollonius of Tyana. The last time during my mortal career that I met Apollonius was in the camp of Titus before Jerusalem about AD 70, where I saw such spiritual manifestations occurring through his mediumship or in his presence, as Josephus relates as having occurred through Eleazar the Jew. Josephus was in the camp of Titus at that time. Those manifestations were similar to the various phenomena now well known to be produced by spirits through mediums, and were such as to indicate or as to incite Vespasian and Titus to greater endeavors to overthrow the Jewish state. I have further to say that there was no, listen to this. This is what this nigga Herod is saying. Herod Agrippa II is saying from the other side. Look what he say about this. I have further to say that there was no Jewish history or book written in my time that could prove my people to have a history extending over 500 years before my time. Well, 500 years before the Common Era put us right back with Ezra. Do y'all hear what he's saying? This man in spirit is telling you or agreeing with the topic of the class. I have further to say that there was no Jewish history or book written in my time that could prove my people to have a history extending over 500 years before my time. The sacred writings all took their present shape in the days of who? Who? Ezra the scribe. Ball game, boy. Ball game. What is we even talking about? And this is Herod Agrippa II as a spirit testifying in the 1900s, 18 to 1900 years after his death. He speaks through a medium to this cat John Roberts and say, hey, look, let me tell you something. There were no books. I have further to say that there was no Jewish history or book written in my time that could prove my people to have a history extending over 500 years before my time. The sacred writings, the Torah, all took their present shape in the days of Ezra the scribe. This communication. Not Ezra the scribe, man. Not Ezra the scribe, man. Look at this. This communication is not from a Jew or the Jews, but it's from one who despised them because they would never submit to be properly ruled. He's talking about the real Israelites. And were always in a state of anarchy. They were bigoted on all points, and it was their bigotry that destroyed them as a nation. Dang. It was, you know what I mean? It was very nationalistic and zealous. My name was Agrippa Herod the Younger. I was king of Judea. Dang, boy. Dang, boy. Now, how is it that he in spirit is saying what we saying? This book was written a few years after Owaspy. It was some high spiritual communicating going on from the mid 1800s all the way up to the early 1900s. Man, it was a lot of spiritual communicating going on. But Agrippa in spirit just proved the point of this class. Moses ain't write the Torah. Look at the history and the books and the antiquity of first century Judea didn't go back no further than Ezra. The sacred writings, that's what it said right there. Look at that. Sacred writings all took their present shape in the days of Ezra the scribe. Ooh wee, ooh wee, ooh wee. Not Ezra the scribe. Day in. There go Ezra with the Torah. Him downstairs. There he is right there. Him downstairs. Dang, son. Dang, son. That's crazy. Yep. Just in spirit form, intuitive goat. There go Ezra. Dura-Europos. Painting of Ezra on wood panel from the Dura-Europos synagogue, one of the oldest synagogues in the world, from 3rd century before the Common Era. There go Ezra. What you mean there wasn't no pale Jews or Judeans or whatever before the 8th century of the Common Era? That's a lie. Who's that? Who's that? Dang, man, but look, it gets worse. Go on back and show some more of this. Because it gets worse, cuz. Dang. All right, so that's Agrippa. All right, let's go down to Josephus. Let's see what Josephus say. And see, after you read the communication, dude gives how you can look up and confirm that if that communication is authentic by researching the life of Agrippa. Give you all the stuff. So you can confirm for yourself if that communication is valid or not. I'm saying he ain't got no reason to lie. What is he lying about? What he got to gain from lying up that Moses wrote the Torah? He did. What he got to gain from that? Pliny the Younger, that's something you can use. I ain't gonna help the cats out in their debate, but all these cats, every word, Eusebius, Origen, Pliny the Younger, Cornelius Tacitus, Josephus, everything that people use to prove the historicity of the Christian Jesus, man, all them cats returned and gave a testimony. Let's read about Josephus. Yep, we're gonna get into Rabbi Akiba too. I be hearing the Toilet Knights talk about him. Rabbi Akiba. Okay, well, let's read what he had to say. All right, Josephus. And this again, y'all, the book Antiquity Unveiled. Voices from the spirit realms reveal the most startling fact that Christianity is of heathen origin. Heathen origin. Ooh-wee. Share this tab right here. Let's get back and get busy. Glad y'all getting some understanding. You feel me? Wait, now we got Flavius Josephus. Look what he say in spirit after being dead 1,900 years, 1,800 years. Look what he say. MINISTRIES. This is called Antiquity Unveiled. Antiquity Unveiled. Send me your email. I can drop it right to you. Or look up the Antiquity Unveiled PDF. Download it, big dog. It's all good. This right here is Josephus. Look at it. Jewish historian. I greet you, sir. Centuries have rolled away since I passed from my earthly labors. Dang. Look at this. There are things in the spirit life that are too deep for mortal comprehension. Away in the higher realms of spirit life, there are prepared for you such stores of spiritual manna as you cannot conceive of, which will be poured down upon you as soon as you open up the conditions that will render this possible. The obstructions to this event is not so much in spirit life as among mortals, on account of the density of your organism as compared with the spirit organism. You have the atmosphere around so psycholized that it is wonderful that a refined spirit can come to you at all. To do so, for such a spirit is like a strong swimmer almost exhausted by buffeting the swift current. For a sensitive and refined spirit to force itself back to earth and manifest through a medium is in every way more exhausting. So he like, for any of us to even purr and holler at you is very exhausting. It will be like a strong swimmer trying to swim against a current upstream. So he letting it be known that it ain't no easy task to come holler at you, especially, you know what I mean, if you're a little higher raised. Look at it. To this point, the control of the medium seemed imperfect. That is preliminary to what I want to say to you at this time. My life was an eventful one. Look what Joseph is saying. Look what he's saying. My life was an eventful one. I lived at the time of the final overthrow of the Jewish nation, which was foretold by our seers, clairvoyants, and trance mediums. I am here today to testify in regard to a question which is of vital importance to humanity and to untold millions of spirits also. It is in relation to the correctness of the doctrine of salvation through a savior. Look at this. It has been claimed by historians and writers that I was an Ebionite Christian. I positively deny the truth of that statement. Josephus said I was none of that. I was a Jew of the sect of Pharisees, and at no time leaned toward the Sadducees or to the doctrines of the Essenes. Okay. I lived to see my nation dispersed and scattered. At the time when I wrote my histories, there was no such man. There was no such man as Jesus of Nazareth, a doer of wonderful works. And any person of ordinary comprehension can see that the passage in which it is said I referred historically to such a man was fraudulently interpolated by some Christian copy of my history. So when you read that Josephus spoke about Jesus, Josephus in spirit saying, nah, that wasn't me. That's a later Christian interpolator who fraudulently put that into my writings. Probably Justin Martyr or Eusebius, because when you read Eusebius' testimony in there, he like, nah, man, I only copied what Justin Martyr wrote down. Little church father Justin Martyr, he the one that put the passage of Jesus Christ, a doer of wonderful works, and all that into Josephus. It was Justin Martyr. I know the world says Eusebius, but Eusebius in spirit said, look, I only copy what Justin Martyr wrote down. I ain't the one. I'm not the originator of putting that Jesus topic into Josephus' writings. It was Justin Martyr. He say any person of ordinary comprehension can see that the passage in which it is said I referred historically to such a man was fraudulently interpolated by some Christian copy of my history. First, it interrupts the narrative which I was writing at the time. And in second, look at this. Look at this. And in the second place, I always gave all the facts that I could glean concerning those persons of whom I wrote. And if so important a person as this Jesus has been represented to have been, had lived at that time, I would have given a full description of him. He's like, why ain't no full description of him? There were no Christians at the time of my retirement from public life in the year 100 in the reign of Trajan. Dang. Christianity was the subsequent outgrowth of all the mystical religious systems previously existing. If any person will attentively examine the four Gospels, it will be found that all kinds of pagan worships are there expressed to the understanding of those who were initiated into a knowledge of their true meaning. And the final secret of the whole affair is to be found in the blue vault of heaven, being none other than a modified Sabiism, the worship of the sun, moon, planet, and stars. Good night, boy. The Jews were in many respects the same. Look at that. You think, well, I'm OT only. Look what Joseph is saying from the spirit world. The Jews were in many respects the same, and their idolatry consisted in symbolizing the signs of the zodiac. So general was this kind of star worship at the outset of the so-called Christian movement that the founders of that religious system at first was slightly deviated from the older religious teachings. But as that system struck deeper, they sought to disguise by chicanery and interpolation of new expressions in the writings of the older authors the nature of their religion in order that the masses should never know that important fact. There is no priest nor clergyman living today. There is no priest nor clergyman living today who can deny what I have here set forth. If they tell the truth, The only alternative for those who still persist in this work of concealment is whether they will confess this truth before mortals or whether they will wait to be forced to confess it before the immortal spirits. It is only a question of time. Look at that. Josephus is saying, like, look, get it right now. Either come clean while you living, or you're going to be forced to confess it before the immortal spirits. Sound like Owaspy is right on point, boy. Sound like Owaspy is right on point. You got to clean up what you spill on this side of the next. You see that? Josephus is saying, look, the only alternative for those who still persist in this work of concealment is whether they will confess this truth before mortals or whether they will wait to be forced to confess it before the immortal spirits. It is only a question of time. Death does not rid you of your responsibility. You got to clean that up, player. You got to clean that up. Josephus say shit. It's only a win. Everything that you spilled, you got to clean up. Whatever you said that was wrong, you got to make that right. And guess what he's saying as a spirit? It's only a matter of time, player. You either get it done while you're breathing or wait till you cross over. Either way, you got to come up off of it if you want to move forward as a spirit. You know what I mean? These cats been dead 1900 years before they get his testimony. 1800 years. And these spirit communications are saying what Owaspy is saying. And guess what? You don't got JBN meeting John M. Roberts at no time, shape, or fashion in their mortal lives. Well, how is any of this made up? Dude couldn't have made this stuff up. Dude couldn't have made none of this up. Look at it. To all these so-called spiritual leaders. To all these so-called spiritual leaders. I will say, you will have to return to the only religion ever given by God to man. Ooh. Hold on. You will have to return to the only religion ever given by God to man. And that is direct communion with the spirit world, pure and uncontaminated with pride and selfishness. This is the Christ. This is the Messiah. This is the light that is to save all men. Yours for perpetuation of truth. Josephus. Look at that. Look at that. He's like, look, with that whole doctrine of somebody dying for you and all that, he's like, man, look, to all the spiritual leaders, you got to return to the only religion ever given by the creator of man, and that is direct communion with the spirit world, pure and uncontaminated with pride and selfishness. Good night, boy. Good night, boy. That's all I'm saying. It's like, at what point do we, you know what I mean? Eventually, you're going to have to call a spade with all this. All right, let's go down to Rabbi Akiba. That's page 333. I'm going to put 340 in. My page count is off a little bit. Let's go down to Rabbi Akiba, and let's get that done. Hold on 1 second, y'all. You know, man, hey, I would suggest y'all read this Antiquity Unveiled, man. It's a game changer. And think about it. What do these spirits got to lie about? And what they doing agreeing with what we saying? Got no reason to lie about that. Like, look, bro, look, you've been played. You've been duped. Let's go down to Rabbi Akiba. I heard the Toilet Knights talk about them the other day. Talk about him. Let's go down to him. Then we gonna get into the a lot of them cats be into the Targums, Onkeloks, and Ben Uziel. We about to get right into that. Right into that. You know what I mean? These cats return the spirit and give a testimony to shut all that down. You know what I mean? Look at this right here. Look at this right here. Rabbi Akiva, a Jewish rabbi. I greet you, sir, by saying the sun of truth never sets. It may be obscured by clouds of ignorance and error, but it will finally burst through these clouds and assure the whole world by the brilliancy of its light. I was a strict Pharisee. Look at this. They was talking about this cat on Judah Nasty and them, or the HOK debate Coliseum, I think, yesterday. They brought up Rabbi Akiva. I said, they don't even have a clue. That's how far ahead creative game is. Like, these cats wouldn't even, man, look, these cats wouldn't even look at the cover of this book, let alone read it. You know what I mean? What you say, bro? Look at Brian's, yo, niggas are scared of the spirit world. Do I know? I know, but you out here dreaming. Yeah, you scared of the spirit world. You have, matter of fact, look, I'm gonna share something with you. I had deja vu yesterday. You dig? I've been having deja vu since I've been a little joker, a short legger. You know what I mean? I don't have it as much as I used to when I was young, but I still have it, you know, quite often. You dig? And the other day in Walmart, I said, dang, deja vu. Been here before. I remember the conversation and everything. Dang. You know what I mean? So if you a big time dreamer, you already deep into the spirit world. That's all I'm saying. There ain't nothing to be afraid of. You just got to know system and order and character of your God, man. Character of your maker. Just like it's scandalous niggas, it's scandalous spirits out there, man. All right? Yeah, yo, that's crazy, man. Watch this right here. Watch this right here. So Rabbi Akiva says, I was a strict Pharisee, but you must not think that a Jewish Pharisee was of the ridiculous character that he is represented to be in the modern New Testament. While I allow we were rather too much inclined to ceremonial law, yet we were the true spiritualists of our time. Though not without a great deal of supercilious egotism. So, Deshaun LaFay, there go your narcissist you be talking about. He said, while I allow we were rather too much inclined to ceremonial law, yet we were the true spiritualists of our time, though not without a great deal of I guess that's superstition, supercilious egotism. Have we not a good many of these spiritual Pharisees today? We were the party or sect who in those days were opposed to all idolatrous mummeries, and so far that we had but one God, Jehovah, and Moses as his prophet. All this was well enough for us while here on the earth. But we have found as spirits that our views of spiritual things were too narrow and contracted. Look at that. It's a rabbi. He telling you, yeah, that was good for the earth. But when I crossed over here, it was a whole nother game, man. Look at this. Look at this. And now, having prefaced my remarks, I want to speak of Jewish history as known to me when on earth. And upon this subject, I will be as clear and explicit as I possibly can. Remember, did Ezra write the Torah or is it Moses? At that time, there was a great struggle between different nations to prove their respective religions were more ancient than any other. He's saying in the first century, that's what it was. It was a competition. We got to prove who's more ancient, right? But there was no learned Jew of my time who did not know that our religion, as founded upon the Old Testament, predated my time by only about 432 years. Right back to the time of Ezra. Akiva is a Pharisee, first century. Huh? What are he telling you in spirit? The same thing Herod Agrippa II told you in spirit. He's like, look, this stuff don't even go back to 500 years before my time. Ain't no ancient history of this. This go back to Ezra. And they saying that y'all, even in the spirit communications, after being dead for well over 1,000 years. Huh? Huh? Look at this. These cats been dead thousands of years. So at some point you got to call a spade a spade. They're not making none of this up. Hell, we've seen the 400 or the 500 years in the Nazarene Acts. Peter said it. The fire wasn't written by Moses. Shit, by the time of Nebuchadnezzar, it was burnt. So it couldn't have been written by Moses. Look what he said. But there was no learned Jew of my time who did not know. Meaning every learned rabbi of his time knew this. Huh? Who did not know that our religion, as founded upon the Old Testament, predated my time by only about 432 years. And to disguise this fact, to hide it, we resorted to all kinds of chronological forgeries. Ball game, boy. See, if you're talking chronology, now you're talking timeline. That's why they can't do what we just did. We said the Ark of Bond started 1553 BC. 400 years after that is this. 300 years after this is that. This year before the Cosmine era is this. Look what he's saying. Look what he's saying. As a spirit, this man is saying this. Y'all agreeing with everything that we've been bringing up. Agreeing with everything. That's crazy, man. Look at it. He said, but there was no learned Jew of my time who did not know that our religion is founded upon the Old Testament, antedated or predated my time by only about 432 years. And to hide this fact, we resorted to all kinds of chronological forgeries. Chronological forgeries? They making up a timeline. The Jews having become pretty well scattered at the time, we introduced into the Old Testament the sun worship of Zoroaster. See, here we go. The Jews having become pretty well scattered at the time, we introduced into the Old Testament the sun worship of Zoroaster. And even one of his books, which is known to you in modern times as the Book of Daniel. See, stop it, man. Stop it. It was the younger Zoroaster who, as a Persian magician, figured as Daniel is represented to have done at the courts of Darius and Cyrus, where he was much respected and highly honored. But in the original Book of Zoroaster, or the Book of Daniel, there was a table, or what you term an almanac, of the time in which he lived. This occupied the place of an appendix to the book, but it was destroyed by Rabbi Sadius Gaion. We're going to read him later too, for fear that the Jews would take to astronomy. He claiming that they were forbidden to do so by Moses, that my pupil Aquila ever had anything to do with Targum writing. Now, a lot of my Essene brothers are into the Targums. We're going to talk about them too. Onky Lokes and Uziel, we about to read about that. They letting you know Moses ain't had nothing to do with what you read. They in spirit telling you this. They in the Nazarene Acts telling you this. OWASP is telling you this. The documentary Hypothesis is telling you this. We got like 4 or 5 different sources so far, all saying it only go back to Ezra. You don't go back to Moses. It only goes back to Ezra. It only goes back to Ezra. You feel me? This guy. Day in. That's Ezra. Painted or drawn on the wall of the Dura-Europos synagogue. The Dura-Europos synagogue is one of the oldest synagogues in the world. Look when this drawing or painting is dated to. Painting of Ezra on wood panel from the Dura-Europos synagogue, 3rd century BCE. Look at that. And that's Ezra with a Torah. They've been showing you the whole time. It only go back to Ezra. Apocrypha tell you this. 2nd Ezra is the 14th chapter. If they had what Moses wrote, Ezra wouldn't have had to rewrite no Torah. That's Ezra right there. What is we even talking about? We almost done. That my pupil Aquila had ever had anything to do with Targum writing, I know to be utterly false. And that the Targums attributed to him and placed in my time and in my school by who? Eusebius. That's a church father. Eusebius was Constantine the Great's bishop. Huh? And that the Targums attributed to him and placed in my time and in my school by Eusebius were but versions of the writings of Apollonius of Tyana made by a copier. And that copier, not Aquila, but Plantius. Dang. Hold on. Y'all look them Targums up, you'll see. Things have been so mixed by designing men. Things have been so mixed by designing men that it is very difficult to set ancient history in its proper light. When I was about 20 years of age, I knew Apollonius of Tyana. I met him at Smyrna, where I listened to his teaching and became a proselyte to some of his ideas, but not all of them. While he delivered his discourses, he underwent that wondrous phenomenon of modern times, transfiguration of face and form, as it is described to have occurred with the so-called Jesus Christ. Rays went out from his garments, and his face became so bright that the eye cannot endure it. Upon my advent into spirit life. Look at this. Hold on, y'all. Remember, this is Rabbi Akiba, a Pharisee, just like Josephus, right? So he said, upon my advent into spirit life, I became very anxious to seek out Moses, but with the very worst of results. I found that the ancient Chaldeans, under the name of Seth, and the Moabites under the name of Mo, were the people from whom we Jews had been receiving our traditions. Hold on. The Moabites and the Chaldeans were the people from whom we Jews had been receiving our traditions and worshiping the hero of them under the name of a prophet who never existed. Good night, boy. Is he saying in spirit the Moses of the Torah never existed? Look at this. Look at this. Look what else he said he discovered as a spirit. Look at this. This is what I have discovered as a spirit. There are many spirits who come here to you who wish to clear up points in their lives, but they in a measure fail when they get here. They cannot withstand the earthly conditions against which they have to contend. These spirits being told that their names have been connected with certain doctrines, which they never entertain. When they come here to tell the truth to the best of their ability, spirit and mortal influences to seek to cause them to say the contrary of what they wanted to say when they came. Therefore, if you receive mixed communications at any time, and the spirits only make themselves only partially understood, they should have the advantage of the doubt. They should have the advantage of the doubt. I think the spirit of Aquila was in that condition when he came to communicate to you. He tells me that he became mentally befogged, showing y'all it ain't an easy thing to, for a refined spirit to force his way back to earth to give a testimony. It ain't as easy as snapping your fingers. It's a lot that has to happen. You know what I mean? And he tells me to say this to you so that there need be no discrepancy between his communication and my own. One thing more before I am done, and that is there are learned Jews who are almost beggars in Jerusalem today, who know where there are concealed priceless manuscripts, which once in the possession of the learned will prove the falsity of the whole Jewish religion. Good night, boy. And again, y'all, you can't make this up. They brought this cat up on the HOK debate coliseum yesterday. Rabbi Akiba. Look what he just said. Once in the possession of the learned will prove the falsity of the whole Jewish religion. But these Jewish custodians of those treasures are so bigoted that they would rather starve to death than to let the world know the truth about their religion. Perhaps this communication may indirectly be the means of opening their eyes to a different course. I thank and bless you for this hearing. You have my name. And then it goes into like history of Rabbi Akiba when he was living. Dang. Hey, if y'all getting some insight from the spirit world on what is happening with Christianity or even Judaism, huh? Spin the vortex up in the chat, man. Spin the vortex up in the chat. I heard cats now, that's evil. And we ain't read nothing evil yet. This is right in line with a wasp. You know why? Because you got to clean up the mess you make, man. You got to clean it up. You got to clean it up. Next, we're going down to Jonathan Ben Uziel, page 524. All right. And he's one of the writers of the Targums. Yeah, that a lot of the Nazarene brothers read. You know what I mean? Y'all might as well come on home, man. That's all I'm saying. Come on to the crib. Right here, 524 coming up. Dang. I would say y'all make sure y'all get this antiquity unveiled, man. It's off the chain. Jonathan Ben Uziel, one of the writers of the Targum. Dang. Dang, son. Dang, son. The Ezra Bible and the compiling of the Torah. You got even the spirit of these men saying, look, man, our history don't go back to 500 years before the first century. That's Ezra. That's Ezra. You can't get past that one, Jack. You can't get past that one. We got two more of these we're going to read. We're going to go ahead and get on up out of here, man. All right, look at this right here. Just want to get on and chop it up with the fam. Y'all know how we do. Yeah. All right, Jonathan Ben Uziel, one of the writers of the Torah. I salute you, sir. I am the Jew that wished to speak to or to communicate with you sometime back as a contemporary of the so-called Jesus Christ. Oh, so he a first century guy as well, huh? Look at this. I was one of the writers of what is termed the Targums. Make sure y'all Google that. Look that up. There was only one older than myself whose writings have come down to modern times. His name was Onkelos. As in the past, most of the communications have been of a character that bore more particularly on Jesus. My communication tonight is an arraignment of the Old Testament. Hold on. We got Josephus, we got Herod Agrippa II, we got Ben Uziel. We got Rabbi Akiba. What's going on here? What's going on here? The legends and traditions of the Jewish people extend no further than who? Ezra the scribe. We can end right there, to be honest. How many witnesses do you need? How many witnesses do you need? Do y'all see what he just said? The legends and traditions of the Jewish people extend no further than Ezra the scribe. Ezra the scribe. They him downstairs. There he right there. That's him right there. Ezra the scribe. What is we gonna do? What is we gonna do, man? My communication tonight is an arraignment of the Old Testament. The legends and traditions of the Jewish people extend no further than Ezra the scribe. The marginal notes upon all the ancient manuscripts went positively to show that the whole of what is called Jewish history was stolen bodily from the Chaldean history during the Babylonian captivity. Ball game, headshot, bag drop, body blow. The very thing that we said. The very thing that we've been showing since we've been on. And even the spirits of the dead confess this. I mean, hell, they're dead. What do they got to gain from this? What do they got to gain from this? The legends and traditions of the Jewish people extend no further than Ezra the scribe. All right, the marginal notes upon all the ancient manuscripts went positively to show that the whole what is called Jewish history was stolen bodily from Chaldean history during the Babylonian captivity. So that means your creation story, your flood story, all that. Dang. Hebrew history is an amalgamation of Kemetic, Babylonian, Canaanite histories. It's a blending of all those. And this is proven by the nativity of their great ancestor Abraham, whom their own tradition admits to have been of Uz and Chaldea. All the intervening characters between Abraham and Caiaphas the high priest in my day are so intermingled with Chaldean tradition that it is hard to discriminate between what is Jewish and what is Chaldean. Dang, he said from Abraham all the way up to Caiaphas. He was first century cat. Look at this. In astrology, Chaldea was one of the most learned nations in antiquity. How many of the Chaldean gods and heroes were borrowed from the stars, I know not. That the Jewish Jehovah is but a modified and a bad modification at that of Jove. They call Jehovah Jove in the Greek New Testament. In the Septuagint. That the Jewish Jehovah is but a modified and a bad modification of that of Jove, Jove. I will freely acknowledge, though I am a Jew. I think with all the learned men of my day that the Jewish Moses, oh man, hold on. I think with all the learned men of my day that the Jewish Moses was simply used in a typical sense to signify a hero whose antiquity was so remote that there was no means of ascertaining the truth as to his origin. In short, look what he said. Good night, boy. In short, Moses was a creation of Jewish priests in order to gain power through ceremonial religion. What Jewish priests? Like Ezra? You just said it only goes back to Ezra. What that mean? Ezra and them and on forward was doing this. Coming down to my own time, I knew of no Jesus except the one that has been specified in some of the previous communications. And he was Jesus Malaki, who was not exactly abandoned and who was executed by Roman javelins in the form of a cross for what might be termed a revolt. He was one of the disaffected toward the Roman government. I would say to the Jewish people as a spirit that they who wait for any redeemer or Messiah to either restore the Jewish polity or to save themselves from the consequences of their sins will wait in vain. Is that what you wait on? Telling you a spirit, you waiting in vain with that. You know what I mean? Look at this right here. Look at this. Oh, wait, boy, this bill is heating up, man. Good night. Look at it. I would say to the Jewish people as a spirit that they who wait for any redeemer or Messiah to either restore the Jewish polity or to save themselves from the consequence of their sins will wait in vain. Good night. The aphorism, look at this right here. The aphorism right here. The aphorism of the spirit life is every man and woman their own redeemer. Hold on, ain't that what Owaspy say? Ain't that what Owaspy say? Owaspy says that. You see that? Y'all see that? Dang, boy, that's the same thing Owaski saying. That the spirit life is every man and woman is their own redeemer. I hope this may do good in the promulgation of truth. My name was Jonathan Ben Uziel. Ooh, wee, boy. Ooh, wee. Y'all get this antiquity unveiled, man. That deal go. But that's basically what Owaski says. Same thing. Yeah, say yourself, man. All right, now here's another rabbi cat. All right, we're gonna close out with Doula. They really don't want no smoke with us, man. That's why they all duck. They don't want no smoke with us, man. All right. And look, to be honest, I wouldn't want no smoke with us either. To be honest with you. You feel me? Headshot. That's right. Now look at this word. I salute you, sir. This is Sadias Guyon. I salute you, sir. I was a Jewish teacher and writer of what is termed by you moderns a paraphraser on the Old Testament. Oh, hold on. On who? And this is the 10th century. It is like 1,000 years ago. Dude named Sadias Gone. Google this cat. I salute you, sir. I was a Jewish teacher and writer, or what is termed by you moderns a paraphraser on the Old Testament at Babylon in the 10th century AD at the Common Era. These Arabic versions were copied from Onkelos. Those are the Targums. Okay? And what is known as the mixed Hebrew and Samaritan tongues. The original purport or real object had become by that time confused by the alterations and interpolations made in them to suit the views of the rabbis of the various Jewish sects who had paraphrased them. Dang. So much so that the modern King James's version of the Old Testament is merely a what? A patchwork. It's merely a patchwork of the Targums of Onkelos, Jonathan Ben Uziel, Aquila, and myself. Good night, boy. Good night. Good night. They have mixed, and again, shout out to my Nazarene scene brothers. They read the Targums though. They have mixed these to such an extent that if an ancient Targum writer could now make his appearance in mortal form with what he really did right, you would be ashamed to find how much of the Old Testament is the stolen history of Chaldea and Egypt. Ball game, boy. Instead of having any real bearing upon Jewish history. We got to read that one again because that's a headshot. That's a headshot. They have mixed these to such an extent that if an ancient Targum writer could now make his appearance in mortal form with what he really did right, you would be ashamed to find how much of the Old Testament is the stolen history of Chaldea and Egypt. Sumeria or Sumer and Kemet. Instead of having any real bearing upon Hebrew history, Jewish history. The Jews have no history, or what may be termed real history, as a people anterior, predating, going back to about 450 BC. That's the time of Ezra. And every spirit communication we read today said the same thing. That they all knew. That they was forging chronology, making up their own timelines. That they all knew that this history don't go back to 500 years before the 1st century Common Era. And we all know this. The Jews have no history, or what may be termed the real history as a people anterior to about 450 BC. Prior to that time, their so-called history is made up of accounts of Chaldean and Egyptian heroes and myths. In ancient times, all religions were composed by men or principles deified and transferred afterwards to represent some new star. Some new star, look at this, that had just made his appearance, or so alleged by the priest, about the date when the moral principle became understood, and its usefulness proven by the test of mortal experience. As a spirit, I have long felt it my duty to return here when I could obtain the conditions to do so, and after proper preparation, contribute to my might towards promoting the truth. Good night, boy. Good night. And what is it we reading right here? Y'all check it out. It was written after YHWH's, but during the same era. It's called Antiquity Unveiled. Ancient voices from the spirit realms disclose the most startling revelations, proving Christianity to be of heathen origin. Truth crushed by priests shall rise again. Dang, son. Dang, 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 dang. First written in 1894. YHWH 1882. Oh, yeah. Y'all check it out when y'all get a chance to, man. Dig off the chain, off the chain, off the chain. I'm going to go ahead and drop this link in the chat. See if anybody want to hop on for a quick second. We can always do that. Chop it on up. Hop on in, chop it up with your little brother, man. Love, light, and balance to the family. You feel me? Love, light, and balance to the family. Let's make sure we out here working, man. It's a marvelous day to do something great for somebody. Dig? It's a marvelous day to do something great and mighty. Feel me? Be your best self today. Be your best self. All right, let's share this while we wait, see if somebody gonna get online. Shout out to my brother, SHALOM.
To take out next, got HHWH'S, MALAKIMAC, and be the best. The 4 horsemen who understand the business. Creator gang is undefeated. I keep it real, pack this steel if whoever want it. Clap, Judah be running laps when he get confronted. Got Devil Cosmon and knock you off of 500. They hit the club, roll up a Judah dub, forever blunted. Contemplating on who we gonna take out next. Got HHWH'S, MALAKIMAC, and be the best. The 4 horsemen who understand the business. Contract killers won't hesitate to kill a witness. 21 bodies executed on my hit list. JJ trying to watch me, trying to take pictures. YAH'S working with woods and paint, a bunch of snitches. Peer pressure separate the real from the bitches. Niggas be gang gang until you start to bang bang. Let a nigga brains hang on everybody like dang. You thought it couldn't happen. Yahweh wouldn't smoke 9/11 Manhattan. Bullets in his breastplate, both lungs collapsing. Hands reaching in the air for the air he grasped it. The flyer was made, Sila Shalom, first captain. But the captain ran away just like if nothing happened. I'm a certified killer. Peel a nigga, cut him open and feed him his own liver. Graphic is how I paint the picture. Shoot shots like a pitcher. Split JJ like a swish. Cut the head off for the lion's den and watch the rest of the body quiver. Core shots I deliver when it's crunch time on the trigger. Got 2 pair of eagles fly like seagulls when it's time. I scoot out, shoot out. Air out YAH'S every time. Standing behind enemy lines, killing my enemies every time. Defend the faith like Muslim Sunni soldiers at a shrine. I facilitate thoughts beyond the thoughts of mankind. Creator gang is in the prime while you niggas get left behind. Creator gang is undefeated. Salute, Daryl Cosmon, HHWH'S, MALAKIMAC, and the whole Creator gang. Nigga, we outside with it. All that huffing and puffing don't mean nothing. You step in the dojo. It's a blood clot bite. Yeah.
Pharaoh put the record out.
Creator can't coming, creator can't coming. Turning up the light and watch some boys start running. Let me tell you something, we ain't out here doing nothing. I can tell you scared, boy, niggas stop fronting. It was all in the plan, comprehension, understand. Breaking boys off like creator did the band. Cooler than the band, who you fooling, man? We be tearing shit up like we're tape and some bands. Conscious community, yeah, we in demand. They hunger for the truth, debate or the booth. Sourcing up with the proof, AU on the tube. Catch me in the candy painted octagon coupe. Step in my boots while I'm knocking mines loose. You be the cobra, I be the mongoose. Plant base in my suit, meditate on my fruit. Red Star training, who let the gods loose?
Your child, your son, if your God told you to.
You said the Most High told me to?
Yeah.
Yeah, man, the Most High said do it, then that's what it is. Yeah, man, the Most High said do it, then that's what it is.
Yeah, man, the Most High said do it, then that's what it is.
A 22-year-old woman told hotel workers in Holmes County that she had been directed by God, to go on a shooting spree about the solar eclipse, and that not long after she left the hotel in a purple Dodge Challenger driving to the interstate, traveling west, shooting into two cars. One of the drivers was shot in the neck, the other grazed in his arm.
If your God came to you right now, tonight, in pomp and glory, shining, and he commanded the death of your child, would you sacrifice your child?
If the Most High is going to do it, of course. If the Most High is going to do it, of course. If the Most High is going to do it, of course.
Peter Lucas Moses refers to himself as a radical religious person who is with the Black Hebrews. And he just pleaded guilty to killing a 4-year-old and a woman that he was living with. He killed the 4-year-old because he thought he was gay.
Moses believed 4-year-old Higginbotham was homosexual. Klein says Moses took Higginbotham to the garage, played the Lord's Prayer in Hebrew and shot him, played the Lord's Prayer in Hebrew and shot him, played the Lord's Prayer in Hebrew and shot him.
If God came to you and told you to sacrifice your kid, would you sacrifice your kid?
Hell yeah. Hell yeah. Hell yeah.
God is called the terrible, demon-like power. God is called the terrible, demon-like power. God is called the terrible, demon-like power. So Napa means empty, you could say, or open. Shita means demon, or demon-like or terrible. Shita means demon, or demon-like or terrible. Shita means demon, or demon-like or terrible.
According to the criminal complaint, Polite told investigators God told him to shoot Pastor Germany.
God told him to shoot Pastor Germany.
And he wanted to go to jail to clear his mind.
Would you kill your child or your grandchild if your God told you to?
Oh, man.
So that's a yes?
Yeah, it's a yes. It's a yes. But I think that it would be a test. I don't think the Lord would actually tell you to do it. I think it would just be a test because we can see.
You'd be willing to go through with it?
I'll go through any trial the Lord puts me through.
Leader Yahweh Ben-Yah was a self-proclaimed son of God. One day in 1981, her North Dade home became a house of death. Banks and her husband, Carlton Carey, had just returned from talking with police about another Yahweh member who had been decapitated. Today, Yahweh Ben Yahweh is charged in her attempted murder and the death of her husband. October 1986, Yahweh's take over an Opalaka apartment building. Two residents who were ordered to leave publicly complained. That night, both were shot to death.
Wow! Judah, do you hear me?
If the Most High Yahweh tells you to kill your family, would you do it? Yes or no?
Absolutely yes. Absolutely yes. Absolutely yes.
Oh, Judah, no. Damn. Judah didn't mean that, y'all.
If the Most High say, put your family down, would you do it for the Most High?
By faith, yes. By faith, yes.
By faith, yes.
But he's going to tell me not to do it, just like he did Abraham. We have a story like that already. Next.
The moral law is that if a child was to be rebellious, okay, towards their parents, they was to be taken out and be stoned to death because of that. You see what I'm saying?
Would you do that? Would you do that if your God came back to you today in glory and said, I want you to stone your son if he get rebellious? Would you? Would you do it?
Yeah, I probably would. Yeah, I would. Yeah, I probably would. Yeah, I would. Yeah, I probably would. Yeah, I would.
Wow.
The Most High was to come to you and ask you to off your loved ones. Would you do it, brother?
If I had made the mistake, if I didn't have ancestors inside of me and I made the mistake to make babies with outside nations, and then I heard the download from my ancestors saying that you need to put them away, yes, I will put them away. Yes, I will put them away.
Yes, I will put them away.
Okay, Judah Nazareth, if the Most High come to you and say, I want you to put down your family, I have a better movement for you that I need you to do, would you do it?
Get out of here.
Yeah, and those cats right there are the ones leading that whole debate league over there. Like, son, what are you doing, man? You got a whole bunch of professed baby killers and a woman that admits that their God is a demon. Terrible, like demon-like power. She was smiling, she was skinning teeth. Terrible, like demon-like power. Just blushing, like, look, girl, look, it's time to go sit down. It's all over but the shout, man. Dig, right here for the bro. And anybody, I got Antiquity Unveiled. If y'all can't find the PDF for it, I got it. Just email me. You dig? And I can just send it right to you. Easy work. You dig? It's an almost 700-page book. That deal. Look, listen to me. Hey, we've been fooled. You dig? You did. Yeah, she was blushing. You see this shine. Stop it. You see what she hold on? Do I need to pull this back up? Look, I'm about to pause it on her smiling and skin and teeth. Hold on. And then old girl, Boo Boo, little Moshe, y'all was supposed to have been Elder Tiny Gun was like, well, y'all gonna see Israel ain't playing. They talking about our God. It's time to call down fire on these heathens, calling the gang heathens, right? He said, y'all gonna see, we got a new judge in Israel. I'm talking about Boo Boo, little light skin, little Moshe, y'all. You ain't heard nothing but sense. Over there smacking that gun, talking about something, we gonna get into the language. You dig? It ain't know what the hell she was talking about, man. What is going on her? All right, let me look. I'm going to show you. This woman was blushing. Come on, line. Hold on. Look, I'll make you famous. Y'all better leave the Maccabee alone. I'll make you famous. This woman was blushing at the fact that her God is a demon. Look at that nigga look hard, boy. Boy, that's look hard right there. Boy, he couldn't wait to say yeah. Look at his nostrils. Look the way he sit. He damn near looked like he was on Django. Who that nigga on that day? Hold on, girl. Hold on, man. Oh, man. Hold on. I got you. Hold on. Let me pull this hold up. We got the always best up. Now let's present this shit. This woman is blushing. Nobody playing no games. Look at Lil Carl. These cats rather debate these sad topics. He pick a topic is the Christian church the seed or lineage of David? Like, come on, girl. Now, you done better arguing if Jesus Christ was a descendant or out of the line of David than that. You know what I mean? Like all these weak topics. Like Gravel Mouth Dawood, the first cat Selah debated on Battle of the Holy Books was a cat that canceled it first. You know what I mean? We call him Gravel Mouth Dawood. YAH'KI. He was on side yesterday. Still sound like he's chewing on a gravel sandwich. Like, boy, you still got about a bucket of spit in your mouth. What? Anyway, he was on there and he wants to argue and debate with another brother if Israelite or if black folk wrote the Talmud. I'm like, do y'all hear these topics, man? That's the cat that came up with the majestic plural, whatever he was saying. It was crazy as all hell. Like, boy, do you know what the hell you saying? That man, this stuff crazy, man. Let's watch her blush at the fact her God is a demon.
Hell yeah. Hell yeah.
God has called it.
Look at her. Look at her. Ah, shit, God. Got that ass. Dang, look at her. She's smiling about it, and she threw her head over her left shoulder. You know what I mean? You can't tell me that ain't blushing. You know what I mean? That's blushing. You blushing a little taste. You just got complimented. You know what I mean? Girl, you a tall glass of water. Girl, you got them 84s poking out. What's good? You mean somebody didn't try to shoot their shot with you. You over there blushing. And then look, you're blushing not over somebody shooting a shot. You blushing over the fact that you're explaining your God as a demon. She's skin and teeth. The elders call it that. The OGs, the old brothers, you know what I mean, from back in the day. They call that skin and teeth. So you skin and teeth and blushing over the fact that your God is a demon according to you. That's blushing. Ain't that right, Deshaun LaFay? That's blushing right there. Like you're blushing at the fact that the God is a demon according to you. Yeah, like I'm saying, it's all over but the shout. You really can't make none of this up. You know what I mean? You really can't make none of it up. You can't make none of this stuff up, man. And watch this word. Creative gang is the algorithm. Creative gang is who you don't want to deal with. So y'all huddle up and choose to ignore us. After you got in the ring with us and got your ass whooped, you go over there and lick your wounds. And she's blushing at the fact that her God is a demon. Her God.
Terrible, like demon-like power.
Hey, this is the same woman told you that the snake, the serpent in the garden is Jesus. What y'all mad at the gang for? Y'all readily accept her? That one Negro girded about the paps all week. Noodle back Negro from the islands. I think he's from Jamaica. Be on side channel. Oh, noodle back pacifist. Oh, just oh my God. The pie, love you, the pie. Queen the pie, love you. Revelation X, I think his name is. Huh? Look, man. Look, at what point or at some point in all our lives, you're going to arrive at the point to where you have to separate what's real from what's fake, man. You got to be real with this thing. And until you're willing to be real with yourself, you ain't ready for no type of truth, man. You lie to yourself. You lie to yourself. Hey, love you, Nipple. ain't got the pie. I said, man, if he don't get his noodle back, spineless, the hell up off this platform, man. For one, that's a whole man, another woman. Two, boy, you sound like you henpecked. You supposed to be from the islands, boy. Salute to the Naughty Dread Hut man, but you supposed to be from the nigga from Jamaica. Nigga, what is you on? Over ready to drink this woman bath water. Nah, Jack. Nah, I don't know what cloth you cut from. This woman is skinning teeth and she's blushing that her God is a demon. And here you go. I love you in the pie. This weak ass, fuck is this weak ass nigga? Everybody, like, Malaki, chill out, man. Like, bro, look. You know what I mean? Be real with this. Real thing this.
God is called the terrible, like demon-like power. God is called the terrible, like demon-like power. So Napa means empty, you could say, or like open. Shita means demon, or demon-like or terrible. Shita means demon, or demon-like or terrible.
Look at what is that? What is that? Is that not blushing? Is she not skinning teeth? Ain't she showing her dimples and all? Ain't she happy at the fact that her God is a demon? This is not us. This is not slander. This ain't slander. This ain't slander at all. She's blushing. I'm saying, like, look, y'all could never even, that's what I'm saying. People of this caliber couldn't beat us in nothing under the sun. Nothing. See La Shalom in the building. What's the word, King?
My guy, what's good? Yo, you got me over here cracking up, bro. Man, you got me over here dying, talking about some grinning teeth. She's smiling at the fact her God a demon. Yo, you got me over here cracking up, bro.
Man, she's skinning teeth, bro.
Yo, this was an excellent build, though, King. I'm over here tapped in like,
man,
yo. Yeah, I was in and out, but when I see the title on Ezra, I said, this is going to be a good one.
Yeah, man. Yeah, that Antiquity Unveiled, though. They all,
yeah, that's the truth.
They all saying it. They like, look, that stuff don't go back to 500 years before the first century.
Exactly. Fact.
Look, several spirit sources admitting, like, nah, ain't no Hebrew history. That shit hijacked. That shit Persian, Babylonian, Cometian. You feel me? And it was a competition between ancient nations to prove the antiquity of their nation. Man, dude, the Rabbi Akiba dude that they was talking about on the channel yesterday, that nigga gave us a testimony. He said, man, we forged these timelines.
Wow.
We all knew that history don't go back to 500, no more than 500 years.
Yo, that's wild, man. Like you said, it validated in the YHWH's through the antiquities, through historical account. You know what I mean? You ran that down about 20 minutes ago. You had just ran down the list, just showing the consistencies, the precept upon precept, that all this shit comes back to the time of Ezra.
Yeah, man. Yeah, bro. And then I remember, dude, who was there trying to say that wasn't Ezra you were showing? Man, I was like, man, you know what? I got that. I got that picture, bro. I straight got it.
I see when you pull out the book, bro. I see when you pull out the book. I said, oh, that's a good feeling when you could pull out the book. And it's been sitting like you had it already. Like, see, I've been on this. It's good to say that shit. You know what I mean?
See, I beat up this Kepha Yisrael, boy. Nigga, I've been had this.
Oh, let me see that right. Oh, yeah, you know what? I remember it was some, I don't know if you remember these brothers. I don't know if they was part of YHWH'S or what, but it was one brother. He had that same book and he was showing that book. And he had he had a Barry White look with the slick down, with the slick back here. He was like, I don't know, he was part of like maybe one of them older camps, but I remember he had that book and he was going through it. You know what I'm saying? But I ain't know at that time I wasn't on the Ezra, breaking down the whole Ezra thing at that time. I was just showing that we were the black Jews. That was, you know, that's when they was strictly on that type of shit.
Yeah.
But they ain't show that Ezra though.
I ain't know that picture went back to the 3rd century BC. I ain't know that.
And then it's the oldest synagogue recorded. So you trying to tell me the oldest synagogue that got the high priest who came with Tanakh, the next nigga to Moses, is not a Bantu Negro from the Congo, bro.
Oh my God, bro.
But a Sephardic European looking Jew. Now, you know, for the record, you know, Creative Gang ain't stuck on race.
Right.
We're not tripping on that. So for those listening to think we race tripping, nah. We tripping on the Hebrews who want to make this a race issue instead of dealing with the characters of their God.
Yeah, because it's hypocritical. You know what I mean? Like, look, if the Bible tell you that even a damn donkey spoke, then what's the problem, man? Like, so it really don't matter where it come from. If truth is truth, it don't matter if it come from a donkey according to the Bible.
Facts.
All right, so why are we worried about the only reason that he even showed the European authorship of the Torah or the Holy Bible is because these niggas want to turn it into a race issue. You know what I mean? We don't care nothing about that. I don't care if the nigga was iron, 3'5".
Right.
You know what I mean?
Right.
Green with yellow hair. Do it matter if it's the truth.
Yeah. And that shows you how locked in we got, you know what I mean, with doctrine, because it's like now the truth comes and you're so locked into a doctrine you can't receive the light. When I seen that video with you on Mahara car, I said, look at that. This nigga was right there. They're teaching at a time when you know nothing about a WASPy. But then you receive some information that you know for a fact is higher light. And you ain't deny it. You ain't play with it. You researched it. You proved it for yourself. And then, like, you know, because some niggas is out here thinking, like, we took Mally from the community and all this crazy shit. No, man. Mally a grown fucking man. Not to cuss, but Mally a grown man. He recognized that, like, yo, there's some truth over here. And then brothers was rocking out independently. Like, we ain't got no team. Creative Gang wasn't no team. We formulated that as we came together and created that. You know what I'm saying? So it's like, these is brothers who came from the same school of thought, background being Hebrew Israelites. Whether if you're Orthodox or teaching on the corner got a camp, or if you just one who just proclaims it. The majority of people in the Creative Gang is Israelites. So it's not like we trying to defer you from being an Israelite, or we're not even trying to defer you from Yahuwah. All we showing is that there's a fake Yahuwah, and you're just in denial of the fact that fake Yahuwah is in the Bible. The same God we all been praising. But if we grown enough to recognize and challenge the biblical God and win at the same time, coming with a somewhat a familiar new doctrine, but it's not new once you really examine it. It's the same of old. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, I be hearing that. You know what I mean? Like, let's see, the same people that say that, to make a statement like that, you obviously don't know me. You know what I mean? You saying that I can be easily wooed and manipulated. You know what I mean? Anybody good? You saying Selah Shalom or Cosmo and Carol put a battery in my back and made me go against everything is what it was. And obviously you ain't been paying attention, for one, and two, you don't know me. Because
that's an insult.
I ain't making not now move until it makes sense to me. It gotta make sense first. You see? And I already was on my Nazarene editions. I already knew the Bible was tampered with. I already knew that biblical God at times showed characteristics that, look, man, I already knew that. Because I was in the Nazarene scene teaching. You did? It was at the end of 2021 is when Yazoo linked me. Shout out to Yazoo Fitz, man. Yazoo linked me with my brother Selah through Facebook Messenger. You know what I mean? I had just got the Waspy and all that because we was already on the same Nazarene side. We ain't chewing on no animals anyway. Right. We against the warfare anyway. We against the temple sacrifices anyway. We all know that every word we say to the Lord, it ain't talking about creating. We already know this.
Right.
You know what I'm saying? So y'all link me with bro, and it's been on ever since.
And then not only that shit, goddamn 99.9% creative gang is Mali team. Everybody I know from create outside of Cosmon and probably Daryl, they come from you, Mali. I ain't even know that shit. I ain't know all them. I'm like, damn, man, we got a real camp, not just on the feet, but even online.
Shit, that's news to me, nigga. Shit, you feel me? I know Deshaun.
Yeah, everybody I asked, I was like, how you hear about? They was like Mali. I'm like, damn, okay.
Brady uses brothers and sisters in mysterious ways, man.
But they caught it though. Those, it's like Paul and James. It's like creating is James and the Nazarenes. Y'all rather stand on a belief y'all can't prove with a nigga who talking about he had a vision from a nigga he never met. But y'all will believe that. But y'all won't rock with the niggas who rock with the nigga who was in the flesh.
Right.
Who the brother of the Messiah. Y'all ain't rocking with. How you not rocking with the brother of the Messiah? But you rocking with a nigga who claimed to met the Messiah.
Right. Don't none of that shit make sense. No, man, we bringing all that out. Everybody was in denial. Like, man, we ain't trying to hear none of that, man. You going off. So.
Statements, backgrounds, and movings to validate that this nigga may be an agent. Who gonna rock with that on some street shit? You know what I'm saying? We in the streets, and your man come and be like, yo, I think that nigga's a rat. Why you say that? I see them talking with the police. Matter of fact, you know what I mean? They put a wire on him, this, that, and the thing. If you have all this trail of evidence that this nigga possibly a rat, you're going to do two things. You're going to cut him off or you're going to kill him, depending on how deep the shit is. So it's the same thing with the scriptures. It's the same thing with Paul. Y'all following the man who told you he met the Messiah, and y'all fell for a hook, line, and sinker. And then there's evidence that he may be a Roman agent. I mean, so it's like, come on, man. I mean, that ain't keeping it 100.
Nah, it ain't keeping it 100, man. That shit fake. Like, come on. All we gotta do is just look. When you get to the point to where you can't use common sense and be objective in your decisions you making, man, then you in a bad spot. You in a spot to where doctrine overrides common sense or the voice of creator. We in a bad situation at that point, man. You know
Exactly.
Cosmon Cal in the building. What's the word, big homie?
Cosmonian.
Man. That antique when he unveiled is on fire.
Yes, sir.
Man.
Hey, Cal. Boy.
Man.
Hey, you see all those spirit sources had to admit, the Jewish sources, they had to admit that their history goes back to Ezra or 500 years before their time. They like everybody in their day knew that. Everybody knew it. They like, you can't even put that on Moses. I'm like, damn, dog.
Wow, that's wild, yo.
They called it paraphrasing. So they went in there, it up and worked it out to whatever suited their narrative. My thing is, if it extends back to Babylonian captivity time, and we see Ezra is a white boy, why is he niggas trying to claim that these white boys in Babylon, in captivity, are Israelites when they tell you they Jews. You feel me?
Man, we went over there today. Like it was the two sets of Israel. You know what I mean? The ones with the Oralites held to the oral tradition, the higher law, lived in communities and all that, separate from all that. Then you had the Jews who was living by the written Levitical law and all that extra. You feel me? So yeah, man. Hey, the real Israelites, you claiming to be Israel, real Israelites don't go to war, don't spill blood, ain't on that type of time.
What I realize is that we don't have a history of the real Israelites. If you really think about it, because even from the OSP, it says that the Oralites carried the oral tradition, so that's not documented. So you would have had to actually live in the time period and observe the lifestyle of the real Israelites. That's why they always be in, like the Essenes. They ain't document themselves. Philo's documenting them. He's describing their lifestyle, which coincide with exactly what the OSP says about the Essenes. But the documentation that we have about these so-called Israelites is from the false Israelites, the pagan Israelites, the apostate Israelites.
1,000 years later.
Yeah, you know what I mean? So it's like
at the time of Moses, supposedly had read it. And then out of that 1,000 years, roughly, you dig what I'm saying, from roughly 1553 BC to 450 BC. You dig what I'm talking about? 400 of them years coming up to the time of Ezra, circa 500, or from 900 to 500 BC, 450 BC. What no Torah?
and then that goes into question. If the laws was done away with during the time of Ezra, but then we read the level of genocide going on in Judges chapter 20, from the time of Moshe, 1550 BC to 450 BC, within that time span, it had to have been total bloodshed and pure destruction going on. Because even the records show you that the wars in the Canaanites, the wars among themselves, David chopping off heads, it was a lot of bloodshed going on, which would cause the reason for them laws to be destroyed.
Well, think about it. From roughly 720 to roughly 400, they were in perpetual enslavement of the Assyrian, then the Persians, then the Medes, then the Babylonians, then the Macedonian Greeks, and then the Romans. So from,
and then prior to 720 BC, prior to that, they was warring among themselves. That's what made them go into captivity. According to them, they was breaking the laws of God, dealing with adultery, paganized Canaanite deities, warring among themselves, which caused them to go into captivity, according to how they say it. Because they'll tell you that we broke the commandments of God, so God put us into captivity.
Right.
But we know it was them false gods shuffling niggas around.
And ain't none of them Israelites. That's what you got to get through your head. Ain't none of them Israelites. They all come out of a stock called Levitican. And it is through the Levitican priesthood that this plagiarized Bible that we have today even is birthed. Right? We don't get it for hundreds of years after Moses, or even after the J text itself, the YHWH'S text. There's a span of, even they admit, 600-700 years where there is no text.
You're right, exactly.
You did what I'm saying.
And then the crazy thing is, Moses wrote the Leviticus law in the OSP, but we don't even have that.
No, because you would need that. You would need them 2 tablets of stone.
Exactly.
Finger of God.
So that shows, like, if whatever laws Ezra got, yeah, all right, whatever laws Ezra got, that shit had to been straight download. You know what I mean? Maybe Luamong probably plucked out some of that shit from the libraries of heaven. Who knows?
Yeah, you and think about it. At that time, Luamong had control over Egypt.
So it wouldn't make sense that he'll pluck out the Leviticus law, because even in the YAH'S, it says Moses wrote the Leviticus laws, which are the same as to this day. So I'm like,
Right. So that's just the 10 Commandments.
You know what? You're right. Exactly. That's absolutely right. It's the 10 Commandments.
Right. The
So hold up,
613 statutes, laws, and commandments was added in by
So
the
that had to be
Leviticus
added.
for their benefit. Think about it. If you apply the, if you take the God away, right? You take the God away, who benefits from the tithing, the sacrifices, the giving of the showbread, the different metals and things being attributed to the temple? Who benefits?
The priests.
That's it. So it was their idea after the time of Moses to put themselves right in this high holy place. And then like you said, see, like we don't have real documents of what the Israelites did. We only have true documents of what the fake Israelites did.
That's why your argument possibly, that could be a strong case, bro, because you've been saying this for a long time. And even Mally was scratching our heads about when you used to say, you niggas ain't Israelites, you know what I mean, and distinguishing the Israelites from the Jews. Now you may have a strong argument when you present that presentation.
Then. I would have body slammed the nigga then if he would have tried. You dig what I'm talking about? So,
what's that you got on the screen, man? Oh, okay, it's a timeline. Okay.
Yeah, that's that.
So that right there, is the, y'all see that up there? It says the writing of the Torah. You know what I mean? And then the time period in which, because it wasn't all written at the same time, it was written at different times. Let me zoom in. And this goes into showing that Moses didn't write it, because look, if you look all the way down here at the left, at the bottom left, you see Moses, right? A little bit before the 1400 BC, a little bit before that. All right. Right, but so you go directly north of that, you see a light gray line, and if you move to the right, it says oral.
Oral.
So from the 1500s all the way up, y'all, till damn near the 900s, it was oral. What notebook?
And then think about this: how absurd is it that you are in captivity for a couple hundred years? And you are being an Israelite so good that the Creator took pity upon you and got you up out of Egypt, that He would then turn around and teach you, the best Israelites in the world, how to be Israelites. And then you got to have a book to teach you that when you ain't never had one before. And then another dagger to anything that they talk about is that the house of Levi existed before the 12 tribes. Uh-oh.
We got us one. JJ, you back around, huh? Boy, we thought you was in a crazy house some damn where in a straight jacket in a padded room.
We thought you hit your girl with the
boy, hey, you done licking your wounds with that ass whooping?
You done licking his wounds?
That was something, boy. Man. Yeah, whenever you want to get boxed up again, it ain't no problem, man. You know what I mean?
Yeah, create a gang undefeated, baby.
I see you done got back cool with
Sarnetta. Matter of fact, Sarnetta just went live. It's supposed to be Captain Cesariak versus Sanchez. I seen on the title.
Okay.
Hey, JJ, just make sure you don't hit Karima with none of that. You did what I'm talking about.
Hey, JJ. Hey, what's up with Apostle smacking his wife, cuz?
I woke up and smacked my wife.
Boy, you was arguing with the gang. Boy, you was arguing with the gang, woke up and hit your wife with a right hook.
Hey, JJ. Hey, JJ. Hey, go ahead. Y'all put y'all a team together, man. Create a gang taking all fades. You know what I mean? We want to debate you or your crew and order toilet nights on creation, time, and cosmogony. gonna bring the science on out on you.
Based off the Bible, based off the text, chapter and verse.
You got to go off what the text is saying. We don't want to hear no philosophy or none of that. All right, we already ready. You know what I mean? We called the toilet nights out yesterday. They ain't want none. They ain't even bite on it. So I'm telling you, JJ, because you know how to promote this stuff, man. Let everybody over there know the creative game, the 4 horsemen, us, taking another team debate, and we want to debate creation, time, and cosmogony based off what the book says. All right, based off what Bible
and run
the Egyptian
and run tell the commission, since you tried to say you're next, because they is next. You dig what I'm talking about? You ain't gonna save them, so run and tell them that too. Tell them, create a gang coming.
Yeah, JJ, I'm gonna keep it real with you. Hey JJ, I'm gonna keep it real with you though, bro. I don't like the way these cats ain't like. Even though y'all got y'all ass whooped, rightfully so, but the way everybody was like, the way y'all flipped on each other, and the way these niggas start talking about you, bro, I ain't like that shit. I'm gonna be solid with you. You know what I mean?
All
like,
the niggas around you, bro.
On one team together. Now, how is everybody flipping on each other, talking crazy? I'm talking about calling cats bitch ass niggas and like, damn.
Yeah, man, they was doing you bad, JJ, in the Ball Reloaded and in the Universal Debate League chat and in Lions Den. They was cooking you. You see your little protege, your son Zion Warren. You dig what I'm talking about? He even turned around and went at you. You dig what I'm talking about?
Yeah, that was weak though. Did y'all see that when he went on Sinetta TV and tried to do a presentation on JJ, right? But the shit was so weak, bro. It's like, what the hell? Like,
yeah, that shit was dry.
You know what I mean? That shit was dry as a mug.
And then I hate a nigga who try to do another nigga style. You know what I mean? He was straight up there trying to do his best JJ.
Yeah, like he was trying to imitate JJ. And I'm like, bro, you sound just like JJ. So how are you trying to diss him sounding like him?
I wish Zion Warren was there. He would have been the 10th body we could have caught that night. You did what I'm talking about? He ain't duck no smoke. He not smart enough to stay hidden. You did what I'm talking about. He gonna poke his head out.
If you notice though, don't nobody stick to the scriptures. It's like every debate I done seen so far, everybody's sourcing up outside the Bible instead of sourcing up the Bible and then from the Bible source outside. Y'all doing it the opposite, which is you know what I mean, which is irrelevant to the argument, because it's like, nigga, we coming out the gate showing chapter and verse from the YAH'S, and then we'll use a reference to back what the book is saying. Y'all ain't doing that. That's why y'all disingenuous.
And then we'll show it in the text. We'll go in the text, show what science say, and then point at it. We point at it objectively. That's the difference between y'all. Y'all giving them something they got to think about in their mind. We actually show them.
That's what I'm saying. So it's like, even with their creation story, the only science the Bible got dealing with creation is the creation story. The first chapter of Genesis. The 7-day creation story is the only science in that book. Because you can't show me a vortex. You can't show me no other science in the Bible that breaks down science. You got a corrupt creation story that is inaccurate, that doesn't even line up with nature. At least the YAH'S will say something like, the whirlwind I made as a sign to man as the manner of my created world. So we look at the whirlwind and we see that objectively. But there's nothing in the Bible when it talks about how creation creates. You don't have no example. You just got a nigga speaking into existence, which is unrealistic in nature.
And then we keep asking him. I asked the brother Israelite William during our debate. Said, your God said he purportedly made the heavens and the earth. I asked him a simple question. How?
First, Cosmo. Before he got to prove how his God created, he got to prove his God exists. Because you dealing with a deity. You dealing with a nigga who got a high part. You dealing with a nigga who sit on the throne. We got to identify the deity before we can even accept what he's saying.
And
What
then
up,
they
Creator
said,
Gang?
what's going on?
JJ in the
Man,
building.
hey, just coming on my victory tour, you know what I'm saying? From whooping y'all up, man. Hey, it's been a long tour.
We
I've
can
been
tell you
celebrating
haven't
for a
been in the
long
loony
time.
bin, and you lost it.
Yeah, man,
What up?
them dudes turned on me, man, you know. But
Let me tell
Hey,
you something.
JJ,
That's
you
one
going with
thing
the
I ain't
wrong
like,
niggas,
man.
man. You going with the wrong
I don't
niggas.
like a nigga who try to act like he your friend in your face and then talk behind your back.
Well, Cosmo, here, this is what it is, man. A lot of people are just like use you so they can get to the next step. You know what I'm saying? You know, I
Yeah.
provide a platform for people to come on and do their thing, and then I'll take them to like a bigger platform. Then once they get there, like Tahuti did me, he don't need me no more. He don't even talk to me. You know what I'm saying? But everywhere I went with Tahuti, I took Tahuti to every platform. Uncle West, Garfield, Sarnetta, FOP.
That's true.
This my champ. But
You
then when
got
he
him
got on
debate
Killer
with
Priest,
you got him that debate with Jabari.
yeah, got him a debate with Zion Lex, everybody, man.
Yeah.
So man, I'm used to it, man. Then you know, and I forgive people later on. I forgive them, man, and just get back to doing me, man. I
Hey,
don't
this
hold no
nigga,
grudge.
this nigga JJ, your undercover faithist and shit, really and shit.
He
Cause no, because you move, you show decor. Like for example, this one I gave you respect. Although we bump heads, and, you know what I mean, but whatever. But when we ask you the question, would you kill your kid for your baby? You like
Hell
nigga, like you.
no.
That's what I'm saying. So you got common sense, but nigga like Judah Naz saying, yeah, I don't respect that shit. And I can't be around a nigga like that.
I knew y'all was gonna use that. I knew y'all was gonna use it again. Like Judah, no, he don't mean that shit. Judah, that shit was crazy.
But what I'm saying is that, man, you got to watch the niggas around you, man. This is just this no different than the streets. If this was street shit, niggas done turn your back and showed face. And if it was street shit, it probably would have turned into blows and gunplay because of the level. Because you know when a nigga violates you, that's very disrespectful, especially when you're being genuine and loyal to somebody. That'll make you want to do something. You see what I'm saying? And I see.
They was hating on you, Jay.
Hey, man,
Bad, bro.
Solar Vision over there using my name for clickbait right now, man. You know him and Chris here.
Let's not
we ain't
gotta go that far. We can go right into your lanes then. What
I
about
know,
Israelite
man.
William that I beat? What about the Chick
Zion?
What about Zion? What about Apostle?
Oh, not Apostle, man. God.
Yes, Apostle. He
Not
was
the
bad
Apostle.
mouthing you too.
Come on, man. Not my
Hey, you know what though, JJ? Even that debate coliseum they got over there, man, that shit dry as fuck. You need to host that shit or something, cause that shit dry.
That's why they calling me back, man. That's why they want me back over there, man.
That shit dry. The
I ain't gonna say that. I ain't gonna say Sonetta want me to come and do a debate. I ain't gonna lie.
I'm just saying, like to keep that shit alive, you gotta, you know what I mean? Like Nepal and Judah, they cool, but that shit be dry. You gotta talk that shit. You know how to talk that shit. So it's like you need to talk to Sonetta and let you run that shit.
Cause he want me to bring some debaters over. Let me bring y'all over there, man. Y'all beat up on some people.
Yeah, we trying to, but we, you know what I mean? We want that shit to, you know what I mean? Like hype that shit up some more. Cause right now that shit just looking dry. It's just like niggas just desperate to do anything. That's what it's looking like.
Yeah, they need a little some Owaspy pizzazz. You know, Malachi Maccabee talking shit, Cosmon talking shit, and especially you. You know what I'm saying? Somebody like me
like JJ,
or a Black Jesus minister, man. I don't care what y'all say about Black Jesus. He bring the energy, bro.
What happened to him though?
I don't know if he just taking a hiatus and then getting his life back in order or whatever, but I don't know, man.
Like honestly, like between you and Black Jesus, y'all is like the face of keeping that shit going as far as the hype.
I appreciate that, man.
No, real shit.
Hey,
Although
what's up with I heard that what's his name? Black Jesus Minister said he was trying to take the Universal Debate League. What are you doing?
No. That's Solar Vision. That's Solar Mind trying to take it.
Oh, Solar Mind.
Yeah,
is that
man.
The one, hey, JJ, is that the one who you was going in on yesterday about the library shit?
Yeah.
You had me dying, yo. I don't know if
you seen it. You seen it? Yeah,
that
man.
shit was hilarious.
Hey, say, look, I was trying to work with the brother, and then next thing you know, Chris Harris got in his head. They called me and said, hey, Chris Harris want to do a debate with you. I was like, okay, I'll come over there. But then the brother started acting biased, man. He threw me off the panel. I was trying to come over there and hype up the prelim debate. He threw me off. The next thing you know, the brother making a video about me. I said, okay, they using me for clickbait. So I told Chris Harris, I said, look, I want to debate you over there. I'll take you over like a Taharka Bay channel where it's neutral. They didn't want to do that. So they already had a ulterior motive, you know. And, you know,
Man, let
even
me
though
tell you
me and
something.
Cosmo be talking shit, man, I mean, I love you brothers, man.
Hey,
You
man,
know,
you
y'all
had
stick to
me
your shit.
dying when you was talking about Solomon. Yo, that shit had me. I'm like, yo, this nigga Jay, yo, I ain't gonna lie, son. I'm a person who like to exploit people's talent. You need to do comedy, my nigga. Like real shit. No, for real. You got the gift, the gab. You could do that. Like you could do it like Jesus and Cosmo Cal. Y'all got that. Even Bally. Y'all quick off the top of y'all dome, my nigga. Nah, that shit is a talent. You know what I mean?
It's natural, man. Like I said, Cosmo be funny. Black Jesus definitely funny. And I do all right. But yeah, man. I just popped in on y'all, man. I want to invite y'all, man. Let's get these debates back pumping, man, with the energy, man. Like I say, it is kind of dry over there. Sanetta told me, you know, recruit some dudes. I thought of y'all. You know,
Well, you should throw your name in the ring for the moderator. That's they don't need you to just be bringing everybody. You need to be the moderator. It's dry because Nepal dry.
Yeah, exactly. She ain't got that gift, the gab.
Yeah, she ain't got no salt, no swag.
man, I can't be over here talking about her, man. So you know,
No. We ain't
saying,
talking about it. We just telling the truth.
Yeah,
it's the truth. You ain't got no swag. You got that, you know, that island, you know, Spanish type, African type shit. You dig what I'm talking about? It's not regular American swag.
Right.
You dig
So what do you think about Judah?
Judah got the gift of gab too, but he just that baby killer shit just fucked my head up with that. I can't fuck with a nigga like that because I don't. You got to think how serious. If the feds is listening to some statements like that, they may decide to say like, you know what, we gonna investigate this nigga and anybody affiliated with this nigga. You know, you guilty by association, so you gotta, you know what I mean? You gotta talk to that nigga Judah like, yo, you can't be saying that shit no more because you making
tell him.
Yeah,
I told him, man. I said, man, why you say that? I mean, and then your kids be listening, bro.
Yeah,
the shorties be in the back playing.
And,
You know?
and the nigga, he ain't no dumb nigga. He a smart dude. I could tell he intelligent, but it's like, come on, man. It's like it's certain things that's we debate. It's funny doctrine, but you got to watch certain things you say, my nigga, because the feds is listening.
Yeah. So let me ask y'all a question. How come y'all don't come at Jabari?
Yo, JJ, I can show you the text that I sent Sanetta. I said, set up me and Jabari, Owaspy science versus Kemetic science.
That'd be
and
good.
Then he never got back with me. I see him over there debating.
Man. We gonna body bag Kim and eat it. As a matter of fact, I'm gonna just go out here on a limb and say the Hebrews gonna be tougher than Kim.
Hey, look, you know, if it was a team debate, but did you see? I came out in the opening. I came with the scriptures. I was coming about the science. If you see, that's what I was gonna do through the whole debate. I was gonna come out the bottom. You know, but my teammates had different, angles they wanted to come from.
You know what you're doing. If you know what you're doing.
Yeah, but Judah got y'all off to a bad start because he got bad sources. He was plagiarizing, talking about JBN is a Mason and the KKK. He was all on.
I wouldn't have did that angle neither, man, because like I said, y'all can't come back with King James and Mason. So I mean, you see what I'm saying? I wouldn't. Yeah, I wouldn't have did that angle.
But
even when you got it down, and then JJ, how many times they gonna try to attack the white boy? It don't never work. It don't never work. You would think you see us beat up 15 niggas with the same thing. Ain't nobody never went in the book yet.
And then what we saying is this: it's stuff in the book y'all niggas could attack, but y'all gotta go. And let me tell you, I'm the Owaspy motherfucking king in this motherfucker as far as the nigga who brought it out, right? I know where the weak points at. I could debate myself and beat up the Owaspy because I know where the weak points at. Me and Bally and Cosmo just had a discussion about some weak points in the group chat. So it's not like we over here worshiping the book and act like the book can't be attacked. All we saying is that if y'all read it, y'all gonna get that higher light. That's because you can't deny truth within yourself, especially when you by yourself and nobody around.
Yeah.
That light gonna ring.
Hey, you know where the debate went wrong is when Yara jumped in and said something, man. That's when it got kind of wild. When Yara came in, him and Sar started arguing, and I was like, God damn.
Yeah, when I seen that, I was like, yes.
I'm gonna tell you when it went bold for y'all. I'm gonna tell you when it went bold.
Wait. We was winning the polls, man, before that shit happened. Then Sarnetta got to doing this Sarnetta. I ain't gonna sit up here and act like y'all just But go ahead. Let me
Nah,
hear
but
you.
you know what? Hold up. But JJ, Cosmo. But JJ, you know how the polls go. Polls could fluctuate. So a nigga could be up at the beginning and then towards the end. You know what I'm saying? So, but this is what I say. If you would have,
I wish he would have
up,
took it down though. You know, it could have been a full, natural thing. But it's all right, man. And then see, I didn't even know he had took it down. So at the end, I'm like, man, hey, man, according to the polls, y'all won.
I ain't even know the
polls
polls.
But to be a good sport about it. But then I found out he switched it up. I'm like, oh, come on, sir, you got to get out the way, man. But me and Starback good, man. But the
Man, y'all
team,
niggas like big bro, little bro. Y'all niggas stay.
yeah. That's why I don't even know why anybody else try to get in it. We know that he gonna call me. Like, I'm gonna call him, and we pass the shit. How many years we been doing this shit?
But now I don't like yo Jay. You got some good debate tactics. Some of your tactics I've seen. You especially when you be at the comedic niggas. There's certain tactics you use. I'm like, all right, that's an approach I'll use definitely right there. Like, you know what I mean? Certain approaches. But this is what we need to do, man. Fuck that. We all Hebrews here. Although we may have a differentiation of how you acknowledge creator, but we all come out in the band of Israel and we all acknowledge Yahuwah. We need to come at these comedic niggas as a whole group, my nigga.
Hey, let's do it. Let's do it, man. Let's get Jabari, Shaka. Who else they got over there? Reggie, Chris Harris, all of them.
Man, we body bag them, bro.
Yeah.
We wrap their whole crew up.
Yeah, exactly. Because everybody could come with their viewpoint as far as how we could beat up comedic side, and then on the flip side, we got the rebuttals. You know what I mean? Like if you JJ, you decide to use Bible, and it's some something that they try to attack, we could clean it up from the YHWH's side and be like, nah, boom, 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 because we still dealing with Yahuwah. Y'all see Yahuwah maybe as a deity, we see him as the ever present, but we can still bridge a gap to rival any combativeness.
Hey, you know what? When I get off here, I'm gonna call Sarah and tell her we teaming up. We want all them comedic mummies. We want them all. We want them. Asar Imka, goddamn Smash Rock. Well, put your best team together. We coming for y'all. That'd be a good one, man.
We want science, creation, and cosmogony.
Yeah, that's what we want.
Yep. And then that Book of the Dead is useless. It has 195 spells in it. That's it.
And see, that's what I like. That's what I like. That's one tactic I like about you. You hold them niggas accountable to their text. Yeah. And that's our approach. That's my approach. Hold them niggas accountable. How the fuck we know all this shit about Egypt and y'all ain't reading from the text?
Right.
And then when y'all do decide to open up the text, y'all guilty because you know you ain't about to come to the community talking about some goddamn spells, like you said.
Scorpion spell. You got a scorpion spell. So you say this spell, the scorpions won't bite you. Come on.
And we'll take it a step further on the commissions. You dig what I'm talking about? Because they always pointing the finger at the Bible, but we'll show and calling it false gods and plagiarisms and all this shit. But we will show you that the God that you saying is false in the Hebrew Bible is Osiris.
Yeah. Hey, man. I never thought I'd get this much love on a YHWH. God damn, man. I'm about to cry.
Let me tell you something. This one thing we say over here.
What the fuck going on?
You praising the Great Spirit anyway.
Yeah, you will fake this. You will fake this anyway.
Oh, man, come on, man. I'm trying to convert you, man. Come on. Yeah.
Hey, look, you around the real ones over here. One thing we say over here is we keep it real first and everything after. So we make sure the brotherhood is tight. Me and Mally and Cosmo and Daryl, everybody on the credit game, we will never beef among each other because we make sure the brotherhood is tight first. Fuck the doctrine. That shit come after.
Fuck that book. You did.
And if y'all do, look, if y'all do, you do it behind the scenes. You don't do that shit. I mean, when y'all got a disagreement, do this shit behind the scenes, bro.
Facts.
That's what Israelites need to learn. Do that shit behind the scenes. But yeah, man, I just popped in, man. I was gonna come over here and troll a little bit, but now y'all done gave me some flowers, man. I love y'all.
All right, nigga, I'm about to unblock you from Facebook, man.
Dude, I'm about to get unblocked. Boy, it's a beautiful day.
Hey, JJ. Hey, listen.
What's up, Mally?
One thing we gonna do is keep it solid first over this way.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? Hey, look, I can tell you without batting an eye that Cosmo and Cal told us like 2 weeks ago. He was like, man, these niggas talking all shit about JJ. He was like, that's some fake ass shit.
Yeah, he did say that.
He just mentioned the shit to us a couple weeks ago in our personal chat. He was like, man, that shit weak. You know,
I don't know, man.
He like, look, even though we whooped their ass, we still gotta be real about the situation.
Yeah, we still got. I'm a man at the end of the day.
We all think crazy.
And I don't like fake shit around me at all.
Yeah, so,
man, you just gotta chalk it up, man, and be forgiving, man. You know, man, they don't sometimes they know not what they do. You know what I'm saying?
Still, look, even if you didn't know you was doing fuck shit, you still was doing fuck shit, nigga.
That's right.
You ain't gotta know you doing it to still be doing it. So that's all I'm saying.
Yeah, you know you doing some BS, man.
Even though we stand on what we stand on over here, and we gonna do that. You feel me? We still that don't mean we gonna turn a blind eye to some injustice that's happening to you.
Right.
You know what I mean? Creator don't allow us to do that. Real is real.
Yeah.
You gotta call a spade every second of the day.
So look. Okay, so here are our team. Y'all four. It was 3 of y'all and me, and we get 4 comedians. Cosmo. I mean, what's his name? Derek.
Nah.
Okay, us 5.
We already got 4 horsemen.
Well,
especially
I'm talking about doing this. Hold up, man.
Hey, look, especially if science is on the hey, JJ, you should just moderate that debate. Especially
I'll moderate.
That girl
So you
Cosmo gotta be there.
I want some of the comedics too, though, man. I want Shaka. I want Polite. I want some of them. Yeah, man. Y'all can't get all the goddamn.
Look, we already got 4, and if the topic is science, you understand? Daryl Cosmo gotta be there.
It's gonna be ugly.
You know what, JJ? Matter of fact, because we got time, we ain't gotta rush this shit. If you just put what you'll present and show, because we could all share each other's information. Cause like the last debate we had, Cosmo and Cal didn't even have a round. He was just dealing with rebuttals.
That's all I was doing. I did the opening, I did a few rebuttals, and then I did the question and answer. And they were talking about JJ hogging all the time. I'm like, wait, it's 320 minute rounds, bro.
You know, JJ, you know what you may have to talk to Sal about too? Because like we got a lot of information, so a lot of times we can't crush. We make it work, but trying to crush all the information we got in 10 to 15 minutes, man, that ain't working. At least 30 minutes for a round.
Right, that'd be a long debate. I debated Jeremiah Please to the Yah a couple of years ago, and we had like three 20-minute rounds plus rebuttals. Plus
at least 20 minutes. Yeah, at least 20 minutes. That's the least. Yeah. Because even when you watch some of these debates in these European coliseums that they have at these prestige colleges, nigga, they open a round. They open a round be 40 minutes.
Damn.
They open a round be 40 minutes. And their first round may be an hour, close to an hour. Right. But when you're able to display it like that without having to rush, it's easy to digest. It's easy to digest because we be so rush. A lot of people can't digest the information, and then you know they there for the hooplas and the hee ha ha's and not really for the information. Sometimes you know, it turns into a conversation. We trying to rush.
In our debate, I want to get into the 101 principles of the Bible. I was gonna bust that out. Y'all remember saying that? If I got time, I'm gonna bust. But it just when you got a team, you can't really do how you want to do. You know what I'm saying?
Hey, JJ.
But I was gonna trust me, I was gonna stick in the Bible.
Hey, look, JJ. Hey, because listen to me. Y'all tried to stack that deck too much, bro. It was on
what? How we trying to stack the deck?
You know what I mean, man? It's about 9 niggas. What's in pain, monkey ass on there?
He had 9 niggas. then look, Apostle was trying to jump on. He got mad at me. You let me on, JJ.
Hey, shit, you should have let the apostle on instead of the old girl and shit, because the strongest people you had on that.
I mean, I love the sister, man. I love the sister, but you know, we try to give her.
She got on there without no damn no PowerPoint, talk about some mystical, magical that didn't nobody know nothing about.
Come on, man. Leave the sister alone. At least she's brave enough to get up in there with the guys, man. So. You know, I give her credit. That was her first one. That was her first debate.
Off with her head,
bro. I think the lust to make us look stupid over like went beyond y'all preparation. You know what I mean?
I had fun with it, man. But see, I'm upset with myself because I got out of my character a little bit.
JJ, it's been a lust to try to create a gang look stupid. Look like we don't know what we're talking about. It's been that, not just from y'all, period. You feel me? And y'all, from what I saw, it was a lack of preparation.
That's it.
Well, I mean, it's a coulda, woulda, shoulda if it was a fifth, man, because the poll got taken down. So I wish it would have just naturally played out.
JJ, with us,
Without some,
add both them polls together.
I seen y'all little methodology with that too. I mean, but still.
Yeah, but look. When we look at
Because look, some of the people voted twice. So I mean, you know, after you get your one vote in, that's it. You shouldn't be able to vote again. But
hey, but look, I'm gonna tell you how we was talking. How we was talking behind scenes in between rounds.
Yeah.
We looked at the polls and we laughed. We was like, man, we don't give a fuck about what no damn polls say.
You don't even study that shit.
I like judges, to be honest.
Even if y'all would have won according to the polls, we would have still felt like, you know what I mean, we got the victory just based off how it went. Even if the polls would have said, you know what I mean? So it's like shit, the polls don't mean. And then people could be biased towards the polls. You say that a lot of time, Jason. Like motherfuckers would be like, yo.
Yeah.
I'm not fucking with Sela, so I'm gonna just press no just because.
Don't even listen to your information, Sela.
Exactly.
They don't like you, fuck it.
Right. Because we all got haters.
So you want me to see if he can set up and y'all want me to moderate and see who he gonna put his four committees together.
Yeah.
But you want to get in. I know you want to get in.
Yeah,
How about
let me be the fifth. Let me be the fifth horseman. God damn it! Hey, look, the dark horse. You know what I'm saying? But
it's just a matter of fact. We'll talk behind the scenes. We don't want to give out our new July strategic tactics.
Strategy.
Right, strategy. But like I said,
shout out to the creator gang, man. I appreciate the flowers, man. I just came over here to troll a little bit, but I wasn't expecting all this.
We ain't got time for trolling.
All right. So I'm gonna call Sarah and see what we can do, man. But peace and blessing, man. I'll be back to peek in on y'all. Unblock me on Facebook or whatever, and I can communicate through the back.
I got you, JJ. I got you.
All right, peace and blessing.
All right, peace.
Yeah, one.
All right, well. Look at that, man. We're good hollering at the brother, man.
Yeah, man.
Yeah.
I don't like the fact that when everything's smooth, you all chinning and grinning in my face. You dig what I'm talking about? As soon as we hit a little bump in the road, it's all hell with God, eat that. You dig what I'm talking about? That's the same thing they was doing to JJ, man. I did. That is not. I hate rats and turncoats.
Yeah, that shit be weak, nigga. Like you gotta rise with the same ones you fail with, Jack. You know what I mean?
Exactly, facts.
You gotta rise with who you fail with. So,
I'm about to leave with who I came with.
Kyle brought it to my attention, and I started looking. I was like, damn, that nigga's is. Like, of course, we got our shit we say because we was on opposite sides. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
But it's nothing to disrespect him to the point where we ain't saying you a bitch ass nigga. You know what I mean? We ain't saying shit like that.
Yeah.
You may be like, yeah, JJ Brown was weak, or we may talk shit.
We talking fun with the debate. You dig what I'm talking about? We just keeping it to the information. You dig what I'm talking about? Yeah, that ain't what your God said when I punched him in his eye in that third round. You see what I'm saying?
Shit like that.
We do stuff like that. You dig what I'm talking about? We ain't attacking nobody personally, but listen, it was on this brother head, bro. And I'm in a bunch of the chats. I don't always say nothing, but I'm always watching.
Right.
You dig what I'm talking about? And oh man, all his old homeboys, man, was burning crazy bread on them. The whole bar reloaded. You did with the little crew that Israel William and all them come up out of. You did what I'm talking about is JJ 7,000 disciples. Real talk.
Yeah. Like the one cat, I ain't like when he went on side of Zion Warchild cat. And he was supposed to be in the debate too. He was on the flyer.
That's JJ 7,000's son.
Yeah, bro, he act just like
he birthed that nigga.
So I'm like, oh no, bro, that shit weak. I ain't even respect that. It was like, bro, how?
Yeah.
Like, come on,
really?
You ain't when I
peep them
characters, bro, like you straight imitating this nigga like that's your pops, nigga.
Yeah, that was weak. That shit that did not sit right with me, man, at all. And you know what? I ain't even got words for niggas like that. When you show me who you are, I'm gonna believe you.
That's what I'm saying, man. That's why I gotta get back to the information, because when you niggas start showing who they are, I don't like Judah. I can't fuck with you, my niggas. I don't give a damn what you talking about. Oh, Shalom running for me, nigga. I don't fuck with you. You a goofy to me, period. Until you come around and goddamn show your senses, you know what I mean? I'm not fucking with you. I ain't fucking you the number one
What they
debate
don't
over there.
understand is, Sheila,
Mm-hmm.
many of us, our best friends today, we fought them first.
Exactly.
You did what I'm talking about? When we was coming up, we fought them.
Big fact.
They are best friends today, but it's the understanding that when the chips is down, my dog on my back, he gon' go.
Right.
You did what I'm talking about? That give you that extra push, that extra, you know what I mean? Just so you could keep it solid.
Right.
You know what's crazy? I know niggas from opposite gangs that was end up being locked up together. You know what I mean? Not in the county jail, but in the penitentiary and shit. Nigga, and straight had to bang with each other, like save each other's life.
Yeah.
You feel me? And ended up becoming, even though they sets is at war, these niggas became the closest and best of friends over the years, man.
Yep. And sometimes, you know, it be the situation where it's not really a set thing, it's a race thing.
Yeah.
You know, it'd be
that's
the
what it was.
ABs
Like, that's how they got cool, because it was them against like some Mexicans or some AB or something like that. You know what I mean?
They be thick too. They be thick, and if you don't curtail that, bro, they'll butcher you.
Yeah.
They'll butcher you and do you bad. No mercy, bad. You know what I mean? So, nah. No. You dig what I'm saying? So, you know, you get put in these situations sometimes where a revelation of self is brought about to you by the conditions of your surroundings. And that, you know, survival, and in this situation, because I'm brown, I'm a target. But because I'm brown, I'm the closest thing to God in this thing. At the same time, you dig what I'm talking about? You got to know you a threat because of that. You dig what I'm saying? And that, you know, moving in a group like that is real power. You know? So, but it'll force you to change your mind. It'll make you man up. You dig what I'm talking about? Just some situations and things that you have probably once said in your life, well, I ain't gonna never do that.
Right.
You know what I mean? Life will bring that reality crashing home to you so much that you really find out that none of what everybody else is talking about don't even matter.
Right.
You know?
That's real, yo.
Yeah. So I just didn't like that, man. I don't like no Benedict Arnold ass turncoat rat. I don't rock with that. Period. I don't like the vibe. I don't like the whole nigga vibe. The sassy nigga vibe. We don't get along.
Right.
But I know we don't get along. So
Right.
I'm gonna give you niggas 20 feet, not 10 feet, 20 feet. You dig what I'm talking about? Give you a wide berth, or I have to give you a black eye. I think that you know that's fair.
No, that's real, man. You better watch these niggas, man. You know what I'm saying?
I don't watch
You remember, we dealing with doctrine, but everybody got a background. And we don't know these niggas. You see what I'm saying? I don't know. I'm the type of nigga, I don't open up to people easily. Anybody around me who know me could tell you that. You bring a nigga around me, I might not even say what's up to the nigga. I'm like, why the fuck you bringing this? And that could be your man. But I just don't open up to people like that. It take a minute for me to open up. You gotta,
if the vibe wrong.
Exactly, facts.
Yeah, if that vibe ain't right,
And then, you know, when you on the street, you know, the vibe is always going to be, you know what I mean? Even with this film shit, niggas bring somebody new on set of somebody. I ain't just, hey, what's up, man? I'm looking like, okay. I'm watching, I'm observing. Fuck what you talk about. I'm looking at your actions.
Real talk. Hey, look, let me build on this real quick. You know what I mean? Going further into what we're talking about. The writing of the Torah, Genesis, Exodus, Leviticus, Numbers, and Deuteronomy. The documentary hypothesis or Graf Wellhausen hypothesis. All right. Once again, Moses is all the way down here to the left, the bottom left-hand corner, a little bit before 1400 BC. And if you go north of that, it's all oral. That means the tradition of Israel, the history of Israel, wasn't even somewhat written according to this graph until what? Right around the 900s BCE. So that means Genesis, Exodus, Leviticus, Numbers, and Deuteronomy was not written by who? Moses.
That's right.
It wasn't written till then, right there around this time, then what you reading was not written by him. That's just basic, right? And so the J is the Yahweh source or the Jehovah source. All right, they saying that portion of the Torah was written around the 900s, late 800s, early 900s. The next is the Elohim or the Elohist source, which was around the 700s. All right, and then J and E was combined around a little bit, you know, after the 600s. Then you get down to the D, the Deuteronomical part of it, and that was around a little bit before 600 BC. But look what the last portion of the Torah was to be added was the priest source, which is mainly Leviticus and all that. You know what I mean? Now, and Ezra is a priest. Ain't that some shit? So even according to this graph, the priestly part, the sacrifices, the chopped off goat heads, the blood borders, the yanked out organs, all those ceremonial and, you know what I mean, all those different sacrificial, that wasn't added to the Torah until, for one, it was last, and two, around whose time? Who's down here? Ezra. Look at that.
That's wild, yo.
So we keep running into Ezra no matter who we holler at. We went to the WASP first today, didn't we?
Right.
We went to the documentary hypothesis, the Julian Wellhausen. You went there, then went to the document. You know, this document right here showed the video on it. Then that antiquity unveiled, though. Ah, God, bro. Hey.
The icing on the cake there.
The antiquity unveiled every source we went to except Josephus. I thought Josephus had said something about the history wasn't that old either, but he just was saying that he didn't write that Jesus line in his writings. That was somebody else. But everybody from Herod Agrippa to Uziel to the cat right after him to Rabbi Akiba, all these niggas is saying, like, look, man, it's a chronological forgery. Our histories don't go back before Ezra. Damn, bro.
That's crazy. You know? So the history we have of pre-Ezra, it's interesting. It's at least the Owaspi say that Ezra gathered scrolls from here and there to collect them and make it make sense. But if we dealing with second Ezra, oh, that shit came from download. If we dealing with second Ezra, chapter 14, and if Ezra got the Tanakh in that manner, Doula among, everything that is pre-Ezra is download. Jeremiah, Isaiah, Moses, the history of the conquest of Joshua, the conquest of the Canaanite, all that is download.
Facts.
Because if you think about it, what history, Hebraically, Aramaically, do we have of those accounts pre-Ezra? Show me something about the.
That's damn near, hey, that's damn near the entire Old Testament.
Damn, exactly.
That's damn near the entire Old Testament. Ezra and Nehemiah, even though they're in the beginning of the Tanakh, they actually last, my nigga. Like all the prophets were prophesying before the fall of Jerusalem to the Babylonians.
Exactly. Even where are those writers?
We don't hear too much about like a Micah.
Right.
Malachi. Well, all that shit's before captivity. That's not after captivity.
Yeah. And then, where are the writings of the 2nd, 8th century, 9th century Hebrew writings of these accounts? Where is Judges 20 in the Hebrew coming from the 8th, 9th century? There is no literature going back to 450. That's crazy.
Yeah, man.
And if you do find literature going back 450, it's some old. It ain't no codex or nothing like that. It's some old, you know what I mean? A line here and there, like you say, fragment scrolls.
Yeah, it's Greek playwrights and
some shit. It's some shit. You know how you pick up that? You know how you pick up your weed crumb with your index finger? That's what you got. You got weed crumb fragments. Why you gotta pick your little weed up with your finger?
No wonder they put that shit under one of them strong ass magnifying glasses to try to read that shit too.
Man,
that's deep, man. That's yo, Cosmo. I guess that goddamn that dark age, that Greek dark age has something to do with that, yo. That fall of Ezra.
Well, what followed Ezra or before?
I mean, not Ezra. I'm sorry. I'm saying Ezra. I said Ajah. The fall of Ajah. The fall of Ajah during the destruction of the Mycenaean period. Because you remember they said the laws was burnt away with.
Yeah, well, think about it. You got to think about it. That's Ezra.
Hey, Cal.
1150, virtually 1150 to 750.
There you go.
Everything burns.
There you go. And then that's when Israel fell up under that inspiration of Baal. Basically.
Exactly.
They never really tell you. Think about this. They never really tell you why Assyria went after them when first of all, they cousins. You dig what I'm talking about? Why Assyria went after Israel, and then
Babylon.
Yeah. What was I about to say? Why did Assyria come out of there, and then how did they come up out of it so fast? If you look, the crazy part is around 725-ish, 720-ish, they go into captivity. They're already in war, but they go into captivity. Hey, hold on one second. This is my phone, yo. My bad.
Yeah, man. Hey, that deal go deep.
It do.
We go deep, and then everywhere in history is pointing right back to Israel. So none of these scholars admit Moses wrote none of it. It's only Israelites holding on to that. You know what I mean?
Wow, yo.
And Ezra was a Persian courtier. He's part of that Persian court. Him, Nehemiah, Mordecai, all them. They were part of that court. So, and then to have a picture of Ezra on the oldest synagogue, holding a Torah scroll.
That's wow.
Because it wasn't in book form yet. It wasn't codified. It wouldn't separate the chapters and verses into the common era, like the 10, 11, 1200. You know what I mean?
This some eye-opening shit, yo.
And then for him to be on that picture looking like a Sephardic Jew, after these Negroes talk all this craziness about JBN, bro, like stop that.
Exactly.
It ain't too much.
Yeah, that's crazy. That's crazy. Because I just like how a WASPy allow you to line the timelines up.
Right.
And then you look in history and you see what a WASPy is saying.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. How that match up like that?
Yeah, listen, ain't no way a white boy from Ohio, and y'all know I ain't got a racist bone in my body. But ain't no damn way a hillbilly from Ohio could have ever thought of anything in a WASP.
Well, look at that. The timeline rendered in Owaspi allowed us to reveal who Moses was. I remember when you went on Sonetta, goddamn it, Colin, you was talking about a man that hit the fourth was Moses, and the Paul was like, I never heard of that. Jabari almost spilled his goddamn coffee.
Jabari spilled his yak, nigga. He was like,
and then I shut him down because he read two little things in Owaspi, and he read that the man name is Nugon, but he didn't know that Nugon and Amos have the same exact meaning. So when I hit him with that, I was like, well, what?
Cal, hold on, nigga. Hold on. You gotta explain that. We can't just speed past that. You gotta explain that to the people. What the hell do you mean that Nugon and who? What other name?
Amos.
Amos has the same meaning. Please break that down for the listening audience.
All right. Let me break it down real quick and simple. The name Amos means child of the moon, or to be born of the moon. Right? That's what Amos means. Right? You look at in Owaspi, the Pharaoh who oppressed Egypt was Amos. Right? His name means child of the moon. Now in Owaspi though, he's called Nugon, right? Nu, if you look in Owaspi, hints towards the sky, but also the moon, right? In the primordial waters. That's Nu. And in Owaspi, man is gone, right? Or it could be man or people or person, or to be from, right? That's what a Gon is, a modern person, right? So in a sense, Nugon means man of the moon or born of the moon. Just like Amos means child of the moon. Nugon also means child of the moon or man of the moon.
All right, so look, let me ask you this then. So is Nugon and Amos one and the same?
Yes.
Y'all see how fast, y'all see how he didn't stutter? He didn't hesitate. He didn't mollycoddle. He didn't tiptoe with the tools, nor did he wing his answer. When I asked him straight out, is Nugon and Amos the same? Yes.
Yep.
Keep building, Cal. Go ahead.
And to twist that cap, if you really want to know who Moses is Amenemhat IV. Remember the Pharaoh who was the son of a Pharaoh who didn't have a son?
Talk to
Remember the guy who was in rulership for 9 to 12 years and then he just disappeared? Didn't that same thing happen to Moses? Well, guess what? It happened to Amenemhat IV too. And supposedly Amenemhat IV is the husband and brother of Sobek Nepru, aka Latonis, the last true pharaoh, even though she's a female, of the 12th dynasty of the Middle Kingdom, right? So you would have to, in that story, right, of giving Owaspi, to tie it in historically, you need to have a female ruler who rules at the end of a kingdom or a dynasty, who has not a husband and an adopted son, but a brother, an adopted brother and an adopted son, who would be her predecessor, but he couldn't rule. So you have to have a female ruler who who is the sister and mother of her predecessor, right? And who would also, she and him, right? Him being adopted, Amenemhat IV, would have to have ruled under a pharaoh who ruled more than 46 years consecutively. He must have ruled more than 46 years consecutively. We look, right? Now you got to have all that. And then Amenemhat must go missing. Whoever the prince is that's going to be Moses, he got to go missing. Nobody can know what happened to him, right? We got to have all these scenarios lined up with a king who ruled for 46 years, who must have killed his predecessor, right? Come to find out, the predecessor that they trying to apply to him, right, is Kamos, the big brother of Amos, who comes to throw the Hyksos out, right? His big brother get killed by Amenemhat III, Moses' daddy. He the ruler who ruled since Second Tau. Second Tau, who is a Hyksos ruler. See, what they won't tell you is the 12th dynasty of the northern Hyksos, right? And the 17th dynasty of the southern Theban dynasty rulership were running at the same time. You just had 5 kingdoms of the Theban type before, right? The very first of Avarice or the Hyksos Shepherd King types pop onto the scene. That ain't till 2100 or something. You know, after the 5th dynasty. During the 6th dynasty, there is a rubble double. Right after 6th dynasty, what happens? Anybody know what happens? It's called the intermediate period, right? It's the very first intermediate period, and a quote unquote Asian type people, right? Which end up being the Israelites. You dig what I'm talking about? Coming back into that thing, along with other Persians. You dig what I'm talking about? Coming to rulership, right? And then they lay down 12 consecutive dynasties, right? So while they're in number 1, Thebes are in number 6. Y'all follow me? Avarice is in number 2. Thebes is in number 7. So by the time that Avarice in the north gets to, it must be number 12. By the time it gets to number 12, Thebes is in its 17. So that's where they always get the confusion at, right? So I gotta have a female ruler who got a son who is an heir but never gets to rule. He has to rule somewhere else for 9 to 12 years, but not in Egypt. He must be under a co-regency with his father, right? Who must have ruled for more than 46 years in a row. Now, if you can tie all them things in together, you dig what I'm talking about, as proof into one narrative or to show who one person is. If y'all gave all that history about me, could nobody ever deny that? So how can you then turn around when I tell you that Amenemhat IV fit everything we just said? Everything. Right? Everything. Even from the time Sobek Nephru, the last pharaoh, dies, you dig what I'm talking about? The Israelites are already on the road. That same year, 1553 BC. Exactly. I'm not guessing. So, you know what I mean? To those types of revelations, man, is crazy. It's crazy. And to understand that wasn't no Israelites in the Middle East. Moses and them went west.
Hey, Cal, you know what's crazy, man? The actual, I think most people that read OWASP don't realize they're reading, especially if you read it from beginning to end, you're reading it in a timeline or on a timeline. It's going to give you an exact time in which this event is taking place.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? So early today, when it was saying so many hundred years after this, or 390 years after that, you feel me?
Yeah.
Folks don't realize if you know when that arc cycle starts, you can go ahead and run these years down. It's letting you know.
Way back.
You feel me? And look, I like that because it even went into the real Yeshua, right?
Yeah.
And when he was born, right?
Mm-hmm.
When he died, and then 40 years after that, when shit started going sideways. What I'm saying is you can sit there with a calculator and run this shit down, bro. That, to me, that's amazing.
Put it together mathematically and then back it up historically and then with empirical data of OWASP, primary source. You dig what I'm talking about?
You can't beat that.
And then I can put it on a timeline, bro. I can literally 40 years after 110. If you're born in 146, he died 36 years later. That means he died in 110 BC. 40 years later, I should see something great happening with the Judeans. Some type of, they say it's war. What's happening in 70? The Judean revolts start.
Yep. Pompeii and all that, man.
All of it.
Mm-hmm.
You dig what I'm talking about? So how do you get around it? How do you talk yourself out of saying that, it's obvious JBN couldn't have known this.
Nah, come on, man.
So where we get it from then?
Shit, I had to get it from the other side. And that communication had to be spot on. It
had to be. My thing is,
I want to read this. I want to read this. Whenever you get done doing your spiel, I want to read this again.
No, go ahead, bro.
Whenever you get done, I want to read it.
No, I was just
the beautiful part about this is they brought this nigga up yesterday, bro.
They did too. That was crazy.
I said that was crazy. Damn, that's another cat that's in everybody they've been bringing up with Jabari and his debate he about to have. You know, being improved.
But Mally,
the Christian
but
Jesus.
Mally,
every last one of them is in here.
My
they already returned and they done lived, died, and then worked hard to refine and return in spirit to give a testimony. Everybody that they about to go to, from Josephus to Saturninus to Cornelius Tacitus to Eusebius to Origen to all of them. Everybody they gonna name is in antiquity unveiled as a spirit giving their testimony, saying the opposite of what people said they said. That shit
you got
crazy.
What's my man? You got Herod. Herod Agrippa up in that thing.
Herod Agrippa, you heard what he said. And he admitted Paul was old boy Apollo. Hey, so look at this right here. Let's read this. All right. Again, y'all, this is antiquity unveiled. Voices from the spirit realm reveal the most startling truth about Christianity as being of a heathen origin. All right, so this is the 1st century rabbi named Rabbi Kepha, who actually in the late 1800s, circa 1894, in spirit, gave his testimony through a medium to this guy named John M. Roberts, a lawyer, actually. A lawyer, right? And one thing I do like about Antiquity Unveiled, Cal, is after you read the communication, it gives you a history of the person. You know what I mean? That person's background. And then that way you can verify if the communication is solid or not. It gives you resources to go and look at it yourself and be like, okay, let me go check out and see if it's true. Right.
And then with today's technology, you go pull up what they pull up. You dig what I'm talking about? And then it's gonna open up some more sources to some stuff these guys had no knowledge existed, even at that time.
Exactly. You dealing with men when these things were written. There wasn't an airplane in the sky. There wasn't a car on the street. It was still telegraphs and all that. Ain't nobody had no funding nor time to travel all the way to India somewhere, dig through hundreds of thousands of years of records. Come on, man. Now look at this. And for y'all that don't know, this is Rabbi Akiba, a first century rabbi. Very instrumental in forming of the Jewish religion as you know it today. Still revered today. No bullshit. Now look at this. He said, I greet you, sir, by saying the sun of truth never sets. It may be obscured by clouds of ignorance and error, but it will finally burst through these clouds and share the whole world by the brilliancy of his light. I was a strict Pharisee, but you must not think that a Jewish Pharisee was of the ridiculous character that he is presented to be in the modern New Testament. While I allow we were rather too much inclined to ceremonial law, yet we were the true spiritualists. Look at that. We were the true spiritualists of our time, though not without a great deal of supercilious egotism. Have we not a good many of these spiritual Pharisees today? We were the party or sect who in those days were opposed to all idolatrous mummeries, insofar that we had but one God, Jehovah, and Moses as his prophet. All this was well enough for us while here on the earth, but we have found as spirits that our views of spiritual things were too narrow and contracted. And now, having prefaced my remarks, I want to speak of Jewish history as known to me when on earth. And upon this subject, I will be as clear and explicit as I possibly can. At that time, first century, there was a great struggle between different nations to prove their respective religions were more ancient than any other. But there was no learned Jew. But there was no learned Jew of my time who did not know that our religion, as founded upon the Old Testament, predated my time by only about 432 years. That's the time of Ezra, correct? And to disguise this fact. So that means, based off what we learned today, this cat is telling the truth, Rabbi Akiba, in spirit. Look at this. And to disguise, to hide this fact, we resorted to all kinds of chronological forgeries. The timeline is fraud. The timeline is false. We then told y'all that if you think the earth was created in 3761 BC, if you think it's the year 5784 for the next couple of weeks, guess what? You have become a victim of these false timelines.
These chronological forgeries.
The Jews, having become pretty well scattered at that time, we introduced into the Old Testament. We introduced into Rabbi Akiba in the first century. We introduced into the Old Testament the sun worship of Zoroaster. Good night, boy.
So if you entered into the sun worship of Zoroaster, where is it at, y'all? What book is it in? We know that they in the Babylonian captivity in the book of Daniel.
And then not only that, they're copying from Kabbalistic stories of Zarathustra.
Right. And then the crazy part is Zoroaster speak at the end of this mug and tell you that the book of Daniel is a reworking of what he brought out, and the book of Revelations is a reworking of the so-called real Jeebus, Apollonius of Tyana. So he said to really get the real understanding, you got to read Daniel with Revelations. This is I can't make it up this good. I can't make it up this good. I just read it.
Man, that's what I'm saying. It's like, what motivation? Look at this. It says, we introduced into the Old Testament the son of worship of Zoroaster. And even one of his books, which is known to you in modern times, is what? The book of who? Daniel.
What I just say?
The book of Daniel.
And so understand that what he's doing, Zoroaster is giving you your understanding of Mithraism. It's through Mithraism, or the religion of Zoroaster, right? Who at the time, remember, they switched gods. They had a female, then a male. That was when Baal overthrew Ashtaroth. You did what I'm talking about? They had a female, then a male. So, where was I about to go with that? So the understanding that they calling Christian, right, comes out of Judaism, which comes out of Mithraism, fresh out of Babylon. This is where you get the stories. You dig what I'm talking about, of a 7-day creation myth, a flood story, added all onto Torah. That come out of Babylon, right? Which birthed Judaism, right? But where did Judaism get it from? They got it from the Babylonians, which had Mithraism, birthed from Zoroaster himself, who was in the court of Cyrus. And he say Nebuchadnezzar. Right? He even, if you read this, Zoroaster say he is in around the time of Ezra. Him and Ezra exist in Babylon at the same time. Huh? This is, I'm trying to tell you, this thing hit different.
Man, right here. Right here. Now, this is Jonathan Ben Uziel, another first century cat.
Hey, before you go on, Mally, real quick, when you see one of these Bantu niggas from the Congo, will you please point them out for me, please?
Say again, say again, Cal.
I said, when you see one of these Bantu niggas who authorized and wrote any of the biblical texts, will you please point them out for me, sir? Thank you very much.
Oh yeah, you know, I got you. but thus far, boy, we coming up short. We coming up short. Let me read this before we close up out of here, man. Look at this right here. Again, this is in Antiquity Unveiled. Voices from the spirit world reveal the most startling facts about Christianity. Right, and what happened is these cats even though they lived during the first, second, and third, and even some before the Common Era. Around the late 1800s, they were allowed to give a testimony from the other side about what's going on. Now look at this cat right here, Jonathan Ben Uziel, one of the writers of the Targum. You don't know what a Targum is? Look it up. Look it up. It says, I salute you, sir. I am the Jew that wished to speak to or communicate with you sometime back as a contemporary of the so-called Jesus Christ. Wow. Look at this. Look at this. I was one of the writers of what is termed the Targums. There was only one older than myself whose writings have come down to modern times. His name was Onkelos. As in the past, most of the communications have been of a character that bore more particularly on Jesus. My communication tonight is an arraignment of the Old Testament. The legends, look at this. Look at this. This nigga 1900 years later revealing this. Look at this. It says, the legends and traditions of the Jewish people extend no farther back than who, Kyle? Who, Cosmo?
Ezra.
Ezra the scribe. And look, we understood and arrived at that understanding before we even read this. The legends and traditions of the Jewish people extend no further back than Ezra the scribe. The marginal notes upon all the ancient manuscripts went positively to show that the whole of what is called Jewish history was stolen bodily from Chaldean history during the Babylonian captivity. Good night.
Man, stick yourself, Tony.
Come on, man.
So when they saying Chaldean, they talking Mesopotamian Persian. Because on the other side of the mountains, you got Achaemenids. You dig what I'm talking about? Who'd have been doing the same thing for the most part, but it's different people. This is what's going on in Babylon.
Man, it is what it is, bro. But that's what it is, family. We got the Ezra Bible and the compiling of the Torah. Is Moses the author? If you've been listening, you can say boldly, nah, he ain't.
No.
Nah, he ain't. You feel me? It's just say all roads lead to Ezra. Kyle, give us some last words when we get up out of here, my brother.
Hey, man, y'all go to Cosmon Cal TV, sub, like, share. Because all I need y'all to do is breathe in, let that light in, man. Hey, I'm Cosmonian, and I'm out of here. Hey, peace to my brothers, man. Shout out to the 4 horsemen, man. Love, light out there to the gang, man. And peace, love, light, balance to all the righteous gods and Nirvanian goddesses, man. It's your boy Cosmon, man. Love, light, balance. I'm gone.
All right, Kyle. Love, light, balance, brother. Bless up. SHALOM TV. Give us some last words, my brother.
Hey, man. Again, excellent build. You know what I mean? When I seen the topic, I was like, yo, I got to tap into this one right here. You know what I mean? So, like I say, man, Creator Gang is undefeated. Creator's undefeated. Y'all go subscribe, like, SHALOM TV. Subscribe, like Black Royal Family TV if you want to check out, you know what I mean, the film joints. But, yeah, man, this was an excellent build. I'm going to go back, about to rewatch this joint. I'm about to do some editing. And salute to the gang, man. Salute to the gods and goddesses, man. We up out of here, yo.
We up out of here, man. Love, light, and balance to the fam, bro. Y'all make sure y'all tap on in. You know what I mean? Get with your family, bro. We out here doing major things. It was good hollering at JJ today. Got to holler at JJ today. Ain't that crazy? The gang outside, though, man. Anybody think we not outside proves you ain't outside. We outside every day, all day. Real thing, this, man. Outro on the way out.
Creator Gang is undefeated. I keep it real, pack to steal if whoever want it. Clap, Judah be running laps when he get confronted. Got Devil Cosmon and knock you off of 500. They hit the club, roll up a Judah dub, forever blunted. Contemplating on who we gonna take out next. Got Cosmon, Cal, MALAKIMAC, and be the best. The 4 horsemen who understand the business. Contract killers won't hesitate to kill a witness. 21 bodies executed on my hit list. JJ trying to watch me, trying to take pictures. YAH'S working with woods and paint, a bunch of snitches. Peer pressure separate the real from the bitches. Niggas be gang gang until you start to bang bang. Let a nigga brains hang on everybody like dang. You thought it couldn't happen. Yahweh wouldn't smoke 9/11 Manhattan. Bullets in his breastplate, both lungs collapsing. Hands reaching in the air, for the air he grasped it. The flyer was made, Sila Shalom, first captain. But the captain ran away, just like if nothing happened. I'm a certified killer. Peel a nigga, cut him open and feed him his own liver. Graphic is how I paint the picture. Shoot shots like a pitcher. Split JJ like a swish. Cut the head off for the lion's den and watch the rest of the body quiver. Core shots I deliver when it's crunch time on the trigger. Got 2 pair of eagles fly like seagulls when it's time. I scoot out, shoot out. Air out Yahweh every time. Standing behind enemy lines, killing my enemies every time. Defend the faith like Muslim Sunni soldiers at a shrine. I facilitate thoughts beyond the thoughts of mankind. Create a gang is in the prime while you niggas get left behind. Creative gang is undefeated. Salute, Daryl Cosma, Cal, MALAKIMAC, and the whole Creative gang. Nigga, we outside with it. All that huffing and puffing don't mean nothing. You step in the dojo.